Hello and welcome to viewers across the world. Welcome to coverage of the 87th edition of the Bretagne Classic West France. From the northwest of France, Brittany, and the penultimate men's one-day World Tour race of the year in Europe. Anyway, because of course we go off to Canada for the next two rounds before the final round at the end of the year. We're nearly there. The end of the season is in sight and the sunshine is still out, I'm pleased to say, in the northwest of France. My name's Jez Cox, and I am pleased to be with you for the whole coverage here. We're going to be with you for about 5 hours, in actual fact. Regular viewers will know that I point-blank refuse to be sat alongside anyone that hasn't won a British National Road Race Championship. And my co-commentator of choice today, for the first time, I'm pleased to say, won her National Road Race Championship back on the Isle of Man, way back when. Pleased to say, I have with me Pippa York. Hey, Pippa.
Good morning, Jez. Happy to be with you on this fine sunny day.
Absolutely. It's glorious, isn't it? As we look at these pictures, rolling through countryside that you know well, because you've ridden this race, and we'll come back to that. It is nice after, particularly the opening week of the Vuelta, which I know you've been following, because I've been watching the column that you've been writing for a certain online cycling website. I'm pleased to say we have lovely weather here in contrast to the opening of the Vuelta. Lots of you will be watching that at the same time. We are fully aware. But this is a massive race, isn't it? It goes back to all the years when it was known really just as the Grand Prix of Plouay, or just known as Plouay effectively. And it's homing in on this extremely well-known finishing straight, the finishing straight just to the north of Plouay. On the, and I've forgotten the name of it now, the actual road itself, the Boulevard des Championnats du Monde, of course, named after the 2000 World Road Race Championships, which finished there. And I've teed that up now, so I better tell people who won. It was Roman Sveinsteins of Latvia and the Belarusian Zinaida Zarevskaya, who had a fairly checkered past after that within the sport, served a lengthy ban. But they were our two world champions on that occasion, in the year 2000, on this very well-known dip and rise finishing straight just to the north of Plouay. This year's race goes northward. Last year it went southward down to the Gulf of Morbihan. It was slightly less hilly, and it included originally quite a few Trobro-Leon inspired gravel sectors, which the riders were not happy about because they went and checked them out and found that for a race like this it wasn't appropriate. They protested and it was rounded down to one. We have one classified sector today, in the sort of, I guess, two-thirds of the way through the race, and it's appropriately named Le L. I don't know if it will be hell for some of these riders. I don't think it's too bad, that sector, but it is a sector of Ribinu, and those of you who are used to watching Grand Prix Morbihan and Trobro-Leon in this part of France will know all about the Ribi and their kind of farm track, gravel-like nature. Lots of classic Breton roads rolling northward make this today the third hilliest of all the men's one-day World Tour races, behind. And Pippa, I gave you this fact. Oh, here we classic. Liège. Liège is the hilliest of the men's one-day World Tour races. San Sebastian second, and this race, the Bretagne Classic, certainly this year, with around about 4,000 metres of elevation, it is the third hilliest. Just before, because Pippa, I'm going to ask you about your experience of racing here. I should just update people on who we have in the breakaway, because we have just gone live, and these are live pictures as they ride through Plevin. The two riders in the breakaway are both second division team riders. The Italian Alessandro Tonelli, very experienced professional, who's been with the Green Project Bardiani team since he turned pro in 2015. He is there in company of the youngster Aaron van der Beeken, the Belgian for Bingo Wallonie-Bruxelles. And those two had nearly 8 minutes. Alpecin de Koenig was sitting, blocking the road on the front of the peloton, going, yeah, we're happy with this, let's chill. And then literally it came close to 8 minutes, and they went, OK, now we'll start to drill this. And they're just steadily tapping away on the front, the boys in blue and black, because they have a gentleman in their team who is wearing the World Champions jersey, Mathieu van der Poel, for the first time in a proper race. Oh, did I say that on air? Yeah, kind of proper race, since he won it on the streets of Glasgow. Anyway, that's the update on where we're at. It's an incredible field we've got lined up here, bearing in mind there's a Grand Tour going on right now. Pippa, I'm going to shut up. You've actually ridden this race. Tell us about this race. Tell us about Brittany, and also maybe track on to this quality field we've got lined up. Who's going to win? I can ask you that straight away.
So when I rode, it was a circuit race, and I think it was about 25, 26 kilometre circuits. And then you came on to the little circuit, which we're going to do in the final today. So I think there was something like 4 big circuits and then 6 little circuits. In Britain, there's always a massive crowd in Brittany, and the roads are really, really heavy. So even though when I did it, when it was just a Grand Prix of Plouay, it was only, I think it was under 200 kilometres. It used to finish in a reduced sponge sprint because the climbs tend not to be very long, so 2-3 kilometres at a time. And in my case, as the kind of team climber, my job would be to, set the tempo on the hill, and then the bigger riders would come and help afterwards. So I'd be there in a kind of controlling way, and the same way that we see Alpes in De Koning riding now. And you can just see from the road surface, it's never that fast, so it's always up and down, always quite, never really windy, because you're always sheltered, but it's never flat otherwise either. So it's kind of strange that they've decided to give the 2 riders in front 7-8 minutes and then start to ride. It would have been slightly easier for them to just give them the usual kind of standard 3 or 4 minutes at the most, and then kind of keep it pegged there. But maybe they've got the idea that this will keep things calm for longer, because the longer that you can kind of keep control of this race, the slightly easier it is for it not to get out of hand, because quite often when it's 2-3 kilometre climbs, everybody feels good for that kind of length of climb. It's about 5-minute effort, and when you're relatively fresh, that's doable quite often. So by setting this tempo, hopefully they're kind of teeing up, for a reduced sprint. Whether that's going to be Mathieu van der Poel, we'll have to wait and see. But it's going to keep the race kind of more under control for a longer amount of time before it really kicks off, because usually it does.
That's nice to see as we look down on the bunch there. As far as I can tell, it's one of the Lidl Trek riders, I'm not sure that isn't Antoine Tolhoek, who's rolled over to the side, thankfully not looking too close, and he's having a nature break, but he appears to be being pushed on by one of the Astana Kazakhstan team riders while he does his business. I haven't seen that for a while. That's very encouraging. Very friendly as well. This Alpes in De Koning team are setting a nice steady tempo. Ineos Grenadiers just in behind them. We can see Luke Plapp in his Australian national champions jersey. I guess the big question, Pippa, has to be right at the beginning of this. There's no doubt about it. When we advertised this race on the GCN app for the Eurosport GCN coverage, Mathieu van der Poel was forefront. He's our cover star in his full white World Champion skin suit that he wore in that criterium in the Netherlands, the only time he's raced since those World Championships in Glasgow. You mentioned you've seen him at the back with black shorts on. Yes, that's the big news of the day. Van der Poel is in black and blue shorts at the back, chilling while his team are getting on with this. I guess the big question is, and we don't really know, there's no point even looking at his socials because you don't know until it happens on the road, but how much training has he done? How much celebrating has he done since those World Championships? He's a double World Champion, let's not forget, because he won what for him is an incredibly important World Championship in Ugerida in the Netherlands in the cyclocross in January, so he's a current double World Champion anyway. I've seen lots of people, Pippa, suggesting, no, Van der Poel, he won't have done too much, he's been enjoying himself. He certainly seems to have been enjoying himself since that World Champs win. He was a bit flaky and uncertain after then how much road racing he would do at the end of this year before starting cyclocross anyway, and I think it will be really revealing and interesting.
Yeah, it's hard to say how much training he's done. As you were saying, he is World Cyclocross champion as well, and he beat Wout van Aert there, so that's twice that Wout van Aert's been second to him in this year in a World Championships. What races are there left for Mathieu van der Poel to target? I can't see there being many. Something like Paris Tours is more of a real big sprinters race, and then Lombardy is probably a bit too hilly for him. So it's hard to say if he's going to kind of shut down and just you know, kind of end the season just kind of riding these races.
Pippa, you'll forgive me, I completely missed all of that, but I'm sure the viewers were enjoying it because I suddenly lost all of my sound. And Pippa and I, folks, are not in the same room, but we are connected, usually perfectly, but I missed all of that, and I suspect it was, riveting, as it always is.
Shall I give you a resume?
Yeah, go on, go for it, please.
So, I was saying that Wout van Aert, that's twice he's been second to Mathieu van der Poel in the World Championships. Also at the cyclocross, and there's not really any World Tour races or big races that you would expect Mathieu van der Poel to target. I know he's won all these big rendezvous this year, so I can just see him kind of riding out this. He's going to get invites because he's world champion, but I think he's just going to kind of ride out his this season. This might be the longest race he does, this year in the World Champions kit. And then go back to his favourite pastime of cyclocross in the winter and those battles with Wout van Aert and Tom Pidcock.
Yeah, I did hint as I closed out my coverage of the World Champs up on George Square in Glasgow that it might be quite a good thing, him winning that world title on the road for cyclocross fans. It might mean for the first time in a good few years he's actually riding more of a cyclocross season as well, able to do a bit more, start a bit earlier as well, because he normally, just as Wout van Aert and Tom Pidcock don't normally start until about Christmas time. So might be quite a nice thing for the cyclocross fans, of which I'm sure you all are watching, of course, because it's such a wonderful sport. And I can't believe we're even talking about cyclocross now, Pippa. Where on earth has this year gone? It's just absolutely ripped by, and here we are into the second week of the Vuelta. Today, there is so much on as well. You won't need me to tell you this if you're watching this live. You may well be one of those incredibly hardcore fans who multi-screens and watches everything at the same time, which I still can't quite understand, because we have an awful lot of racing on today here at the Home of Cycling on Eurosport GCN, including the Maryland Classic, which Jose Bean and Jip van den Bos are bringing you. We've got the Downhill World Cup from Ludenviel, Perregud. And of course, a race that you have won, Pippa, if I'm not mistaken, the Tour of Britain, also starting today with Matt Stevens and Brian Smith bringing us that. They're starting today in Altrincham, racing to Manchester, retracing, I think in reverse, the steps of a stage which I was working on the race for on the mic a few years ago. So an awful lot happening. Tour of Britain, of course, a big race. Downhill World Cup, UCI Downhill World Cup, another big race. And the Vuelta are all kicking off at the same time as well. It's been relatively quiet time, hasn't it, since those World Championships, in that strange place in the season. Pippa, obviously Glasgow is your city. Tell us, just because I keep mentioning it, tell us your kind of take on the whole thing, the Super Worlds concept, but also how well Scotland hosted it, and Glasgow.
The Super Worlds thing, I'm not sure that I was a fan of it. I thought that a lot of the, coming from a road background, I ought to explain, the most important things that gets the biggest coverage is always the road events. And I think that kind of got lost in amongst all the other things that you were able to go and see. So if you were a fan and you were there for the whole week, because the men's race was the first Sunday and the women's elite was the second Sunday, in between it gave you a chance to go and see all the other events, maybe taking a bit of track and then taking BMX and some of those other crazy things that they were doing there. That kind of gymnastics kind of thing that was going on. So yeah, you had a chance to see that. Whether that was kind of applicable to a lot of the, whether there was a crossover between that and the kind of main events of the World Championships on the road and the track, I wasn't quite sure. Certainly from an organisational point of view, it was a very big ask, so the first time it's been done, and I think the organisation struggled with, trying to get everything done in the time periods. But it gives, what people applying to do it next time a bit of experience to see how you have to set it up and how far out you have to have everything organised. There was a bit of concern over some of the mountain biking routes not being, finished so that teams could go on recce. In terms of the road events, I think everybody described the circuit as technical. I wasn't a fan of the word technical. I thought it was dangerous. I went and rode it and I thought, this is dangerous because it is going to rain at some point. Luckily, it only rained for the kind of men's race and the junior race, and we saw the consequences there. In terms of the choice of route, it turned into a very specific race. It was almost like a Tour of Flanders, but with more points where you had to be in the front. So at Tour of Flanders, there's certain points where everybody knows it's a big rendezvous and you have to get into that point first. Whereas when you're doing it on a circuit, that comes around more and more often, and it kind of limited the number of riders who were going to be competitive. Of course, we had all the favourites in the front, and it produced an exceptional winner in Mathieu van der Poel. So in terms of result, I think it gave a really good result. In terms of how that happens, the kind of process going to that outcome, if you want to call it like that, I think it provided a lot of difficulties for the kind of standard rider who wasn't a Tour of Flanders favourite. But in terms of a concept of it kind of being a mini Olympics just for cycling, I think it would be better if it was 2 years before the Olympics, and it gave everybody a chance to kind of recover from what happened to them for that year pre-Olympics. But as a concept, I can see the attraction. It's going to mean that whoever's chosen to have those races gets a lot of coverage over those 10 days. That sounded quite slightly negative, didn't it?
No. But the thing is, in a way, because of the whole Super Worlds concept, there's so much going on. Nobody's answer is straightforward. It's always nuanced because there's so much happening as well. And it also, I guess, depends how you've experienced it and how anyone at home has experienced it watching it. I'm guessing the experience of trying to pick up and watch a bit of everything on television is quite different to being there. I had this extremely pointed impression of the whole thing because I was sat in a commentary box on George Square looking at the finish line. So that's all I saw, other than wandering down to the BMX track and see a bit of the things that were happening in and around Glasgow. I didn't even manage to get into the velodrome, which was a shame. But anyway, it's quite an exciting time for emerging young Scottish riders as well. We'll come back to this race in just a second, but just while we're touching on Glasgow, of course, we've got two riders, young male riders, having just started out, of course, in the Vuelta in Oscar Onley, although it didn't go too well for him at the start, and he's convalescing now. But Sean Flynn looking strong, both of them riding for DSM. And then you have Anna Shackley, of course, who lives now, I've forgotten the name of the place, but it's just north of Glasgow, isn't it?
I think she comes from Milngavie.
That's the one.
The English call it Milngavie, but it's it's
the English. You mean I do? That's what I did in commentary. I said, yeah, she's from Milngavie, and I was next to my good friend Alan Anderson, of course, who's a Glaswegian himself, and he literally gave me daggers through the air. Milngavie, yes. Anna Shackley just finishing second this past week in the Tour de l'Avenir as well, so she's a real promise as well. But that must be exciting, Pippa, because I work a lot with Brian Smith, of course, and have done for a good number of years, and he's always talking about watching out for the next emerging young Scottish stars coming through, and it does seem to be. We seem to be in a nice little emerging purple patch here.
Yes, after a number of years where almost nobody from Scotland was, making that breakthrough, I think you get those periods where you get one rider who's really good, and it kind of brings out his rivals, and the level steps up. So we saw Oscar Onley last year at being really competitive at things like the Tour of Britain, and if I remember correctly, Slovenia as well. Really good. So certain races bring out certain talents, and we know we've got a couple of Scottish riders at World Tour level, and they're kind of making their way up the hierarchy. It's only a small population. There's only 5 million people who live in Scotland, so you're not going to get hundreds of them, and it's the weather. Unless you live on the East Coast, it can be a bit changeable.
You're joking.
As we saw in Glasgow. So in the same, as we always laugh about it. If you're not happy with the weather, just wait another half hour and some other kind will come along. And that can be all year.
Yeah.
So it's not a big cycling nation, but the riders that come along tend to be, quite exceptional.
Right, let's focus on these riders. There's enough Scottish talk for a while, and we won't come back to the World Championships unless Mathieu van der Poel happens to win, which some people seem to think he might. Let's see, though. We've got 200 kilometres to go. They've knocked off about 60k, because this race is 258 kilometres long. The two leaders have just over 6 minutes. They did have nearly 8, and it was that nearly 8 number which sent the alarm bells ringing for Alpecin de Koning, who started their work on the front. The leading group, these two, have just ridden through Carhaix-Plugère. They're riding northward. They've crossed the boundary between the department called Morbihan, which is where Plouay is based, into Finistère, the department of Finistère. Finistère, which roughly translates to mean the end of the earth, because that's what the original settlers in Brittany thought as they looked out to sea. Little did they know that the wonderful land of England was just across the sea, but they looked out and they thought, no, this is the end of the earth, and such was it called. Finistère, the end of the earth. That's the Département Marin. They ride up into the beautiful Armorique National Park, the Parc Naturel d'Armorique, just south of the Arrée Mountains. Those of you who know them, I wouldn't necessarily call them mountains myself, but they're nice rolling hills, and they are what add to, or the edge of those hills add to the hilly nature this year, with 4,000 metres of elevation across the whole thing. There's Julien Alaphilippe just having a little break, as are a number of the riders, as you can see, so kind of hoping we move on a little from the shot and go aerial maybe. Temperature, we haven't told you this yet, is around about 25 degrees, so it's actually quite warm. Early September, very welcome, I'm sure, for the vast majority of these riders, and fairly light winds that are blowing from their right-hand side at the moment, but fairly gradual as well, about 14, 15 kilometres per hour, just pressing on the right-hand side. They shouldn't have too much effect, the wind this time. They climb northward up until, well, they've got about another, 20, 30 kilometres of climbing northward, and then they turn and head southward. On this edition, and this is the kind of modern iteration of the Bretagne Classic, Pip has already mentioned they used to do multiple laps of the Plouay circuit, and I can certainly remember being on the ground at editions of the Grand Prix Plouay and the women's event specifically as well, working on that race and seeing multiple laps of that circuit. This one is unusual, though, in that they come back in, Pippa, and I don't know what you think, but that final 12-kilometre lap, the organisers here always make a big deal of it. It's been the focus of racing over the last 3 days as part of what they call the 4 days of Plouay, where they have junior races, women's races, sportifs and all sorts going on, and they've all been using that circuit. But our elite men today in this World Tour race are only doing one lap of it. They come in, they do one lap of that same 12-kilometre circuit with those two climbs, the Bos de Rosterel and the Bos du Lezo, the same two climbs that have been used the last few years in exactly the same succession. They're probably the same two climbs, I guess, Pippa, that you rode. But I don't know how you feel. I'm going to stick my neck out and say I reckon they should be coming back in and doing like 3 laps of that, because that arena on the Boulevard des Championnats du Monde, the finishing circuit, the classic Plouay finishing circuit, we're only going to see it. And actually, I've got to work this out. Do we go through it before we do the big lap? I think we do. That's detail that I should know, really, but I'll check that, as in whether we go across the line twice. I think we do. I'm just going to roll in on my velo view. You'll excuse me, folks. We've got 5 hours. So you mind me a second just while I work this out. And I think we go through the finish line. Yes, right. We do. And we have one complete lap from there, don't we? So my question to you, Pippa, in an elongated way is, should we be doing more of that lap? I think we should. What do you think?
Yeah, I think I would agree. I think, probably 4 laps, gives the people waiting there their money's worth. Give a good hour and a half of racing on the circuit, an hour. So if you did 6 laps, it'd be roughly an hour and a half. If you did 4, it'd be an hour. I think that would be fair. But, the riders get the chance to see it. And I don't know what the logistics are of the circuit's definitely closed for the day, so it'd make more sense to do laps. But maybe the way that it is to get 250 kilometres, I can't imagine how many laps that would be of just doing the circuit. That would be a lot. 20 odd laps, maybe 22 laps.
Yeah, it's a bigger lap than Glasgow.
Yeah, bigger lap. Certainly safer than Glasgow.
Sorry, I said I wasn't going to go there again. No, right, we must leave that.
But yeah, so I imagine, because it's a World Tour race, the budget's going to be much bigger. So they're going to have to go into other departments and, in other localities and try and raise funds from them for the race passing through. And it gives most of, kind of central, that central top part of Brittany, the chance to see the race come through. So I imagine that's one of the reasons. And it gives the chance to have the other races finishing there today as well. So
true.
There's various reasons for it. But I would agree that it would make more sense if they did more laps on the circuit, because it is a really nice circuit to race. It's a bit of something for everyone, even though it tends to kind of finish in that kind of small, between 10 and 30 rider kind of bunch sprint.
Yeah. Yes, if you've not seen the finish of this race before, the Bretagne Classic, I think, and I'm talking including Grand Tour stages and all sorts here, I think it concludes with the biggest collection of expensive-looking motorhomes I have ever seen in my life, because there's so much space packed into that boulevard where it finishes. That classic kind of big, slow, wide road dip, and then the little rise to the finish, just enough to give the sprinters something to lean into as they go towards the line. Incredible. Thousands and thousands of motorhomes and campers will be parked there, particularly on a day like this when the weather's so good. It was pretty good 1 year ago, and just to track back the viewers to 1 year ago, of course, it was Wout van Aert who was the winner for Jumbo-Visma. The Belgian bridged across, at the time I thought seemingly using up a lot of energy, and we wondered, Brian Smith and I think it was in our coverage, whether he'd done too much. He was obviously in incredibly good form, and bridged across the group, but didn't really need to, because the group he was in of favourites then got on anyway, and he outsprinted Axel Laurence. That was Axel Laurence's big step up. I would suggest that actually it was that result last year when he was riding for B&B Hotels KTM, not just the fact that team then just disbanded after that, the end of the season, but also it really put him right in the shop window. And this year, of course, he's riding for Alpecin de Koenig and really proving his worth as a very much emerging sprinter as well, Axel Laurence. Alexander Kamp was third, the Danish rider for Trek Segafredo, and he is our best returner today because he's riding for Tudor Pro Cycling, a team who have been extremely active in the transfer market, really building a super team for next year. It won't be too long, I suspect, before we see them moving up to World Tour status. I'm pretty sure that's the goal. Alexander Kamp, therefore, is our best returner, and next best, Arnaud Delis, who was fourth last year. So, two big names to pick out there right at the beginning. Alexander Kamp, riding for Tudor Pro Cycling, last year's third-place finisher in that leading group of, 18 riders. Last rider to finish in that 18-rider group last year, Philippe Gilbert. Remember him? Closing out, getting close to the end of his racing career, Philippe Gilbert was in that leading group last year with a lot of names that are here this year, including Oliver Naesen, two-time winner of this race, of course. But Arnaud Delis, Alexander Kamp, I would say Delis, should he be in a good position come the finish, is a big, big threat today. But he's going to have to... He's got a lot of sprint competition. Should it come down to a sprint from a leading group, there is Mathieu van der Poel in those black and blue shorts with the rainbow fleshes to the edge of them, as Pippa pointed out. So breaking news, right up alongside Jasper Philipsen. Pippa, this is interesting, right? As we watch Alpecin de Koenig, they blocked the road. They allowed our two leaders, Aaron van der Beken and Alessandro Tonelli, to go clear. They allowed them to get 8 minutes. Are they really going to do this for 200k? And if they do, and they've got such an embarrassment of riches, is this about Mathieu van der Poel, or is it about the fastest sprinter in the world right now, Jasper Philipsen? What do you think?
I think it's more about Philipsen. If they can control this as long as possible and keep it so there aren't massive accelerations on every hill. So the longer they can do that for Philipsen, the better, because when it comes into that last 60 kilometres odd, it tends to get out of control. A lot of attacks. So the longer they can keep this steady, nice, comfortable pace for them, then the better it is for Philipsen. It's quite a strange sprint to try and control with that downhill and then the run up to the line. So you think you carry that massive speed like we see on these dips here, and it's the same kind of thing, except it's a massive road going to the finish. So you hit the bottom of the hill and you think you're going really fast, and then you start to die and die and die, and everybody gets a rush from behind. So it's not always one of those sprints where you lead out from the bottom.
No, in a way, it's a classic Breton finish as well. If we look at the other big Breton classics from this year, this is the biggest. This is the queen of the Breton classics, the Breton Classic in Plouay. West France, by the way, in case you're wondering, folks at home, is the newspaper. It's not necessarily descriptive of where this race is, although it is descriptive of where this race is, but it is a sponsored name. I'm glad to see, I hope we settle with the name Pippa Breton Classic now for at least another 30 years, because unlike the recent Renewey Tour, which seems to renew its name every year or 2 years, and it kind of goes with the sponsor, thankfully, this geographically makes sense, although it's focused on Plouay as it always has been. It is the Breton Classic. There's 3 other really big classics, though, for the men in Brittany, and this year, of course, they were the Route Adélie, won by Frédéric de Verniers. These shouldn't be spoiler alerts, by the way, because it's quite a while ago now, but these 3 races come quite close together, the Route Adélie, because it's a round of the Coupe de France, as is the Tour du Finistère, which was won by the extremely exciting young French sprint talent Paul Penouet of Groupama FDJ, who is in this race in a very strong Groupama team. We might come back to that in a minute. And then, of course, there's one of my favourite races of the year that I bang on about incessantly in my commentary here, and that, of course, is Trobro-Léon, the gravel road classics, the hell of the West, some call it, won this year by Giacomo Nizzolo. So you've got 3 very sprinty type winners there across those 3 Breton classics. Giacomo Nizzolo, a recognised classy bunch sprinter who's emerging into a different phase of his career, really, the Italian, riding for Israel Premier Tech and winning Trobro-Léon this year. Winning it, notably, ahead of Arnaud Delis, who seems to excel on these kind of terrains as well. Let's just, while we talk about the type of winner of this race, let's just go over some of the recent winners. Wout van Aert, we mentioned last year, starting out today in the Tour of Britain, trying to get his second win in that race, which Pippa has won, of course. Starting out on the outskirts of Manchester today. He was the winner 2 years ago, Wout van Aert, when he won the final stage up in Aberdeenshire, because I was there right alongside the finish line, calling him home in the rain, I seem to remember, ironically. 2 years ago, it was Benoît Cosnefroy. He is also here as one of our returning former winners. Michael Matthews was the winner in 2020. Sepp van Marke in 2019. Oliver Naesen has won this race twice, and he's here too. Won it in 2016 and 2018, but he's incredibly consistent. The most consistent rider in the Breton Classic that's in this field. He was 7th last year as well, despite his moderately advancing years at the age of 32. He's by no means passed it. But possibly not quite in the same kind of form he was in when he won this race in 2016 and 2018. Elia Viviani was the winner in 2017, Christophe in 2015, Sylvain Chavanel, Filippo Pozzato. So I guess, Pippa, what I'm asking is, and what I'm teeing up by that is, what kind of rider wins this race? Considering it's so hilly, it's a remarkably sprinty Palmares, that, isn't it, going down through the years?
I think if Peter Sagan was here, we'd say it was a Peter Sagan race, Michael Matthews kind of event. So the hills aren't long enough for it to really split. You take 10, 15 seconds on a hill, and then the others drag you back. And we saw that a lot last year with Wout van Aert. He was so strong he would ride the others off his wheel, and then they would just claw him back when he went over the top. And it's that kind of type of what I would call the kind of Belgian classic rider. That can do that 4-minute effort up a hill, really high power output, and then still capable of doing a really good sprint at the end. And you tend to see that the kind of larger riders do really well in this race. I know when it was the circuit race, and we always used to ride for the kind of one of our kind of strongest riders in the team. He was probably usually the fastest, but also capable of winning from a group of 10, 15 riders, and everybody used to be at kind of service of somebody like Gilberto Colaçao, that kind of rider, who's strong enough to win a classic in Belgium, but capable of getting over a reasonable hill in the front. It tends to be riders who are in really good form, because it's really difficult before to get to the circuit. So you have to have really good condition, and there's a lot of fighting for position later on when you get into this kind of not quite single track roads, but you are fighting for position later on, where there's a lot of twists and turns, and it's quite difficult to move up.
The words of Pippa York there. My name's Ches Cox, and we are edging towards an hour into our coverage of this race. 187k to go, and there we have them, now pegged at just over 5 minutes. So we've drilled down a couple of minutes there after Alpecin de Koning have now picked things up very gradually. Of course, they only need to be pedalling a few watts faster, a few watts higher than these two at the front, to just be slowly bringing this gap down. It's a very predictable breakaway of two of our second division team riders here, but as I say, there's a little bit of a gap of experience between them, because Alessandro Tonelli is a decent rider, been with Bardiani since 2015, and has one professional victory at this level, or certainly above 0.1 level in a stage of the Tour of Croatia. But he's a handy rider and a consistent rider as well. Rode the Giro this year, and has had a little bit of a gap since the Tour du Poitou-Charentes, because Green Project Bardiani CSF, Bardiani CSF as they've always been, well, they have a pretty well-developed programme. They don't miss out on too much either, that team. And he is their man of the breakaway. As I say, he's in there with the 22-year-old Aaron van der Beken, who is certainly a little bit newer to this. Here he is on the front for Bingo Wallonie-Bruxelles. He stepped up from the Lotto Soudal under-23 team last year. Didn't move into their senior elite team, if you like, and instead switched to Bingo Wallonie-Bruxelles. Finds himself in the breakaway here today. There were a couple of other riders who tried to get across to these two, including one of the Jaco Alula riders. I didn't actually see who it was. Didn't see who it was because he wasn't out there for long. I think it was Kellen O'Brien, the Aussie. But he was immediately chased as well. So seemingly some of those teams like Alpecin de Koning happy to let, dare I say it, while they're out of earshot, slightly lesser riders from smaller teams. Our second division teams go up the road, but no one else. And in a race of this distance, Pippa, that's going to be hard work for two riders together, isn't it?
Yes, these two have drawn the short straw. We saw, as you said, they took about a minute quite quickly. You know, it got shut down, and then there was a flurry of action from Cofidis. I think Bora tried as well. Arkea Samsic tried to get a rider, riders in across to make it a more sustainable group in front. Normally we see 5-6 riders in the front here, sometimes more, and it gets a bit hectic. But with just two riders and a team of 7 riders behind to chase, so you can put 3 riders up to just kind of control what's happening in the front. So for the two guys in the escape, it's going to be really difficult. They just know they're out there kind of advertising for the moment, and Alpecin de Koning are just going to control it for as long as they can.
Well, that's exactly what they're doing on the front. And at the moment, the slightly wider roads, they get a bit narrower, as Pippa mentioned, towards the end of this. We're getting into the most northerly part as well of our course, and actually is the hilliest part as well. When we reach the most northwesterly part of our course, having, as we have now, gone through Carré Fougères, they climb up to the Amaurik Natural Park. They're just, as you can see through the mottled light of these trees, riding through the edges of the Forêt de Hulgo. I think I'm saying that right, although in this part of the world, in Brittany, where they adapt different parts of the Breton language, I think it might be Goat, something like that. If you're listening and you know I'm wrong, you can probably just keep it to yourself, because I won't see it until afterwards, but don't slate me. I think it's Forêt de Hulgoat. Birthplace, so my research has told me, of many Celtic legends. Best known, though, for its enormous boulders which are within the forest. And I'm going to read this to you because I thought this was fascinating when I found it. Pippa, I beg you to find this interesting. Some people at home will, but some people at home won't. But I don't care. I'm going to read it out anyway. The enormous boulders, including one which is massive right in the middle of this forest that they're riding through the edge of right now, were apparently, according to legend, left when the giant known as Gargantua, which might be where the word comes from, I don't know, was passing through the region. He requested hospitality from the forest's inhabitants, furious when all he received was a buckwheat gruel. Sounds like standard rider's fare from back in the day, on a stage race maybe. He only got buckwheat gruel. He made his way to Leon, of course, Leon being the region of Leon, the historical region of Leon. And in revenge, he threw all the rocks he found on his way to the site of the current chaos. What a commotion, it says in our guidebook. Enormous boulders dropped by the giant Gargantua. There we go. That's my most frivolous and unnecessary fact of the day, but I did find it out, and they've just rolled through the very edges of that forest as well as they continue to head northward, headed in the direction of the Col de Trédudon, which is right on the edge of these Arrée Mountains to the north. They're going to encircle an enormous lake, not what they're seeing to the right now, but they go around the Lac de Brennelis as they turn southward, and they will then have, of course, a change of wind direction, which really doesn't seem to be affecting the race at all. They'll be blowing from their left as they work their way back southward toward Plouay. As a reminder, this race went southward last year, went right the way down to the seaside. It was actually beautiful, actually. It's got down to the Gulf of Morbihan, where it met the sea, and that was pretty picturesque and beautiful, but not as hilly as this route, which is giving them about 4,000 metres of elevation across the whole thing. Just over 5 minutes now. I'm just going to look up what the river was we saw off to the rider's right there. It was pretty beefy as well, with 183k to go. We converge a number of big rivers at this point, and they're just, as I say, going through Ulgoat as well. And I think it's the river Argent which flows into the Lac d'Ulgoat as well, which is off to the right hand side. In fact, it might have been the edge of said lac that they saw on their right hand side. There's also canals which cross between the various rivers which come down the valley that they're effectively riding down the middle of right now. Nobody else has touched the front so far. That's Senelesen, the Belgian rider for the Belgian Alpecin de Koning team. And then sat in behind him, Ineos Grenadiers. Their team's interesting for today, Pippa. Quite a few of them were riding in the Deutschland Tour, which I was commentating on last week, including Ethan Hayter. He didn't have to say do too much out there, hung around at the back as he often does, but looked like he could have been dangerous at some of the finishes and didn't quite show himself. Elia Viviani, of course, is a former winner of this race, and he actually comes in with pretty good form. He was third in the Bremer Cyclassics, also in Germany, of course, just in Hamburg just a couple of weekends ago. So this is an Elia Viviani who, by the looks of that result, seems to be finding a bit of form as well, the 34-year-old. They also have Michal Kwiatkowski and Pavel Sivakov. Sivakov, who I definitely know from last week in Germany, is not happy about being left out of the Vuelta team for Ineos Grenadiers, having spent a lot of the summer training at altitude. So he has good form, no doubt about that, Sivakov. He showed that in the Deutschland Tour last week. I wonder what their game plan will be today, though, Pippa, because they're very deliberately sitting their second team. It's almost I always think it's like a statement from a team, isn't it? Even though they're not contributing anything to the chase at the moment by Alpecin de Koning, just placing themselves there as a team with intent. What do you think their intent might be?
I think probably their intent is with Viviani and Ethan Hayter, to try and make sure they survive in the kind of skirmishes which we're going to see in the last couple of hours. As you were saying with Pavel Sivakov, not happy about being left out of the Vuelta team. I believe he's moving on next year, so it's one of those kind of political decisions that teams make, that not to let riders go and kind of take their points with them. So it can seem quite petty sometimes, and for certain riders, they'll get frustrated with that. And certainly this time of year, there's a lot of riders in that kind of position about, they're not happy with, or they're leaving their team, and they kind of get quite frustrated. But it tends to make them a lot more aggressive in the race. Most riders react, positively to kind of being excluded from certain races that they've targeted. So hopefully we'll see Sivakov kind of animate the race later. But
it's a funny time of year, this, isn't it, Pippa?
Yeah.
Something you'll have been through plenty of times, I'm sure, throughout your career, where you either know that you're moving on, or you know that you're staying within your team and others are moving on, so there's a chance to move up that pecking order a little bit more.
Or the worst case
an odd one.
Yeah, the worst case scenario is when you don't have a contract then you get to this time of year, and if you haven't, if say you've went to one of the Grand Tours and you've crashed and you've hurt yourself and you don't get a result, then you get to these races and you've come out of the Grand Tour, worn out probably, and you have to kind of remotivate yourself for these races, because we also have the arrival of all the stagiaires, so they come in fresh and lively and fully motivated to show what they can do, and then you have the riders slightly jaded, from doing the Grand Tours, who are not really bothered anymore, kind of riding to the end of the year, and then the guys who don't have a contract, it's very difficult for them, because they're slightly desperate, and everybody knows that they're without a contract. So you kind of take advantage of tactically of their almost desperation to stay employed. So there's a lot of kind of tactics and kind of personal ambition going on that you don't tend to see if it was, say, a classic in April.
Yeah, when you've still got the year to prove yourself and to achieve what you set out to do with the team. I saw an interesting stat this morning, Pippa, and it kind of illustrates what you're talking about. 57 of the 167 riders starting in this race have not announced their contract or who they'll be riding for next year. It doesn't necessarily mean that all 57 are without a contract, but it hasn't been announced yet formally. That's a lot, isn't it? 57 riders. And that's... Gosh, there's a lot of pressure for those places.
So that's roughly a third of the peloton here, that don't have aren't quite sure what's happening to them. And you can see that you might only have 10 races left, 10 days racing left, and it becomes pretty worrying if you're not good. The one advantage of it is that if you are in good form, the end of the year is not easier to get a result, but there are less people as desperate as they are in April. So, as you go through Paris-Nice and into the Belgian and the kind of Northern Classics, it's really, really competitive then. Whereas this time of year, you'll have a number of riders who are quite tired or who've got their result. But out of those 57, that I don't know how, maybe half of them will be thinking, "Oh, I wish I was in the break," or "I hope I'll get a good result."
I think that's reflected as well in the palmares of this race, the riders who've won it, because it has become known over the years as that opportunity for people who targeted the classics riders who hadn't got the big result in the spring, to make good. That was definitely the case for Benoit Cosnefroy in 2021, where he'd been so close. I think that was the year he was second at Amstel as well, and then came good here as well. Similar for Michael Matthews in 2020 as well, although those 2 years were upset, of course, by COVID. It was an opportunity at the end of the year for them to make good on things. Likewise, 2019, Sepp van Marke, Oliver Naassen as well in 2018, both in years when they weren't quite as good as they had been in the past in the Spring Classics, and then came good in this race, which is, it has the feel, particularly the roads, doesn't it, Pippa? It does. It's kind of, we've referenced the Spring Classics a fair bit already. We're looking at the this year's Paris-Roubaix winner, of course, in Mathieu van der Poel there, sitting fourth wheel for his team at the front. Although the weather here today doesn't feel like a Spring Classic, the roads do dip into a few of your likes of your Amstels and your Liège and races like that as well. You could imagine it in the hacking rain and the arm warmers of spring, couldn't you? or Scotland, any time of year.
I think most of the times that it's always been towards. I think before it was in I'm sure. Yeah, so it's always been September. I think at the very in the 80s there was a couple of times it was actually before the Tour de France, or maybe I'm thinking of Plumelec, but I've never done it in the rain, which is quite remarkable for Brittany, because normally you can see how green it is, and it does rain not as much as probably in Scotland, but it certainly rains here. But I can't ever remember seeing it, in those conditions as you describe, bouncing off the ground, like we've seen in Trobriand, that you see that in the rain, and it turns into a complete mud fest.
Yeah.
Plouay doesn't it? It's usually kind of 20 odd degrees and fairly pleasant race. Well, pleasant in terms of the environment, not pleasant in terms of after 200 kilometers you tend to be very tired on this type of road.
Yeah, you would hope so, wouldn't you? They're out of the forest now, the Forêt de Hulgoat, I hope you enjoyed my fact. We're rolling into the Amaurik Natural Park to the north now. So we got a little bit of open space now, a bit more daylight and sunlight on the riders before they go into another couple of forests off the back of that as well, descending away from it too. But this is the topographical high point they're climbing up to of the day. The heady height, the high altitude of 357 meters above sea level. Actually, I shouldn't make fun of it because it is constantly up and down all day, and this, as Pippa knows better than anyone, is a brutally hard race when you take into account those constant ups and downs as well. We talk about riders coming towards the end of contracts, thinking about what they're doing next year. We definitely have at least two, if not more, in here of two of our biggest riders, certainly classics-wise, who are, of course, calling it a day at the end of the season. Now, I need to get my head around this because somebody didn't start from our start list today, Pippa, and I'm wondering whether you've got any intel on this, because I've got Peter Sagan down as riding, leading the Total Energies team. So I don't know whether he didn't start. We might have to keep a little bit of an eye on that, the former three-time world champ.
I haven't seen him. Normally the camera will go and pick him up because he'd be if he's not that motivated, he'd be clowning about. But he's one of those really big names, so you tend to find that at some point in the race they're going to focus on him.
We will keep an eye on that one. Of course, the other one is Golden Greg. I don't know why. Off the top of my head, I was thinking he was a former winner of this race. He's not. That was Oliver Nason, of course, his teammate. But he has been 6th and 7th in this race, and look how far apart. He was 7th in 2008 and 6th 11 years later in 2019 as well. This is definitely Greg van Avermaet's last year of racing, and he's been a really, really, really popular rider as well, the Belgian. For Peter Sagan, it's really just the end of his road career before he focuses on mountain biking and tries to get a place in the Olympics in Paris, of course, next year. So entering a different phase of his career, but very definitely at the end of his road career as well. I guess, Pippa, for both of them, as we look at the current world champion, Mathieu van der Poel, when we talk about a former 3-time world champion, Peter Sagan, and then, of course, Greg van Avermaet, obviously, I've never had this conversation with you before, Pippa, so I'll put it to you and see what you think. Is there something, because look, Peter Sagan's in this race, and in amongst it, in the previews to this race, it may well have been missed. And boy, should it not be, because he's one of the most important riders in the last, 15 years of professional cycling. A 3-time world champion. He's won everything out there. He's won, I don't know how many green jerseys at the Tour de France. He's an enormous rider. Can you hang on too long and start to become an also-ran, is my question. I think I know the answer, but I thought I'd just put it to you. So I don't have to say it.
I remember this quite some...
you know what I mean?
I remember Sean Kelly trying to answer this question. Can you go on too long? Yeah. I think it depends on the rider. If you're a Peter Sagan, it was 7. I think it's 7 green jerseys at Tour de France. Yeah. 3 world championships. When you have that, when you've reached that level, you've been world number 1. It's very hard to continue and turn into that kind of rider who's just there and just going round, because everybody expects a big performance. Whereas if you're a kind of normal rider, and say you're 10 years into your career and you're not going to go any further, it's easier for that type of rider to become almost anonymous. Whereas if you've been a big name and you've been in the, say you've been in the top 3 in the world rankings, it's very difficult for those riders to go through a race without being noticed in the front. And I imagine in terms of their kind of own personal ego and ambition, it must be quite difficult, because even if I look at my own case, you can feel it coming, and you can feel when you're no longer, you can participate in a race and still have a certain amount of influence, but it's not at the same moments, and it's not with the same kind of intensity, and you don't get the same feedback and enjoyment from it. You still get enough enjoyment to do the training and to go through the kind of motions of being a professional bike rider, but it's you realise that your end is coming, and I imagine it's, unless you're somebody, for example, like Bernardino, who says, right, I'm going to stop, at the age of 32 or whatever he stopped at, and then that's it. for somebody who wants to kind of continue because they actually still enjoy the competitions, but they're no longer that competitive. And for them, it's quite difficult. And as we see for Peter Sagan, I think there's a lot of sympathy for him, not being in the front of the races and kind of going round and waving to the crowd. And maybe, he gets a certain level of satisfaction from that, otherwise he wouldn't do it. But certainly as a commentator, commentating on the race, for us it's quite difficult to see a rider of that level no longer being in the front of the races.
Yeah. I think the other thing to say, and I'm happy to say this, Pippa, is that you could say he's just grown up. He's grown older, he's become more mature. He doesn't need to play around as much. But such was his fantastic Cipollini-esque clowning around and the joking, and at times as we all know, there was one occasion where it maybe went a little bit too far, but he was always engaging, funny. He was always the interview that you're looking forward to hearing, seeing, taking. But of course, those were all at times when he was winning an awful lot more, and that would happen to anyone. That's not me making a comment on it, really. I'm just saying there's been a change in him in that time as well. I think it's probably quite hard to keep that going, that level of playing the Joker and doing all the different. You can only do so many different kinds of celebrations, the Hulk and all the other ones that we saw from him. There comes a point where you probably got to level out the amount of which he was winning, of course. Anyway, we're looking down on Christophe Laporte. Of course, they are the leading team. He wears the number 1 because Wout van Aert was the winner last year. Wout van Aert not here, as I said, starting in the Tour of Britain today in Altrincham, racing in a big circle, I think, back to Manchester. But Christophe Laporte will be one of the big favourites today because he fits perfectly, doesn't he, that mould, Pippa, that you were talking about, of the very strong sprinter, all-round classics rider who can cope with the attritional nature of this course. He's going to be a big favourite.
He does, he's that type of rider who's fast enough from a reduced bunch. So for him it'll be a target. I don't know if he's going to ride in the same way that we saw Van Aert riding last year. Van Aert, I think, was in a group of about 40 and he was covering all the attacks. That's not what kind of rider that Christophe Laporte. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have that capacity to do it. So I think the jump of his team that's here is stronger than the one that they sent last year.
Yep. Yeah, for sure. They have Christophe Laporte racing in the first time since he DNF'd in those World Championships, riding for France, of course. Now, a DNF in the World Championships, as we both know, doesn't mean anything because he's there to do a job. But that was his only ride since the Tour de France as well, Laporte. So his form, like quite a lot of these riders, Mathieu van der Poel included, sitting third wheel there, a bit of an unknown. But he is in a strong team, as Pippa says, along with Tej Benoot, who has to be considered. Another potential favourite, second in this race in 2019. Both Van Dijk brothers are here, the twins. Koen Bouwman as well, Sam Oomen, and Tosh van der Sande as well. So strong climbers in there to do those kind of things that people was talking about, putting riders on the front and setting a good, useful tempo, just like Alpecin de Koning are here. Should we read anything, Pippa, into the fact that the world champion Van der Poel is so far up his string of riders? Again, I'm answering my own question. Jasper Philipsen's at the back.
I think
what's going on there then?
I think we're seeing that Mathieu van der Poel is going to be. I think when we first saw him, he'd been back to get some bottles. So I think the hierarchy is kind of established there.
Well, we will see in 170 kilometres time as they come in towards the finish. We'll look back on all this early pace setting by Alpecin de Koning and see if it is for good reason. Certainly, Jasper Philipsen, we must not. I mean, I said it at the beginning of the show, and I think there's very few people that would disagree. Pippa, I'd challenge anyone to argue with me on this. The best sprinter in the world right now. However, he's not just a sprinter, is he? He is a wonderful all-round classic star. Let's not forget the way that he won Brugge de Panne this year from the breakaway, having bridged across to it by himself in unbelievable crosswinds and hammering rain in de Panne. And then, of course, let's remember that he came second at Paris-Roubaix. He is so much more than just the world's best road sprinter right now, isn't he?
Yeah, I think people tend to forget that the sprinters are also just bike riders. To go to, after something like today, after 250 kilometres, and be capable of producing a massive sprint and holding position going into that, you have to be a really strong person. It's just not just a case of being fast for those last couple of minutes and holding position. You have to be strong enough to survive up until then, and then still have the capability of doing that. And most of the sprinters, they can go in the break and ride. We quite often at the start of the year, when the races became more kind of, they were regarded as, there were still races, but they were more kind of for training and sharpening up your speed. We would see sprinters going in the breaks.
So these two persist out front, as of course they will do until the very point they're caught. That is, if they're caught. I always say we must never just assume things. Anything could happen. The most likely thing is they'll be caught somewhere on the way back southward, back in the direction of our Plouay circuit. We kind of can bookend the race by, they get close to the edge of Plouay with 20k to go. Then they have a kind of another northerly loop that takes them into the final 12-kilometre finishing circuit that Pippa and I both said we would much rather they were doing at least 2 or 3 more laps of. But there we go. They're not. They're just doing the one lap of that final circuit. So it's going to mean getting riders, getting the teams getting organised and getting their chosen finisher into the right position, absolutely critical. The thing is, the history of this race points to a slightly larger leading group of fast finishers coming towards the finish. It's unlikely to be a big bunch. And we've already seen groups dripping off the back of the peloton already on some of these undulations, and that will continue throughout the whole day as well. Let's look through this field as we look at it. Alpecin de Koning, Mathieu van der Poel, Jasper Philipsen at the front. A few less maybe now of the Ineos Grenadiers there, and then we have Lidl Trek. Now, Lidl Trek, there's an interesting one, Pippa, bearing in mind that they've been there consistently as the 3rd or 4th team at the front there. As regular viewers will know, I'm very handy with a highlighter pen. I tend to use yellow on my start list for big favourites, and the longer the yellow line is, the more of a big favourite they are. So the likes of a Christophe Laporte. Biniam Girmay has a slightly shorter yellow line in other teams. Ben Healy has a medium length line as well. Alex Arambaru's in good form, so he's got a nice tick. Julien Alaphilippe also about half a line. I could roll through these names. Mathieu van der Poel has a full line because you just never rule him out of anything. As we look at the actual geographical high point of our course, we'll come back to that. That's the Col du Trédudon, which they roll over. And it does look like a decent high point from there as well. Anyway, coming back to Lidl Trek and my highlighter pens. I also use green for look out for them if it comes down to a sprint finish. Where are they? And I've highlighted Marc Ristenga, their Spanish sprinter, and Thibaut Nace, who this will be one of the longest, I suspect, races of his very young career at the age of 20, Thibaut Nace. But other than those two, I'm a little bit stumped as to what the Lidl Trek game plan might be today. And the fact that they're placing riders up there suggests they might have a game plan. Any thoughts?
I'd imagine they're going to just try and cover the moves. So, once we start heading south again. So this is the furthest point north almost, I think. And then once we start heading back towards Plouay, but there's still 160 kilometres before that, so it's a long day. Dan Hole and Antoine Tolhoek to go on the breaks, and then they leave Thibaut Nace to try and do the sprint at the end. Dario Cataldo, those are the kind of riders that they put on the front to close gaps normally. They're not that fast, so they have a kind of strange line-up here. Probably, I wouldn't. So Dario Cataldo's got the number 1 in the team, but I think they've just done it, almost alphabetically, because you would say that Thibaut Nace has got a better chance on this type of parkour than anybody else from that team.
Which is a lot of pressure on the shoulder of a 20-year-old, isn't it? Despite how illustrious his kind of family history is and all the rest of it. At the age of 20, if you're considered the best bet for your team in a World Tour race as well, not only does it show how good he is, but there's a bit of pressure, isn't there? Maybe this is the time of year to pour the pressure on, though, and see how he boils.
Yeah, would it have made sense to send him to the Tour of Britain instead? You know, probably. I don't know. You'd have to look at his training files and see how how fresh he was. Quite often, if they're going building up for the next year, where he's going to start a Grand Tour, then they'll kind of ease off the level of racing that they do going into the winter, and then they'll step up a whole new kind of level of base training. But you can see from the height that they're out here, you can just see over most of Brittany from up here. So really beautiful outlook, especially on a day like today where it's not too windy and 25, 26 degrees. So a lovely day out.
Very nice. It's often been mentioned, and this I guess goes back to the history of how Brittany was named. How dare I say it, English parts of Brittany, British parts of Brittany are as well. I think
Anglo is the word.
Anglo, that's the badging, yeah. And talking of badgers, we'll come back to that bronze statue we saw earlier, because I'm pretty certain it was Bernardino, but we'll park that there for a second. I think it was Connor Swift who said when he won Trobro Leon that actually he felt all day long that he was just riding through parts of Yorkshire, being a Yorkshireman, of course. And looking down this now, you could definitely say this was like the Yorkshire Dales as they go over that high point now, the most northerly part of the course. I should also, tagging on to my usual wildlife chit-chat and banter, give you a little bit of a European wolf update. Yes, European wolf update. Viewers will remember that it was this race last year that I broke it to some of you if you weren't aware, that European wolves have been recolonising not just the south of France but the north of France as well. For the about just over a year ago, for the first time in 109 years, a European wolf, wild European wolf, was caught by a camera trap in this very part, just within I believe, from what I can tell, just a few kilometres from here as well, in the Amaury Natural Park. And since then, more have been caught in camera traps as well. Now, it could be the same wolf. I've seen some conflicting reports about suspected breeding and what have you, but be under no doubt, there are European wolves colonising this part of Brittany, and they seem very keen on Finistère itself. What did I read about? Let me find this, because I have some wolf stats here, people. Bear with me. I know you are riveted in my wolf stattery. Where's it gone? I've lost. Here we go. Over the course since last year's race, because I found the stats on this. Since last year's race, there have been 57 confirmed. Yeah, this wording's a bit odd, isn't it? Confirmed suspected wolf killings of livestock and animals. So that means livestock that's been found with bites in it that are way too big to be a fox. 57 recorded as well, just since this time last year as well. So European wolves on the move. Won't be too long before one of them nips on the Eurotunnel, I suspect, or gets on a ferry of some kind and finds its way in Dover. Expect to see wolves. See, it sounds like I'm joking. I'm not. I'm actually being serious. Somehow or other, they'll find their way across. There'll be a wolf joining a ferry crossing boat, and before you know it, proliferating parts of the southeast of England. I see it happening.
I was just thinking, if there's one wolf, there's going to be more than there's going to be a couple.
You would think so.
You would imagine it hasn't come on its holidays on its own.
With its little knapsack over its shoulder.
I know they had them in the Pyrenees. So
yep.
For a good while they were kind of reintroduced from Spain.
Yep.
They had disappeared from there for a while, the same way that bears had disappeared. I don't think we're going to get bears this far north, but I think we kind of tend to forget in the UK that Europe has a lot of large animals kind of roaming about, so you get those wild boar
Yep.
almost everywhere in France.
Oh yeah.
You certainly get them here, and if there's wolves, that quite scary if you go training on your own. But I imagine they're more scared of humans at the moment because there's not that many of them. But good to see.
Thank you for indulging my animal chat. But you've already been far kinder to me than most of my co-commentators who normally laugh and then say, "Can we get on with the cycling now?" I won't name any names, but we've had a nice shot there looking into the peloton. Saw Irish champion Ben Healy being moved up. In fact, we saw a couple of national champions there, didn't we? Ben Healy in his Irish national champions kit for EF Education Easy Post after this incredible year that he's had this year, Healy. Not just becoming Irish national champion again, of course, but also 4th at Liège, 2nd at Amstel Gold, 2nd at Brabant-Sepale as well, and a Giro stage winner too. Quite the step up in career this year for the popular Irishman, still only 22 years of age, Ben Healy as well. We also saw, as we looked in through that peloton, the colours of the French national champion, Valentin Madois, complete in traditional Groupama FDG kit, just completely plain national champions jersey for Valentin Madois on top of the Groupama FDG shorts as well. So that was two teams moving up. Jumbo-Visma moving up by the looks of it as well. Noticed both the Van Dijk is in there and Tej Benoot also, just paying a little bit more attention to the front. The boys in yellow.
So Tej Benoot is one of those riders that, he's going to kind of go past. Nobody's going to really be looking at him and thinking of whereas, this type of race, quite often the break goes in the last 30 kilometres, and he's the type of rider that infiltrates any kind of escapes and is fast enough to win or a win on his own. He's won Strada Bianchi, and it's a similar type of rider that wins here.
He's also very good with a late downhill sprint, if I remember correctly. I think I might have commentated on certainly one of his first pro wins, and it was at the Tour of Denmark. He was in a leading group, similar kind of leading group you might expect to see here, and attacked very late on, just on a little downhill rise. And of course we have a downhill rise just coming into the finish in Plouay, of course. These are shots, of course, that we didn't see in last year's 86th edition of the Bretagne Classic. As we went southward, around about this part, we were already seeing lots of shots of the sea, looking over the Gulf of Morbihan. Having gone northwards this time, much more back in the direction of Trobreau-Léon countryside, actually. These are quite unusual shots, really. Looking across the top of the Amérique Natural Park. Big open exposed plains and rolling hills, rocky outcrops at the top for the high point of our course. It's a little bit less hilly on the way back down the other side, but there are some steeper climbs as well, some that go in excess of 10%, and we have also got some Ribinu as well. We have a gravel sector as well, which is only about 1 kilometre long as well, but I think it's almost, dare I say it, Pippa, I think it might be the organisers clinging on to what they wanted to do with this race. The riders protested about it last year and saying, OK, well, you allowed us to have one sector last year. We're going to do it every year now. We'll just find one, chuck it in somewhere. I guess the riders in protesting against that last year had a point that I can understand, that you either go down the full Trobreau-Léon route or you do what happened with Paris Tour, where we say, well, actually, now we're going to make it so that the farm tracks are all, that's the Breton flag as we look at it, I believe.
Yep.
They're either all going to be, there's going to be tons of gravel sectors or none. Don't just chuck in one or two here that could really upset people's races. I can understand that. As an ex-pro, what's your thoughts on that?
I don't like to see gravel in a road race. I think it's one of those, if it's going to be something like Strada Bianchi and Trobreau-Léon, where you have those sectors and you know how to prepare for it, but the guys are riding here to standard road bike setup. Do you really want to risk your skin, skidding along on gravel? I think last year, we saw a couple of riders just crash out on some of those sectors at the entrance to them, where it's the sand has been kicked onto the road. So I can see why it's done, because it looks spectacular on television, but as a competitor, I can't imagine there's many riders looking forward to that kind of thing, because it doesn't. The difference isn't made there unless there's a mechanical or some kind of crash or incident. So it's more of an obstacle than something to that physically you can't handle. So most of the riders here, they can ride fast over a dirt road, but not everybody has the skill level to deal with that.
No, it seems to be a much more straightforward race this year in particular. And there's actually slightly less of the very narrow roads that we've had as we approach the coastline going southward in Morbihan, going entirely in Morbihan last year. These Finistère roads, much more like what we're looking at now, slightly wider, 2 carriageways, one each direction, and rolling quite smooth roads as well. I know, Pippa, you mentioned how heavy the roads can be in this part. I think, oh, well, you've raced here, so these don't look too bad so far. I know it's really hard to tell, and we mentioned the Tour of Britain starting this week. One of the things that all the pros seem to say, remark about, is how heavy the roads seem to be in Britain. What does that actually mean for someone who's never raced a bike? What does that mean?
So this could get quite technical.
Go for it.
In terms of road surface, in the UK they put a lot of stone into the tarmac. So in terms of durability, it lasts longer. However, when the tarmac kind of wears out between the bits of stone, it becomes really rough, and you get the same kind of surfaces in Brittany and in the north of France, where it's rarely really nice smooth tarmac, which you see in countries like Spain, like Italy, but especially like Switzerland, where it's a really nice surface, and they have the budget to resurface the road. And if it's a nice smooth tarmac, then it rides really nicely, and it's fast, and it's comfortable. Whereas when it's got a lot of stone mixed in with the tarmac, it's rough, and because it's then it becomes uncomfortable. Once it's worn out, it lasts longer in terms of budgetary thoughts, but to race on, it's not great. And the way you can tell normally that it's going to be a half decent road in Europe is if there's a white line down the middle, like we see here. Whereas later on, when it becomes a kind of half the width of the road here, it'll be white lines maybe on the outside of each side and no white line down the middle. And then usually those roads can be rougher, but as long as they run it on a kind of main road like here, this should be a half decent surface. We haven't seen too many potholes. You'll only get that kind of bits of dug up road when we come into a village or into a major town.
Pippa, I'm listening to you, but I can see Peter Sagan. He's on the right hand side of our screen, just in front of that gentleman who's standing out trying to knock someone off with his camera. He's in that. I think his Total Energies helmet might have something of the World Champs colours about it as well, because of course he still has those World Champion stripes on his sleeves, but he's definitely there. He was about 30th back from the front on the right hand side, just moving up alongside Ion Izagirre, the Cofidis man as well. Another very experienced professional entering the latter stages of his career as well. Peter Sagan just should be coming to shot right about now, top left, in amongst all those red jerseys of Arkea Samsic, who of course have Laurent Barguil, the Breton rider who is destined to win this race maybe one day. I'm just looking through my stats. I'm trying to see how he's done this in the past. I'll look that one up. He certainly hasn't won it, but he does have the makeup, Warren Barguil, to be in the mix at least, and then out-sprinted by a really good sprinter, because he is a fast finisher who will survive a course nicely like this. The trouble is, of course, it might come down to who he's up against when it comes to the finish. If he's up against an Arnaud Delis, he's going to have to sprint really well to beat him, and I just can't see that happening. But he is one of those Breton riders. Just going back to the very fine-looking bronze-like, certainly metal statues that Pippa and I have very naughtily talked over, because we were looking at them. I think the cameraman, or camera operator, I should say, had stopped deliberately to get those shots, and it looked to me like Bernard Hinault being chased in an edition of Paris-Roubaix, it looked like. And Pippa, did you notice it?
I did notice it, and it certainly was Bernard Hinault in that typical, how can I say, a snarl of that he would have. He that really aggressive, I'm going to, knock lumps out of you guys just because I can, and I'm probably going to enjoy it as well. So it was that typical pose that we would see. Quite often he talked about Paris-Roubaix being a kind of Mickey Mouse race and being hateful, and he was going to win it just because he could, but he hated it. He quite often had that attitude, to motivate himself, that he would be really aggressive to everybody. Quite intimidating sometimes until you got used to it.
I'd have thought he'd have no problem were he to come across a wild European wolf in Britain, even now in actual fact, because no one messes with him on the podiums where he's up there either. I reckon he'd probably just snap the wolf in half and stick one half in each pocket, and ride on, just gnawing on it as he goes. Something like that. He is, of course, one of a long line of very successful professional riders to come from Brittany. In amongst them, of course, Lucien Petit-Breton himself, Jean Robic, the Bobet brothers, the Madio brothers, of course, including Marc Madio, and as I mentioned, Laurent Barguil as well. In a way, Brittany is to France, Bretagne is to France what the Basque Country is to Spain, isn't it? And not just in the way that it has its own flag and it has its own language and autonomous sense as well, both kind of emotionally and politically, but also in that people, it has the same effect, I think, on cycling fans, is that in that people love watching the Bretagne races and they love watching the Basque races and all the things we've spoken about, Pippa, I guess, in terms of the terrain, the narrow roads, the gnarly nature of some of it, and you could find yourself talking about, even though they're a long way apart, you could find yourself talking about both places in a very similar way, in the way the fans see them.
Yeah, and it's I think you mentioned it earlier, it's got that feel of kind of Yorkshire about it, that same kind of fanaticism. Not quite as fanatical as something like Flanders in Belgium, but there's certainly a whole kind of hierarchy of races which happen here, and a tradition of riders, being hard and kind of shaped by the environment and the landscapes that you see here, and it produces a very kind of typical Breton rider. That kind of, the weather doesn't stop me, the wind, is it windy? I don't really notice if it's cold and horrible, which kind of is personified by Hino and even the Madio brothers. Madio is that type of rider that horrible conditions and everybody's thinking, oh, this is, I wish we weren't doing this, and Marc Madio would be thinking, oh, this is okay, it's not that bad, I've seen worse. And it's like Basque Country, like Yorkshire, that kind of, it has a hardness to it which is can be quite intimidating.
Yeah, I think you're right. As we look at these shots as well, that is definitely infused by the landscape around it. In a way that you mentioned Flanders and the way the fans feel about Flanders, I still think some of that is more cultural than influenced by the landscape, like this is. No doubting, of course, how hard the Tour of Flanders is in its parcours, but also there's something about this landscape, its connection with farming as well. This is the biggest milk-producing area in France. And we think then of the livestock farming as well. The little piglet awarded to the best Breton rider. That looks like a mountain bike trail going down there, if I'm not mistaken. Looking at those little berms and things. Might not be. Could just be a goat track. But looks like we might have some nice trails up here. They do look like mountain bike trails as well, if I'm not mistaken, or walking trails. Very nice. Once the peloton is around that corner and descending off the Col du Trédudon, which we are just going over the top of now, and the Col de Trévezel, which is the second little peak that you can just see in the distance there. It'll be the last of these kind of shots before they start to descend down and then climb back up again through the other edge of the Huguet forest going southward. Then it's the long track all the way southward to take us down to, as I say, about 30k to go, where we get onto the edges of Plouay and then start to round back on ourselves to start that final circuit. That's a long, long way off now. If you have just recently joined us, my name's Jez Cox, and I have with me Pippa York, and we are watching just two riders out front. They have just over 4 minutes. They did have 5.5 minutes. They were gladly allowed free rein by Alpecin-Deceuninck here to go clear and do their own thing. And those two riders are the 31-year-old Italian Alessandro Tonelli of Green Project Bardiani's CSF Faesane. I think that's the team with the longest name, or it may not be at the moment, in the upper two echelons of world cycling. And he's in company of Aaron van der Beken, the Bingo Wallonie-Bruxelles team rider, the youngster, 22 years of age, from Horebeke in Belgium, yet to get himself a professional victory, riding quite a lot, as quite a lot of those young bingo riders do, riding quite a lot at national level in Belgium this year, and getting an opportunity to ride some tours with them as well this year. He rode the Boucle de la Mayenne, which I think I was on comms for, back in May, and then since then he's ridden the Tour of Slovenia, the Tour of Austria, in June, and then he rode the Czech Tour in July. So pretty much one 4 or 5 or 6 day stage race each month since then. And this summer, while the Tour de France and the World Champs has been on, he's been riding national races in Belgium. Of course, the standard of those national races, as you'll know, Pippa, is incredibly high anyway, even though they're considered elite national races. The standard, particularly in Belgium, will often be as high as a Pro Series race easily with the riders that are there. And that's what he's been up to. Those two are out front. They now have under 4 minutes, and they're on their way southward, riding down to the classic Plouay finishing circuit. The only thing that really mimics anything that happened in last year's Bretagne Classic, except perhaps, as Pippa and I have been mentioning, the expected outcome or the expected end game of this race, where in both our estimations, I think we're going to be served up a quality leading group who might well go to sprint this out. Of course, anything can happen other than that, but that's certainly what history points towards. Just looking down on the peloton now, seeing a few more of the Astana jerseys moving up. Gleb Syriza, their Russian strongman, was leading up a string of light blue Astana jerseys, and also the pink of EF Education Easy Post. We saw Ben Healy moving up. Of course, we mustn't forget they have Alberto Bettiol, their Italian rider, who was second in this race way back in 2016, actually, the 29-year-old, so quite early on in his career. He's another of those riders, Pippa, and maybe I'll chuck this in, that if we include, say, Ben Healy in that bracket as well. Ben Healy, Alberto Bettiol, dare I say it, maybe Tej Benoot, riders like that, who are destined to, if they rode this race every year, be top teners every year and yet never win it.
Yes, so for somebody like Ben Healy, he not quite fast enough in the end, and it's not quite Healy enough for him to survive. For Tej Benoot, yeah, he's definitely one of those riders who finish in the top 10 every year.
This is the beautiful Lac de Brennelis. Oh, I'm glad I've got that right in my stats. I actually said that just as it popped up. So for once, I'm actually right. As I saw the graphic coming up, I thought, oh no, it's going to be something else. No, it is the Lac de Brennelis. It's enormous, in actual fact. And it looks, from where we are, absolutely glass flat, doesn't it? Look at that. Maybe it's the sunlight. There's a little bit of chop on it. But my newfound, rarely practiced sport of paddleboarding, Pippa. I've discovered paddleboarding about 2 years ago, and I only don't really get a chance to go very often, but that looks absolutely perfect for just a lovely cruise across on the paddleboard. Absolutely perfect.
So can I ask where you go paddleboarding?
Well, do you know, shall I tell you where? Occasionally I do it on the sea, although I'm a bit of a scaredy cat, so I don't like a wave. I do it on the canal. No, because I live in England. I live just northwest of London, and we've got enormous canal network stretching north, and the canals are absolutely perfect as we watch a very big bird taking off. Could have just been a grey heron, but anyway, right along the water. Yeah, the canals, absolutely perfect. In actual fact, when I was staying in Glasgow for the World Championships, I was there for about 12 days. I kept running. I was going running every morning northwards, up along the canal, out towards the clay pits. You'll know where I mean, right? Going northward up the canal, out of Glasgow, northwestward. Didn't see a single person on a paddleboard, and the whole time I was there, all I was thinking, I don't want to be running. I want to be kneeling or standing up, just punting along on my paddleboard. Absolutely perfect for it.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody paddleboarding on a canal in Glasgow.
Oh, perfect.
I
don't know whether you're allowed to, Pippa. I might be announcing it here. You might not be allowed to, but I'd gladly be chased by someone trying to stop me.
I saw paddleboarding when I was at the coast last weekend. People in the sea were doing it, and as you say, luckily it was that day was a very calm day, so they were quite far out. Normally they don't go very far out because the waves get bigger and bigger as you go out. So yeah, I can understand your kind of reluctance to go too far from the coast, just in case you kind of fall off. I imagine are you actually attached to the board?
Oh yeah, you've got a little. It's like a surfboard, although I would never go near a surfboard. You've got a strap around your ankle, and it kind of. I was going to call it a tourniquet. It's not a tourniquet, is it? It's like an umbilical. I think it might be called that in actual fact. It's literally like a kind of coily cord which attaches you to the board. But I share a secret with you, just us, because of course no one else is listening. They're all watching the Vuelta, so I share this with you. I've been doing it for 2 years, I've never yet fallen off. Not once.
if you're not
And
trying.
I laugh in the face of fate, so I don't mind that. But I've never yet fallen off, so I've never had to test. All this time I've had that cord attached to my ankle. I've never had to use it. It'll happen.
So that's commentator's curse for you. I wrote, as you mentioned, I wrote an article for one of the online websites saying that Geraint Thomas had fallen off once at the Vuelta, and hopefully that was his. You always fall off at least once in a Grand Tour. It's just the way it is, and hopefully that was Geraint's only crash of the Vuelta. And yesterday he fell off twice, or the day before. So
that's your fault then, surely.
You can blame me for that one.
Yeah, it's not gone entirely his way, but he is in there still in what is proving to be a fascinating Vuelta. Today's stage, possibly not quite as crazy as yesterday's stage, but he's still got a big final climb, haven't they, up to the Caravaca de la Cruz today, in excess, I think at its steepest part, just over 10% as well. Rest day tomorrow, so kind of in a way, I don't know, Pippa, we shouldn't really talk too much about the Vuelta, and no spoilers, but it's happening right now, I guess. But whenever you've got a Sunday before a rest day, there's an opportunity, isn't there? Just push it a little bit more, isn't there?
Yeah, and for certain riders, it's a rest day, and then it's a time trial, so that's 2 rest days. So for the kind of rider who wants to go on the break, that's 2 days off. So they're going to throw themselves at a horizon today in a stage race, and you kind of target those days. You can see a slight fight for position here, and just because we're going to turn off this main road and onto that, the roads will suddenly going to become half the width that it is at the moment. So a little bit of pressure on the peloton just in case anything happens, that kind of usual be at the front just in case something happens. And generally the fight's that crazy that everybody's worn out just by fighting for position and nothing happens.
The peloton here is riding out of Brasbar, and they're going to go east. It's the most westerly part of the course in actual fact. They now should be turning into a bit of a headwind as well, so I don't know also whether they're getting any intel about wind changing directions, but you're absolutely right to spot it, Pippa, as the road is narrowing on this downhill sector. They're not too long before they stop descending and head into a little bit of a valley as well, but there's definitely, as you say, a
little bit of a
bit less banter going on, isn't there? A bit of panic and a bit less banter as well.
Yeah, suddenly their ears are throbbing from the director of sport, who's saying, right, onto the road's going to become half the size that it is. You need to be in the front just for this section.
Well, of course, that's chipped away a little bit more at the time of these two, Tonelli and Van der Beken. They now have 3.5 minutes, let's call it, at the moment, just over 3.5 minutes. And they've continued to work well together, seem to be swapping turns nicely as well. I certainly haven't noticed necessarily one doing more than the other, Pippa. I don't know if you have. Seem to be fairly even.
No, and then having been in that situation where there's only 2 of you and you're 120 kilometres from the finish, you're kind of wondering, right, what am I going to get out of this? And you almost take it as a kind of long training ride, because you know that the peloton's just kind of playing with you. So you kind of use it to kind of sharpen up your form slightly. You're not going to ride this hard in training on your own, so the fact that there's 2 of you allows you to kind of extend yourself even more.
That is interesting that you say that, because we had a chat just before we came on air, and you said something that I think in commentary over the last few years we've kind of stopped saying, because it's now just completely accepted that there is, and you used these words, I think, Pippa, there is no such thing as a training race anymore. But and I think when you say that, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you're talking about the big hitters using races as training races. But what are you suggesting, that for riders like these 2 here, it can still be very useful training? It is all training, isn't it? But do you know what I mean?
For them, it's going to be, they've found themselves in the front, and it's going to be a day out where they put out that much work. But it's going to be one of the few days of the year where they go that deep. So for them, it does become a training day. But for the riders who are actually trying to realise that they can win this race, it's a very different kind of prospect now that the World Championships is over. Whereas before, this would be one of the kind of prep races heading into the Worlds, and you could kind of use this as not as a training race, but just to see where your form was and which parts you have to kind of sharpen up.
Yeah, of course, that World Championship now at a completely different time of year. It would, as you say, be an ideal opportunity. Possibly, I seem to remember from last year, it's far enough out as well for this race to have a bit of an influence on selections for World Champs as well. So, very different feel to it this year. If anything, maybe just freeing up the race a little bit more to stand all by itself. It's the penultimate men's World Tour race of the European season. Of course, it's the last one before we go to the Grand Prix Montreal and Quebec as well, or Montreal and Quebec, of course. So close to the end. Of course, after that, that final European World Tour race is in Lombardia, set for the 7th of October. October? I've Italianified that. Oh. Lombardia in October. Deary me, it's been a long season. That's the last European round. There's, of course, the Tour of Guangxi after that in China in the middle of October. But this is the penultimate European round. And I should have said this at the top of the broadcast, actually, round 17 of 20 in the one-day races of the World Tour. And that tees up nicely as we watch this gap just over 3 minutes, Pippa, for me to ask you, I guess, what your take... We're in year one of a 3-year cycle of UCI points. Maybe we'll park the UCI points thing and come back to that conversation in 2 years' time. But in terms of the World Tour, I'm old enough, as you are as well, of course, to remember a time when there was a World Cup leaders jersey. And I can't help but think, whenever I bang on about the fact this is a World Tour race, what I really mean is it's a really big race. And I do kind of long for there being a really obvious world ranking, maybe. And I'm going to clarify my thoughts here, Pippa. Sorry, let me just finish what I was trying to say. There is, of course, a world ranking. There's a UCI world ranking. For the individuals, we don't often pay too much attention to it. We pay more attention maybe now to the team rankings because they have such an importance on promotion and relegation. But I loved what we used to have with the men's peloton, where there was a World Cup and a leader's jersey, which you'll remember looked, I guess it had a different coloured stripe, didn't it? But it looked not unlike a World Champions jersey, but it was led by the leader of the World Cup. My question to you is, what do you think of it? Do we need something like that again to enliven this World Tour? And should there be a one-day ranking and then a stage race ranking that we actually care about? Or do we not need it?
I think to go to the kind of crux of it is that 21-day races is probably too many to establish any kind of leadership thing. I'd say about 12 would be better. Does it deserve a leader's jersey? The teams will actually be against that, because when sponsors pay for a bike team and contribute to the budget, they want to see those colours on TV. So quite often teams will not be happy to have a kind of nondescript leader's jersey, which the kind of World Cup, it kind of established itself as being almost a kind of world champions, kind of mini world champion jersey. But I don't think it had the same kind of impact, and certainly the teams weren't happy to have that responsibility and not have their sponsors get the same coverage. So would I want to see one now? I think it would make more sense to have the numbers in a certain colour, or the helmets, so that you could spot the riders. I think that the helmets would be an easier option than a leader's jersey, because with the leader jersey then there's a obligation to go to the podium and that whole kind of stuff, and there's a presentation at the start, and I think that most teams would be against that, losing the coverage of their normal jersey. On a kind of individual basis, you were right to say that the team thing is more important. So then that would tie into having helmets to a certain colour, because that would make more sense. Individually, it used to be a kind of big thing, that if you were part of that first 20 in the World Cup, there was a certain kind of prestige to that. But only because then you got invited to those time trials at the end, and there was a kind of showdown in a long time trial like Grand Prix des Nations or something like that. So there was a certain amount of kind of coverage of that, but it was never really that important in terms of an objective for most teams. And you would think that somebody like Movistar, who was always trying to win on the team classification on every race, they would be interested in a kind of team classification. But would somebody like Soudal Quick-Step be interested in that? No, probably not. So I could see it in terms of promote it better for the teams, but as an individual thing, I can't really see the interest.
Maybe it needs that. Maybe it needs to borrow something from the Hammer Series concept that we had a couple of years ago, and you have you have a ranking that feeds into the final race of the year. Maybe that's the World Road Race Championships, and they're set off staggered based on where they are in the rankings. Well, and that's your race.
Well, that Hammer Series was one of those things that when you tried to figure out who was where, it just made no sense at all. No. What was it? A road race, a time trial, and a kind of hill climb kind of event.
Yeah.
But not based on time, based on points or positions or whatever, and that was really, really complicated to understand. And also because it was, I think because it was set up by Velon, there was that pushback against it as a new organizer.
Yep. I'm just looking at, of course, at those 20 one-day races from this year. I couldn't even work out who would be leading. We know that Jumbo-Visma have had a good run of it in terms of one-day races. The first one being the Cadel Evans Ocean Road Race, won by the young German rider Marius Meyerhofer. He's not that young now, I think he's mid-20s. He's in this race, riding for DSM. Meyerhofer in pretty good form. He looked quite sharp at the Deutschland Tour last week, the German. And then, of course, we rolled through Umlet Het Nieuwsblad, Dylan van Baarle, Man San Remo, Mathieu van der Poel, of course, with that final late attack. De Panne, Brugge De Panne, Jasper Philipsen winning there, E3, Wout van Aert, Ken Wevelgem, Christophe Laporte. So, as we know, this will be no surprise to anyone, Jumbo-Visma really dominating throughout. Not completely dominating, but certainly having the one-day races by the scruff of the neck. Laporte, of course, going on to win Dwars door Vlaanderen as well, which is another round in the World Tour. I won't go through all of them, but I guess the other thing is, Pippa, they all have such long histories as well, and they're all so wonderfully different in their own little way that, I mean, me posing that question to you, but I'm not necessarily suggesting that it does need that. It doesn't need it, because they're all such important races in their own right. We would never be talking about the overall World Tour rankings in it until probably after the finish, because each race is so important, so different in its own right, including this one. But anyway, let us know your thoughts, folks at home, if you're watching this. Ping us your thoughts on social media, maybe. You'll find us quite easily, myself and Pippa York, and let us know your thoughts on that. Does it need anything, or is it right? I quite like Pippa's suggestion maybe of having it filed down a little bit, but then it depends whether we are focusing on an overall ranking, because what this tells us are which are the most important, prestigious races, these World Tour races. And this race, probably on account of its longevity and history as well, right up there.
I think it would make sense if there's only something like 12, and then you're roughly into, some months will have 2 World Tour races, and another month will have only 1. But certainly the importance of a race like Plouay is going to be very different in 2 years' time, when people are looking to maintain their World Tour license, and they, like we saw last year, a lot of fighting for those last points to stay at this level and get the invites to the biggest races without having to worry about if they're going to get a wildcard entry.
Yeah, these are of course conversations that just a couple of years ago we wouldn't have expected. Well, more than a couple of years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, we wouldn't have expected to be having. But that is something which will of course build over the next couple of years. For the women, of course, I think if I'm not mistaken, it's this year. Certainly they're a couple of years ahead in terms of the cycle where it is at the moment. Talking about being ahead and where things are, with 141k to go, we've gone over yet another lump, or our breakaway have, because our peloton, as you can see here, is still being led by Senna Leisen and Jonas Rickard. Those two have been doing probably the most of the work at the front. Jonas Rickard there on the left, Senna Leisen on the right for Alpecin de Koning. They continue to lead, and the other team's either happy for them to do so, or just choosing for them to set the pace and be the team who are setting out their stall very, very clearly at the start of today. We've turned away from the wind now, but we're so well sheltered, the riders, by the trees and the little sloping hills on either side as they now head southward towards Locret, which is one of over 30 medium-sized towns that the riders roll through. As we look down into the middle of the peloton there, Ben Healy in his national champion's jersey riding just through and out of shot there as well. The Italian national champion Simone Velasco also there riding for Astana, Kazakhstan in his jersey. Some of these national champions you might be seeing for the first time, of course, because if they didn't ride the Tour de France, you might not have seen too much of them either. Henok Mouloubran is the Eritrean national road race champion, one of 3 Eritrean riders here in this field, including Nathaniel Tesfacion. Mouloubran as well. Mouloubran is the youngest of them. Tesfacion himself is only 24, but Henok Mouloubran stepping up this year to be with Green Project Bardiani CSF Faizani. Really exciting young rider. Conversation there between Mathieu van der Poel and Pascal Enkhorn, 2 Dutch riders who know each other very well indeed. Probably just banter. We read anything into that, maybe, Pippa? Hello, what's going on here? Won't be anything tactical, will it? They're probably chatting about something totally disconnected.
I thought you were going to suggest that Mathieu van der Poel was going to sign for Lotus.
Someone clip that up. Pippa York said it here first.
I was going to suggest that you started that rumour and it wasn't me.
I didn't even say those words.
I think that for somebody like Patrick Lefevre, he'd be quite happy for a new rumour to start with, where he wasn't mentioned, or
yes,
Remco Evenepoel wasn't mentioned.
Yes, Remco's had a busy week, hasn't he? On so many fronts, not just in the racing, but oh my goodness me.
I think it's quite. You can read that Mathieu van der Poel's quite relaxed now. So normally, if he was really interested in this race, he'd be sitting on the back of his team and paying proper attention on this side of the road, because the potential for a crash on this width of road is much more than it was before. But I don't think he's too stressed now that he's kind of filled his obligations and met all his targets for the year.
Oh, Pippa, you're wrong. You're forgetting how important cyclocross is for him. Come on now. The cross fans will literally be screaming, going, this is just training. That race in Glasgow, it was just cyclocross training. That's all it was. A heavy interval session on the streets of Glasgow.
So this is just putting the hours in for the cyclocross race. Yeah.
Oh yeah. To the hardcore muddy fans, guarantee you that's what they're thinking. Absolutely thinking that.
They're probably not wrong.
No.
I am actually looking forward to the cyclocross season again.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Right. Is that 164 riders? Maybe. We might have had a few got back on. And these are just beautiful shots, aren't they? Absolutely lovely. They are blessed, these riders, today, to have this glorious sunshine. No arm warmers in sight. It's not long since I was doing the commentary, Pippa, for the Arctic Race of Norway 2 weeks ago, where it was a full winter gear. I mean, neck warmers, ear warmers, gloves. Overshoes, everything.
I saw that. I think they went to the most northerly point again.
Yeah.
At the top of that, I think it called. There are mountains in Norway, and at that, it's not altitude, latitude. It's pretty cold and pretty miserable, a lot of it. And normally when you watch the Arctic Tour, it's such beautiful terrain and such beautiful vistas that you see. So I think probably quite disappointing that it was so miserable weather.
Yeah. Yes, there was a bit of disappointment about it. Not least because it was so cloudy that you couldn't quite see just how beautiful it was. And so I was left telling people, trust me, it's really beautiful. Then again, I had the same at the Deutschland Tour last week, where I was on the ground out there, and when we got to the ski station on the Queen stage, it was absolutely stunning terrain first thing in the morning as I looked out and saw it all. And by the time the race came, you couldn't see a thing. So I just had to say, trust me, it's lovely, and leave it at that. I should point out, by the way, that our 2 leaders, Tonelli and Van der Beken, are rolling through constant King of the Mountains points, which will go towards the classification for today. I think there are something, I haven't even counted them all, because there's so many. I think there's something in the region of 16, 17 categorised climbs across the whole route. So one of them will be, I suspect, up on the podium at the end of this, and I'm not keeping tabs on who it is rolling through these categorised points. But There is a minor competition in a one-day race like this. It doesn't mean too much. Although it's a nice opportunity for the riders, particularly if there's just two of you, to get one of them up on the podium at the end. And this break survives deep as well, Pippa. I guess there's a chance that, depending on what happens in terms of next attacks that come after this and other breakaway groups, there might be a nice opportunity for them both to be up on the podium. One as the winner of the mountains classification and the other as the most attacking rider. That would seem nice and fair, wouldn't it?
There's going to be a kind of split of combativity and best climber. But as you were saying, that has anybody really noticed that there's points on offer? We haven't seen any lines or sprints or anything, so as a rider you'd be hard pressed to know which one was a classified climb and which one wasn't. There's been either up and down and left and right, so not too many big long straights in this race for the moment.
No. And once again, though, as we look down on it, it might just be my screen, but that looks like a lovely road surface. As Pippa mentioned, we're now into roads that don't have the dotted line down the middle, so
they haven't even got lines on the edge, so really nice roads for a bike ride.
Yeah, looks lovely, absolutely lovely. EF off to the right, Jonas Ruch and Oendul, I think we've seen moving up as well. In the pink, VF Education Easy Post, Jens Kukelera as well. Really experienced Belgian rider also there. And what teams have we not mentioned, or what riders have we not mentioned so far, Pippa, that stand out to you? Who should we have talked about so far that we haven't?
Well, we haven't talked about Binyan Gourmay, obviously one of the favourites. Or we haven't really talked much about Benoit Cosnefroy either. So we talked about Van Avermaet, but Cosnefroy is potentially one of the favourites, as is Johnny Zagiri. And Movistar with Aaron Burrow, so he rode a really good race last year, always in all the moves. So he's back. I don't think we've mentioned at all Bahrain.
No, we haven't.
So they've got Jonathan Milan, who's their sprinter, but is he going to be capable of getting over these type of climbs? Because he's one of the bigger guys and not really a noted sprinter that climbs as well as the other fast guys. So, and we haven't talked about Julien Alaphilippe.
No, we haven't. We saw him though, didn't we? We saw him briefly at the back having a PP, I think, if I'm not mistaken, but that was it. And maybe that's maybe that indicates a little bit where certain expectations around him this year and last year may have gone, because 3 years ago we would be bang on. We'd have been talking about him as much as we have been talking about Mathieu van der Poel, of course, not least because he would have been world champion. But we definitely need to include Julien Alaphilippe, who was second in this race in 2021 to Cosnefroy and fifth in 2014. Cosnefroy is in good form as well coming into this race, the 2021 winner. You mentioned him there, Pippa. He's just ridden in the Tour de la Mosin, of course, where he was second.
He was second to
win.
Yeah, he was second to Romain Gregoire. So he was riding really strongly, but not. Gregoire was better on them than most days. So he's certainly faster at top of those hills. Somebody else we haven't mentioned either is Matteo Trentin.
True.
So he was very active in the race last year. Mark Hershey. So those are the type of riders that they can look forward to. UAE would expect those riders to be in the final. So
they have a few options, UAE, don't they, as well? Go on, Pippa. Sorry, I know there's other people you want to touch on.
I was going to say we haven't really mentioned Bora either. So we see them at the front, but they don't have really. Jai Hindley is not really a type of race for him. Benedetti, maybe, is reasonably fast.
I've actually highlighted no one from Bora because I saw that as well. Bearing in mind that Jai Hindley is a former Giro winner. There's no one in there that's really see coming down that dip and up the rise. And the lead.
So that's the judgment of the marker pen, that they have nobody that
nobody at all. There's not but it's a very, very good team. Aliotti, wonderful all-rounder across rolling terrain like this as well. Bob Jongle's on a strong comeback year this year, the Luxembourger, but still wouldn't have him. Benedetti likewise, but it would have to be from an interesting breakaway where something strange, not strange, but something unpredictable has happened as well. But I just can't see it there.
So who do we see from Israel? Because Corbin Strong?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, Corbin Strong or Dylan Teuns on a good day. I've been talking a lot about Dylan Teuns recently because he was riding the Arctic race and the Deutschland Tour, both of which I was commentating on. He was strong in both. He was very close to the win in the hilliest stages of the Arctic race, but not quite there. And then he finished 9th at the Deutschland Tour as well on general classification, but very quiet at the same time. Corbin Strong, yes, I think of that stage of the Tour of Britain that he won. It was up in Scotland, I think, wasn't it, Pippa? He won a stage, pretty certain it was in Scotland. Was it 2 years ago, Corbin Strong? Or was it even last? Was it early on last year? I can't remember. It was one of the two, one of the last 2 years. Fast finisher, but a good uphill finisher. He could be an interesting pick, actually. Good point.
So they're not really going to try and control the race because no longer a World Tour team, so not expected to take the race by the scruff of the neck and control it the same way that Alpecin are.
No, true. There's two teams in a way who've changed places, of course. One stepping up to the highest level and one stepping down as well. It's a fascinating thing that at the time I always think, well, apart from the money, it's not going to make too much difference. The best of the pro teams will still be invited to the biggest races. But you make a good point about expectations on teams and that ability to go, no, we're second division. We're going to sit back and let the world teams do this.
Yeah,
and actually could be an advantage, couldn't it?
Yeah, because they have no pressure on them and there's no... They won't have the same level of pressure, when they sit on the bus right, what are we doing here, guys? So that conversation happens, and who thinks they can win, and everybody kind of looks the other way. Quite often that kind of says it all.
Yep.
Greg Van Avermaet?
Yes, it is. We mentioned GVA already, and I can't see anything else on his race programme for this year. I can't believe this is it, but we might potentially be looking at his last World Tour race of his career, potentially, because I haven't seen that he's down to ride in Canada. Of course, there may be things that are yet to be added to his programme, but there is a potential that this might be his last race at this level of his incredibly well-decorated career, not just in the classics, but of course Olympic champion too, getting to spend longer than most, I think, in that Olympic champions jersey as well. He's been brilliant to watch, hasn't he, Pippa? I've really enjoyed watching Greg Van Avermaet, and he is one of those riders. If we were to contrast him maybe with a young Belgian coming through in Remco Evenepoel, I can't think of many people. I'm not saying there's loads of people who have a bad word to say about Evenepoel, but people seem to either love him or don't love him as much, because he's a highly outspoken character and a fascinating character within our sport. But Greg Van Avermaet seems quite well liked amongst the peloton and the fans as we watch. I think it might be Soren Kragh Andersen there moving up the outside, somebody else's musette there lugged in his direction, getting caught on his bars, dangerous moments. But yeah, I don't know what you think about GVA and his legacy.
Yeah, he appeared, and when he kind of first came into view, he was what you would call the Great White Hope, so it was always going to be the next Eddie Merckx, and he didn't quite get there in terms of stage racing, but he certainly got there in terms of the classics that he won, and then he was Olympic champion. So in one day racing, always to be considered, but I don't think that he kind of met what Belgium expected of him in terms of, this is going to be the next Eddie Merckx, in the same way that we see Remco Evenepoel being talked about. I'm not really sure that he's disliked by the peloton, the other members of the peloton. He's never really been that controversial or said anything kind of that would be considered slightly kind of off or kind of out of hand. Whereas for Evenepoel, you a lot more emotional and younger, so a lot less experience, which does make a difference. But for Greg Van Avermaet, yeah, he probably one of those riders that everybody respects just because of the palmares that he has, and he's never really been that kind of bossy character either. So the races that he has won, he's won in a kind of way that everybody imagines they want to win a big bike race, by being the strongest or being on his own. So quite often that's quite influential amongst your kind of peers and the people that you're working with, that you get to the the crunch point in the race, and everybody's thinking, oh, if only I could attack now. And then if somebody like Greg Van Avermaet does attack and takes, goes away and takes 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and wins the race, then you instantly think, well, respect. I wish I could have done that. And for a number of years, Greg Van Avermaet's been that type of rider.
Yeah, he gave me, I think, one of my favourite television moments to watch this year at the end of Paris-Roubaix. It was him, wasn't it? He was sitting in the middle of the velodrome, of course, head down, just contemplating his last Roubaix. And I think it was his daughter, little daughter, or maybe his son, came over and just tapped him on the back, and he looked obviously exhausted. And I'm sure you'll remember what I'm talking about, Pippa, but it was just it was such a wonderful moment. And you saw almost sort of flashing by the whole of his career. He's contemplating his last Paris-Roubaix as we watch Lulu at the back here, not really nice to be called that, but Julien Alaphilippe shaking his quads out, as he will do for a good 250 kilometres constantly, no doubt. Why does he do that? I don't know, Pippa. Tell me, why does he do that? More importantly, how does he do that? I've tried to do that, and I lack so much flexibility. I can't even make one of my legs wobble like that. He does it for 250k. Where's that come from? It can't make any difference, surely. Or does it?
I'm not sure why he does that. I just think it's one of those things that he does. Because he knows the camera's going to follow, going to watch him doing it. In terms of, does it relax your leg that much? No, really, because your whole if your muscle's that tense, it's kind of all wobbling about. Yeah. Sometimes it hurts. To do that. I never liked doing that. I always thought, oh, that hurt. Why would I add the extra hurt to a bit of pain that I'm already suffering? But it's the showman in him. Yeah. I remember being at the Dauphiné, and he won a 2-up sprint. I can't remember the rider he was with. It was one of the German riders who I think went to Bora afterwards, and he won a 2-up sprint with them on this massive gear. And then he came to the kind of area where he's going to do the interviews before he goes to the podium, and he got a mirror and a comb out. So that was part of his the kit that he gives to the soigneur to freshen him up. And I'd never seen that, somebody with a okay, you see riders with sometimes they kind of sort their hair out, but he actually had the little kit with his comb and his mirror. And it's when he first started rocking the moustache as well. So he kind of prepared himself like he was going to do a TV interview, which obviously he was. But normally you just get wiped down with a dirty sponge or something. but that wasn't for him, because he was taking that level of pride in his appearance, which I hadn't really, you don't see that often.
No.
so it's part of that show, in the same way that you see Peter Sagan doing those crazy celebrations.
Yeah.
So there's certain riders obviously need that as part of their kind of armory and their kind of character.
Oh, maybe it's a sign, watching Julien Alaphilippe at the back there twitching his quads out, because I've only ever tended to see him doing it when he's going well. So maybe he's in like a nervous twitch, isn't it? Maybe he's just sensing things and feeling good, despite the fact that he's hanging at the back of the peloton, which is no great problem with 130 just under kilometres to go for this peloton, which continues to be led by Alpecin de Koning. And that gap really has stabilised. Is that by chance, Pippa, or is this being held at 3:20, 3:30 now? Because it seems to have hung there for quite a while.
It's come down to the standard 3 minutes, just by two riders from Alpecin on the front. And now and again there's a bit of swamping as they fight. Everybody else fights for position, but for Mathieu van der Poel's team, they've parked themselves on the front, and everybody else is quite happy to see them take control. Now and again we see riders like Hershey or Oliver Naessens on the right of the screen there, come to the front and show that they're actually in the race, but everybody seems quite relaxed to the way that tactically is played out for the moment.
It is fascinating how in certain riders' careers certain races seem to suit them better than others. And Oliver Naessens, obviously this is a race at the Bretagne Classic that he absolutely loves. He's won it twice and was still 7th last year. we still need to count him as a potential favourite today, despite, having said that, he is their rider who's at the front at the moment. So I don't know whether he is possibly working for Benoit Cosnefroy, who maybe at this stage of his career, you have to argue, might have a better shot at things. Let's see. It was interesting you mentioning, by the way, Pippa, who was it you brought up? It was Movistar, wasn't it? And Alex Arambarro. I think that's a really canny pick. I think that's a good one. He was racing in the Deutschland Tour last week and was so close in the Winterberg stage, at that stage I was talking about, up to the ski station as well, second there to Felix Großschartner, who won the stage, getting away solo, but Aaron Barrow outsprinted all the others in that leading group very comfortably. He every now and again, he reminds me just how quick he is. He's a very good fast finisher, and I think you're right. He's been given the number one number for Movistar, number 91 today, Aaron Barrow, and I reckon you're bang on to pick him as a potential favourite. I won't push you to pick a winner just yet. You know that I do that to all my co-commentators, right? That will come with about 15-20k to go, so we'll hang in there, but I wouldn't be laughing at you if you picked Aaron Barrow that late on, because I think it's a nice shout.
So every time I get asked to, the prognostic of who's going to win, it's the kiss of death for them.
Oh, I won't worry about that. I just I don't. Unfortunately, you may not have heard this, Pippa, but I don't allow my co-commentators to duck out of it. I just insist they do it, or I'm going to turn the mic off and leave them to do the rest of the race by themselves, which might be what they want. But either way, I'll suss out what they want, and I will squeeze it out of you. I'm sure you'll oblige. I always do, and I never get it right, so don't worry about that. You can't be more of a kiss of death than I am. I never get. I did get it right at the Deutschland Tour last week, but I had Jens Voxet next to me, so maybe he was my good luck charm. But it is about 2 or 3 times a season I get the prediction right. In a race like this, it's quite hard, actually, isn't it? Particularly considering that finishing circuit, where it just lends itself so perfectly to late attacking. Pippa, you mentioned Jonathan Milan at Bahrain victorious. Does look like the team could be built around him. Again, they've given him the number one number, whatever that means. But he's in a team where I can't really see. I mean, Jack Haig is there. He's not going to win a sprint finish in a race like this, although he could survive very well the course, you would think, the Aussie. But they have Andrea Pascalon, Nikias Arndt, Rena Keplinger, Price Pedersen of Denmark, and Zambanini as well. They're all a really nice working team, Bahrain victorious. But it'd be interesting to see how Jonathan Milan is going, because he may have won a Giro stage and had an excellent start to the season. I think he won his first pro race at the Saudi Tour, which I was commentating on, in a draggy uphill, well, quite a hard uphill finish, and then a long drag after it, like a false flat over the plateau. But it was a decent climb to get to it too. And Jonathan Milan was the winner there. Pretty certain that was his first pro win this year. But, of course, he's had this little break where he was focusing on the track. After the Giro, he's barely raced road much at all, and focused on the track at the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome in Glasgow, where he was second in the team pursuit and third in the individual pursuit. So actually, bearing in mind that he's a double European champion at those disciplines, I don't know whether he saw that as a disappointment, but I'm sure it wouldn't have been the aim to be second and third. So this is him making his comeback on the road. I guess there's a fair bit of difference, though, between riding 4K on the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome and suddenly riding 256K of a rolling terrain like this. So it might be a bit of an ask. But who knows? It's the end of the year as well, isn't it?
It's a very different set of circumstances from in terms of leg speed and even position. This type of terrain, if you're not a climber, you're in and out of the saddle all day. Eventually you're going to run out of gears, and you're going to have to kind of ease the pain of your back and your kind of back of your thighs. So the transition from track to this type of surface is going to be very difficult. But you never know. It doesn't seem that long ago that we were in Glasgow riding around the boards, and then coming here in this, it might have been the 40-45 degree banking in Chris Hoy's velodrome, and here you get sections at 15%. So it's not exactly the same kind of thing, The gearing,
not really.
The gearing's very different, and the kind of the number of hours sitting down is very different.
Also, dare I say it may not be quite so efficient to be going up the banking when you're riding an individual pursuit. That might be
no,
might be an issue. Anyway, well, we'll see. We will see. I was actually quite surprised by him in the Saudi Tour, but that was back in late February this year. But he did show his versatility in a finish like that, and he was a very dominant winner there as well. And then, of course, went on to back that up at the Giro d'Italia. He's certainly an exciting rider to watch, but one who, a bit like our cyclocross riders, will be pulled in various different directions between his track commitments and his road commitments. He is, of course, part of a really strong Italian track team as well, including Filippo Ganna, Viviani and others. That's a big pull, because the Italian track national setup is so strong at the moment.
Yeah, and they have what I would call those big units, that can pull on the front, at 60, 65k an hour. And quite often that translates in different ways to the road riding. So for a rider like Viviani, who would be doing the points races, he's very explosive. Whereas for Milan and for Ghana, they're fast in a different kind of manner.
Right, make no doubt about it. Ben Healy, I think, is up for this. He and his team are right up there. I know it's easy to pick him out in that Irish Champions jersey, but he always seems to be being either protected at the back of that line or just moved up and sort of ushered near to the front. So I think we should expect to see moves from Ben Healy later on in this race, looking to get his sort of season-long classics campaign back on route. I say that, I'm just going to look and see what his last race was, because... that's right, it was the World Time Trial, individual time trial. He was 26th, which in the elite, which for him is not... I think there were quite big things expected of him there, which is an awful lot of pressure after everything he's achieved this year as well. 26th. I don't know how many riders actually finished. I'm going to look at it now as well. No, actually, there was more in that race than I thought. But
I think he probably only started the time trial because they needed somebody to start the time trial. Given the course, not really kind of Ben Healy type of course, mainly flat, and then a little bit of 600 metres of cobbles up to the finish and Stirling Castle. So yeah, that was probably more a case of kind of clearing the lungs for what was going to come in the road.
You Pippa, you'll cringe at this, right? And I know there was so much talk about the time trials there. I mean, it could have, from what I think you're saying, it could have been worse. It could have run the individual time trials around the Glasgow circuit. How about this? Let me chuck this at you. Bearing in mind that I've just come from doing the Deutschland Tour, where we had an opening prologue of 2.6 kilometres on road bikes, so not on time trial bikes, right? How about you ran the world's time trial this year then, just around the Glasgow circuit on road... go with me, I'm not finished yet. Wait, don't laugh. On road bikes, not on time trial bikes. Minute gaps, road bikes, same rules, no time trial bikes. Glasgow circuit times 3. No, it's nuts, but we talk about... just hear me out on this for a second. We talk about the time trial as the race of truth, right? Well, if it's the race of truth, it should be also exposing, should it not, bike handling, physical cornering capability, climbing, descending, to make a complete race of truth. I know no one will agree, absolutely no one will agree with me, but I'm willing to put that idea out there as being a true race of truth.
Oh, how do I answer this without falling about laughing? I think we saw, the relay that went round some of the circuit. People fell off on a time trial bike. Guys who could ride a time trial bike, regularly and know how it handles. I think to send the world's best time travelers around there, even on a road bike, on that circuit, it would have been something. Is probably, if I was going to be polite.
Thank you.
Whether it would have been practicable to for the number that finished, without falling off, because you would take risks if you're up for the win. So that would mean pedaling around a lot of the corners, and I think there would have been quite a lot of injuries. If they do, it would have to be 2 laps, maybe 3. So you've got I don't know how many corners there were. So there's a kind of discussion somewhere between 40 and 45 corners. So 120 chances of falling off.
See, to some people, Pippa, you're laughing at me, but to some people what you're describing sounds like a wonderful televisual feast, you know? Dare I say it? Not so good for the pro bike riders, but...
I think I've got a bit too much compassion from being in that case of, what's described as technical, but actually being dangerous.
Yes. Okay.
So...
No, look, I'm chucking I know it's ridiculous what I'm suggesting, but it's the first time I've done that. There we go. That's that idea gone.
Well, whoever, you can always suggest it to whoever wins the next Super Worlds in 4 years' time.
Well, I actually met the people, the panel from that. They came into my commentary box in Glasgow. It's going to be in the Haute-Savoie, of course, on the edge of the French Alps in 4 years' time. So I'll keep talking to them. Maybe I'll keep suggesting this for the next 3 years and see if we can do it. Just quite seriously, I do quite like a road bike time trial. And for those of you who aren't aware, it's something that in the United Kingdom, in England specifically, I think mostly, road bike time trials are growing in a partly because time trialling is in a bit of a demise at the moment, and sportifs and what have you are doing really well. Not everyone can afford to have two bikes like that, and a time trial bike too. So road bike time trials seem to be getting more popular, and I think it's quite a good thing actually, as a race, a fair test of you on a road bike, which is probably for most riders, even the time trialists, the bike they ride the most.
I think anyway, in terms of mixed sorry to interrupt. In terms of mixed relay, I think that would make sense to do it on road bikes, because quite often those riders aren't three time trial specialists, but especially for the women. So put them on their normal road bike and see how that goes. I think that would make more sense for a lot of them, and for the men, it's not good. They can change the position ever so slightly. It's almost as fast as a proper time trial bike. So I think that would look slightly safer, in terms of kind of rider survival.
Swiss champion Mark Hirschi there, appearing to get his hand stuck a little on the bottle as he took it from the car. He's carrying bottles up, so that's there's only one bottle, so it might have been for himself, of course, but I wonder what we can read into that. This is Valentin Madouas, the French national champion. So two national champions lingering at the back there. Madouas also an interesting pick for a race like this, but once again, possibly slightly lacking that sprint that we know is so important. By the looks of it, Jonas Rickart there handing out as well, I think, some ice packs, little stockings or socks packed with ice to go down the back of the neck. I think I've just seen Senelason just pack one of them in down the back of his jersey, so showing us there that it is definitely warm enough. Quite a few riders back there, as you can see, dropping back to team cars. We can just see Valentin Madouas back there doing exactly that. There he is. And he also appears to have got his hand stuck a little. A jest, of course, we see it all the time. He is picking up, by the looks of it, might be an ice pack or at least some gels or something like that. Always interesting to see what comes out of the car there. There we get a really clear indication, don't we? A really clear demonstration of different levels of it being taken, different levels being taken to with the national champions jersey. Mark Hirschi's UAE jersey there, which I know a lot of people don't really like, from what I've read, with the cross of Switzerland not entirely visible in the middle of that very visible UAE jersey. And then you have, of course, Valentin Madouas, who has this all French blocky coloured tricolour, which cannot be missed either, devoid of sponsors' logos as well, which of course is very much a Marc Madiot thing, but very much an FDJ thing as well. Nice to see, easy to see, I should say, from a commentator's perspective. Mark Hirschi, of course, who comes into this race on a season that's seen him looking like he's getting much more back to his best. He's won a few races as well. Last win he had was back in July. Of course, he won the Swiss national champs, but he's won since then in Spain a week later with a bit of form as well, and looks strong in the San Sebastian Classic as well. He's also showing that he's sprinting well and holding wheels well in fast finishes too, because he was 10th at the Bay-Massai Classics as well just 2 weekends ago. Just ridden the Renewy Tour, that Belgium tour with the new name, and was 4th on the Heradsbergen stage as well, that classic stage between Alta and Heradsbergen. So showing he's in good form. Finished that race 6th on general classification as well, but I guess it remains to see how he slots into that very strong UAE Team Emirates team today, who also include Alessandro Covi, who makes his debut in this race. He's a rider who could go on to win a race like this. I could well see Alessandro Covi winning the Bretagne Classic. There are some riders, and I'd definitely mark Covi out as one of them, who you have to include as real uphill sprint finish specialists. And I think Arnaud Delis, despite his chunky stature and powerful build, also falls into that category. Delis, there's a lot of these, particularly in Brittany actually, with a lot of French races on the Coupe de France circuit and the big French classic races that finish in smooth, gradual uphill sprints. And Arnaud Delis is perfectly made for them. But also, so is Alessandro Covi. Could be a good pick, Pippa, I think, in amongst that strong UAE Team Emirates team, which, as I say, has Mark Hirschi. Trentin, who you mentioned already, still making his comeback from that crash in the World Champs, where I know on pretty good authority, because one of our colleagues here at Eurosport GCN happens to coach Matteo Trentin, and I know on pretty good authority that he was in very good form going into the World Championships and had really targeted it. So his crash was so disappointing on a lot of levels, but he's making his comeback here. He did ride the Renewy Tour, but this is his sort of second race back after that disappointment in Glasgow.
Yes, there's a lot of riders obviously targeted the Worlds thinking it was going to be, I think, slightly less selective and slightly less specialised than it turned out to be. And then there was the riders who were unfortunate enough to crash because it rained at certain points in the race, and became very difficult to just navigate the course. You see a little bit of pressure back on the race here now that EF have decided to park themselves on one side of the road, and you've still got Alpecin Deceuninck on the other. Do you wonder how long the other teams are just going to let Alpecin just keep riding away at this?
Yeah, we're getting into, we're close to the final 100k, but there's different phases to this race as well, isn't there? If we include the final 12 kilometres as the ultimate end game, where you've got to be in there near the front of that point. Although I say that, Wout van Aert waited until just before the final lap of that 12 kilometre point last year, left it very late to bridge across by himself at first, almost all the way across by himself, really indicating just how well he was going 1 year ago. But I think that might be a bit of an outlier. My suspicion, yeah, but he is a bit of an outlier, isn't he? But then my suspicion is you've got to be. I don't know what you think, Pippa, but I'm thinking on a course like that loop, and you know that finishing circuit, the climbs aren't crazy long. The Lezo and the Rostavel, they're both only about a kilometre long anyway, just slightly, kilometre, 1,500 metres, something like that. But you rip round that circuit so quickly that I'm guessing you need to be in that front group or having made the selection presumably before that point. I know that's a silly thing to say because we don't know quite what the race situation will be, but while we still have two riders out front, there is an awful lot of dry powder in this peloton. It's not been exactly ripping along either, has it? There's been little flurries, but that's, as you say, it's always been about when the road has been narrowing.
Yeah, there's only been accelerations when there's been a call from the cars just to pay a little bit more attention, and you can see there's no real stress at the moment, other than the riders who are actually up the rider on the front. Everybody else looks fairly relaxed, and as you go further back in the peloton, we've seen Mathieu van der Poel having a chat at the back. Probably the first time this year we've actually seen him do that. Normally he'd be at the front paying attention, and because it's a more kind of easier point of the season for him, that he hasn't got the same kind of level of commitment to this race as he would have if it was in March or April. And there's only really any kind of fights, just in case there's a certain corner coming up or a certain steep pillar or narrowing. But I don't think we're going. I don't think we're going to see the same kind of tactics as we saw from Jumbo Visma last year, because it was a massive year for Wout van Aert. He won so many races. Green jersey at the Tour. Could almost win where he wanted to. Whereas this year he's been slightly less dominant. And he's not here, so that the riders are going to ride. They're going to have to race differently on this terrain.
We are tracking alongside. You can't quite see it because they're in Landelot at the moment. Just off to their left, so looking westward, is the pretty big River Lone. Those of you who've seen the Boucle de Lone, the Coupe de France race, stage race, that is, I think it's 4 days long if I remember correctly. It's all centred around this region, crossing over between Finistère and Morbihan. In actual fact, we're not far away from entering the Morbihan department again for the final time, which of course will bring us towards Plouay itself. But they cross the River Lone and it converges, it meets with the Lière River. I think I'm saying that right, Lière. I've never seen that one before, and I'm normally quite good at picking up on my French rivers, but it's one of the slightly smaller ones. They continue heading southward, having crossed the pont, the bridge that goes across it. It goes across two sectors of those two converging rivers as well. And then they have a loop around a kind of heavily forested area, go back northward actually for a little bit on the course. It's slightly longer than last year's course, which is quite remarkable because they've managed to work it out to be almost exactly the same distance as last year. I think it is literally 2 or 3 kilometres, bearing in mind that it's going in a completely different direction. It's pretty well worked out. Here is I think this is the River Lune. No, it's the canal. Wait for the graphic to come up to be proven wrong. I'm not entirely sure that graphic is right though, because unless there's a lock to the next of that, to the left of that. Oh no, there is a lock. There we go. That'll be how you get your boat through. Down the cascading little waterfall, and there's the lock off to the left-hand side. Go with the graphic if in doubt.
So you could do a bit of paddleboarding on that.
Damn right. Look at it.
No waves.
No, it looks lovely, doesn't it? Absolutely perfect. I can hear, Pippa, that in your voice that I'm switching on to this paddleboard thing. You should try it. It's I mean, look, it does so many things for me that cycling has always done, but yet it's even more kind of isolated. You're out there on the board by yourself, and regular viewers here will know that I love my rivers, fish, wildlife, birds, getting away from it all, being in the middle of nowhere, and you can paddle along, and there might be someone shouting you at the edge that you're not actually allowed to be there and you need a license to be paddling along, and my hearing's not great, so I wave and paddle on a little more. There's something wonderfully, I don't know, unhooked about it. That's nice. There we go. Here is the convergence of said river and canal in the same place. The aforementioned pont that I've forgotten the name of. The Pont Trifen. There we go. These are lovely shots, aren't they? It's busy. Beautiful.
So I was wondering why there was a slight acceleration, and it's because we're coming up to the feed zone in about 3-4 kilometers time, so probably a bit of positioning. Even though you can feed from the cars now, it seems a bit strange that we still have zones where the designated feed.
Yeah, it is strange, isn't it? We've seen a lot of feeding going on already in various places.
Yeah, but
so, as Pippa just mentioned, heading towards an official feed zone, which might be, there we go, first of our Ineos Grenadiers picking up one of their now easily recognisable orange bags. Next to those to do so, Kawasaki himself, Kwiatkowski, former world champion. But is this something that's changed a bit, Pippa? Because we went through a phase, didn't we, of very strict UCI rules on organisers and on teams about where feeding can and can't happen. Is it just me, or have things just relaxed a little bit the last few years? We seem to see feeding all over the place.
I know when I raced, even though there was a feed zone, we would just go back to the cars and get food, just because it's usually dangerous in the feed zone with the amount of bags flying about. And we've already seen riders get caught. Other riders throw their bag and it catches on somebody else's bike or their handlebars, and they're always dangerous. So even back in the day, you'd go back to the car and have a bidon that was cut open and all your food stuffed inside it because you were only meant to take bidons and you weren't allowed to take actual food or a musette. So I think they just have a designated area sometimes because certain places actually contribute to have the feed zone in there, just outside their town or village. So, it kind of adds to the spectacle of the race coming past. But in terms of stress and danger, it's one of those points where you either be on the front, like we see so many riders here, they fought for position to be on the front, go through the feed zone, or be right at the back and you're almost waiting for a crash to happen, because usually there is, just because bidons and musettes and things end up flying and end up lining the road.
Yeah, always a dangerous moment. Well, we're not quite into the final 100k. I'll give you a little spoiler alert, those of you at home. Although it won't be too much of a spoiler for too many of you, because there are so many things going on. But I did mention at the beginning of the day, beginning of our coverage, that this is day 4 of a 4-day festival that's known loosely as the 4 days of Plouay, the 4 jours de Plouay. And this is, of course, the final one. Yesterday we had the women's race, which is always a big one at Plouay. It's still called the Grand Prix Plouay, although it has a much longer name. Now I can't remember. It's called the Classic Lorient Agglomération Grand Prix de Plouay. I think most people still call it the Grand Prix de Plouay. But here comes the spoiler. Won by, surprise, surprise, an SD Works rider, but on this occasion, Misha Bredevold. Strong worker for that team. Nice to see her get her big win in a race like this yesterday. There were also 2 junior races yesterday, and the first one was won by a young Frenchman riding for the Age Desert under-19 team, their junior team. That was Louis Chalet. Caris Lloyd, British rider, Welsh young lady, getting the win for Great Britain. Well, actually for her team, Tofoti, everyone active, who come from just down the road from me, in actual fact. Winning the women's race as well. That'll be a nice notch up in her racing career as well. The Junior Grand Prix Plouay will look rather tidy on her palmares, I'm sure, as it will on Chalet's palmares too. It makes so much sense to me, Pippa, that I feel very strongly about this. Whenever you have a big race come to one place and you're talking about having closed roads, particularly, I don't know how much, my suspicion is some of this finishing circuit is probably permanently closed during the course of the 4 days. Certainly, obviously, the finishing straight through along the Boulevard des Championnats du Monde, where the finish circuit is on the north of Plouay. It makes so much sense to pack it out with a lot more going on. And here they've got, of course, the cyclosportif, the junior races, the women's race all together. It could be done so much more often. I know it does in most places now, but not everywhere.
No, not everywhere does it. And you think that, they've already put the infrastructure in place and they've got all the marshals and people, they've already actually told the local population that the road's going to be closed. And, because it's more traditional, especially for somewhere like Plouay, that they have a big race. The locals have stocked up in thinking, we're going to be stuck. We've got to get the car out and drive to the supermarket. So we're kind of stuck indoors, and they'll have stocked up and turn it into a kind of village fete for that day. So it makes actual sense to have other races. Especially if it's all the circuit it'll be closed just when the race comes. They'll run a rolling closure. But if they're, that last part, as you said, the finishing straight will be closed all day, just because they can put other races on there.
I'd have thought in the early part of the course as well, as we went towards northward, probably lots of owners of small holdings and houses stocking up on toilet roll just in case Mathieu van der Poel needed to stop off, something like that, en route, as he did up in Glasgow, of course. I got way too much coverage. I'm just joking. That won't have happened, surely. Not today. No such stopping today, which is good to see. There
was an interesting part about where the demonstration took place. So whoever it was going to be, Just Stop Oil or whoever it was, actually chose a part where there was no mobile phone signal. So even if they were spotted, nobody could have called it in, and they hid in the trees. until the race came, and then they jumped out and did what they did, glued themselves to the road or whatever it was, cement. So it was a really well-chosen part to have that demonstration. But, for these races, for something like Grand Prix Plouay, unless the farmers are, complaining about something, there's not going to be a demonstration here. They usually tend to stick those kind of demonstrations and blockages for something as big as the Tour de France. And the one-day races, for somebody like a local farmer, they'll have the day off, instead of working in the fields. They'll get their wine and their cheese out, and they'll sit at the side of the road and they'll watch the race come past for something like this.
Lovely. Absolutely lovely. Yeah, I'm sure. I think the gentleman in question who opened up his house for Mathieu van der Poel, it wasn't just him. I think there were some others as well who may have popped in and availed themselves of his facilities. But my suspicion is that said toilet and said bathroom might well be a sort of a pilgrimage for Mathieu van der Poel fans in years to come. You're paid to come and use the same time. No, I'm joking. There were stories after those World Championships, Pippa, about the person who'd picked up Mathieu van der Poel's thrown, shoe binding, the boa thing that he ripped off from his shoe. Someone grabbed it. No joking, that will probably be worth quite a lot of money in the coming years, won't it? Something like that.
Well, to the right collector. So they've gone back to the Mathieu van der Poel visit. Traditionally, when somebody famous has visited your establishment, there's a blue plaque. Well, in the case of Mathieu van der Poel's visit, I think it would have to be a brown plaque.
Oh no. Maybe that's it.
Because as I understand it, it wasn't just a kind of
no.
It wasn't a quick visit.
No,
let's say. But we joke about these things, but sometimes in the race, in terms of nervousness, you have to go to the toilet more often than usual. And
just ask Tom Dumoulin.
Yeah, and then in this case, sometimes you eat the same amount, but because you're nervous, your system kind of kicks into life in a kind of different way, and you end up needing to visit a bathroom for a longer amount of time.
Should we leave this here? I should never have brought it up.
Yes.
But we have discussed it all the same. The riders are just about to come into this eastward hook where they've been making their way very nicely back down towards Plouay, and they're going to turn back on themselves going north through a couple of pockets of forest and then turn back on themselves. And it's now under 2 minutes for our leading duo of Alessandro Tonelli and Aaron van der Beken. My name's Jez Cox and I have Pippa York with me. We've been chatting all sorts of things: protests, toilet breaks, Scotland, team tactics, all sorts, while we watch a race in steady flow, very, very steady flow. Lots of lunch being picked up here by EF Education. Easy Post, a couple of musettes around the neck. And two riders out front, Alessandro Tonelli and Aaron van der Beken, who went clear very early on. Others tried to get across and were shaking their heads once they saw they were being chased down, because it seemed almost too perfect for the 18 world teams in this race to allow two of our pro team riders, our second division riders, to go clear. Just two of them, though, so having to work hard. And as it has been since that point, the front end of our main peloton dominated by those world teams, 18 of them, as I say, compared to the 6 pro teams. That is, correct me if I think that is right, isn't it? There are 18 world teams. That is every single one of the world teams, which is not always the case. It's the stated aim always of these World Tour one-day races, but you don't necessarily get them all there. Of course, this is a busy day for racing, what with the Vuelta on as well, and the Tour of Britain starting. A lot of these teams having 3 teams at least going at the same time anyway. Indicating why most of these world team rosters are 30 riders. That's a big old spread though, and it's no wonder when we talk about the money now that washes around the upper echelons of the World Tour circuit, that you've got to have an awful lot of money thrown at that, Pippa, haven't you, to be operating. If you've got a team in the Vuelta, that's a massive undertaking in a Grand Tour anyway. Then here in a World Tour one-day race at the Bretagne Classic, and then the Tour of Britain as well, another stage race. It's a lot of resources and finances as well, isn't it? All the same day, same time.
Yeah, there's a couple of teams that have only got 6 riders, so obviously they don't have through injury or sickness, they don't have everybody available. But as you're saying, you need a massive number of riders to cover all these when there's 3 races at the same time. And I believe that for a World Tour race like at this level, the World Tour teams are actually obliged to turn up. So they have to come to the start. And I'm not sure if they get a dispensation where they can miss a couple of them. When it was World Cup races, as it was previously, certain teams, for example, like Movistar, are they really want to go to something like Paris-Roubaix and send their best riders? You're obliged to send so many of your ranked riders to a World Cup race. Whereas, if you've got nobody really concerned about that race and they're just going to get hurt, then they'd have to ask for a dispensation not to send them. But I think, going back to what you said about there's been almost 30 riders in most teams now, that you have to kind of spread those resources and look at come quite far out who's going to go to what race and of what use they're going to be.
Definitely slightly more serious looks at the front of the peloton now, and that pushing for position, some of it to get into the feed zone, but also to get over this little boss that we're rolling over as well, has eaten another 30 seconds off the lead of our 2 out front. Here's a question I seem to ask my co-commentator in almost every race, but I'll ask it to you at this point, Pippa, anyway. Can they catch these 2 too soon?
Yes, definitely. And I think it depends on where any of these, the bigger teams have decided where this is going to kick off. So we see Jumbo-Visma coming to the front. Are they going to kick off the race 100 kilometers to go? It wouldn't be exceptional, given the way that things have started to develop. The races are decided, a good couple of, instead of being at that last hour of what used to be called the finale, the races start trying to kick off 2 hours to go. So the fight for position isn't that surprising for the moment.
Yeah, that's interesting you say that, Pippa, because I always have to remind myself sometimes, we've been now sat here for, 2 or 3 hours chatting away. We know the sport, you know it intimately from the very inside as well, but we know the sport so well and we've watched so many of these races, we kind of see the way the pattern's going. But to somebody who's new to it, who's watching at home, let's imagine you've got into a bit of cycling, you've watched a bit of the Vuelta, you find yourself now today watching this for the first time, a big one-day race. And I can imagine someone who's very new to it watching going, well, why are they all sitting there waiting? Why isn't someone... Let's just picture that scenario, right? Where we are right now, the gap is a minute. Maybe it was when the gap was 3 minutes. Mathieu van der Poel goes down the right-hand side of the road, just attacks. So everyone chases him down, and then Tej Benoot goes down the left-hand side. So let's say there's 2 or 3 big-name riders with 200k to go, just start attacking and pinging themselves off down the road. What happens in that scenario, apart from a lot of people probably getting quite angry? And why don't we... Well, I think I know the answer, but why? Why don't we see that more often?
Well, what happens is a pure panic goes on. Back in the team cars, the Director Sport 2 said, what's this happening? Because it's unusual. So you can ride flat out for about an hour. You can ride a really hard tempo for about somewhere between 2 and 3, depending on the intensity. So normally the big riders, so the equivalent of the strikers in football, they would ride the last hour flat out, and that would be their race time, and the previous 4 or 5 hours would be kind of cruising time and covered by the teammates. But we started to see the big riders take the race on from 2.5 hours to go, and only a certain type of rider can ride 2.5 hours almost flat out. Is just below the intensity of the one for an hour, and it causes a complete panic, because you can dedicate your teammates to try and chase one of those really big riders down, but it'll probably use out 2 or 3 of them to close that gap, and then you don't have those resources for the last hour. And that really big, strong rider is still capable of riding the last hour flat out and hurting everybody else. So there's a kind of change in tactics of the way the races are being ridden. usually a lot more aggressively from further out, just because that's the way that the sport was developed, and also to do with its younger riders, so that director sportifs can actually ask them to do things that an older rider would say, no, I'm not doing that. So you can ask a 20-year-old, to attack 120 kilometers from the finish, and they'll do it because they don't know any better. And it's a chance for the team to see how strong that rider is and see if they're capable of doing that job. Whereas if you ask somebody like Peter Sagan or Greg Van Avermaet, who are at the end of their careers, to do that, with 2.5 hours racing to go, they would just go, no, I'm not doing that. It doesn't work. It doesn't work for me. So there's that change that's taken place. But I think the whole acceleration we've seen at the back there is just because this road has got so small and it's slightly dirty. And, it's going to be, you can see here, it's the riders are packed across the road, so any kind of incident, and you're going to be stopping and starting again just because somebody loses the chain or there's a kind of wave comes back down through the peloton.
There is Thibaut Nace off to the right-hand side for Lidl Trek, one of those riders who we've talked about as being a nice option for them today, despite the fact that he's still only 20. I was going to use them as an example, and maybe we'll finish talking about this ridiculous scenario that I've teed up here. But there is Lidl Trek, who, as I said, I'm not sure really have an obvious focus today. I would have suggested their fastest finisher is somewhere between Thibaut Nace and Mark Rustenga, but we've just seen on our screens pop up that Mark Rustenga has abandoned the race anyway. So I would suggest that every one of the other 5 riders, Antoine Tolhoek, Dan Houle, Alex Kirch, Thibaut Nace, Vespasian and Cataldo, they're all strong enough. They're in this group right now. They're all strong enough to move up the outside when it widens a bit and attack and just get up there. Everyone moans, chases them back. The next one attacks. Everyone moans. Just to close this one off, is a little bit of it also the reputation of teams amongst the other teams and the stick they'll get for doing that. Is that part of it? Because in amateur races, I think of amateur men's races, there would be, even at this stage, with a 1 minute gap, there'd be people attacking left, right and centre, regardless of what team they're on. They might not be on a team, they might be riding individually or something. But within this level, in a world tour race, with most of the world, all the world's best teams there, is there that thing about we're going to have to live with this when they all lay into us at the finish about messing things up? Is it that? Does that come into play? Yeah,
team disruptor it's called. There's certain riders who like that kind of thing. Just because I know through my career that there'd be certain riders you think, they're going to attack just when everybody wants to take it easy. And then it's quite often influenced by who's in the cars behind, so who's giving out the directions. So if the team management has got a former rider who was that kind of person who would attack with 80 kilometers to go just because they got slightly bored, they tend to inflict that upon the team when they're in the cars. So yeah, you get teams that are disruptive, but it really depends on the riders they've got in the race. But we have Ineos who are always fairly conservative, and then you have EF who are always busy.
I'm going to start campaigning, Pippa, for what was it you called, a disruptor, super disruptor team who are only ever in the race. I'm just like purely from a commercial perspective as well. Let's say EF Education, Easy First were doing that and had been doing it for the last 80 kilometres, just really, I'm going to keep this polite, annoying everyone by constantly rolling another attack over the top every time. We'd have been talking about them for the last hour. We would have mentioned EF and Easy Post constantly for an hour long. Yes, they would get it in the neck from all the other teams at the finish, but I just can't help but think it would certainly make things a little bit more interesting as well. I know people will be yawning at this, saying, "Come on, just get back to the race. We know how things unfold." But I am just trying to peel it back and look at it from the new fans' perspective, watching this. Particularly when the race is this long as well.
I think we saw that at the start. So we've got Tonelli and Van der Beken in the front, and we had riders try and join them, and they were taken back because collectively the peloton has decided it can control 2 riders easily, whereas if there was 5 or 6 of them, there'd be a bit more panic and it would take more resources. But in terms of, how much coverage the two riders are getting in the front, they're probably getting less coverage than it is in the peloton, because the producer has realised that there's nothing really to talk about for the two riders in the break, and the entertainment is going to be back in the peloton when there's a sudden kind of fight for position, or we get to talk about certain names who suddenly appear on the front.
Well, you say that, Pippa. I'm going to pick Alessandro Tonelli as my winner. I'll see if the director's listening, and then oh, here you go. As soon as I say it, we go back to him. Although he's sitting second wheel now, but yes. Don't think it's going to... Just to be clear, I do not pick Alessandro Tonelli as my winner. I'll come back to that in about 75k's time, but
I think, if we took up that idea of a team disruptor, those guys who are always attacking, eventually the peloton just lets a couple of them go, and then they put a few strong riders on the front and just leave them out front, to cook on their own. If it's the last hour, it's slightly different, but with 4 hours to go, if somebody annoys the kind of general calm that exists, most teams will just let them go and say, oh, we'll see them in a couple of hours' time.
Ethan Hayter, in his familiar Steve Cummings position, right at the back. He was there for most of the Deutschland Tour last week, and that's not a criticism, by the way. That is just where he seems to like to ride. He was there for most of the stages of the Deutschland Tour last week, Pippa, and yeah. I use the Steve Cummings analogy, but it must be something you've noticed as well. And there is a certain amount of sense to it. You can't. Not everyone can do it. The battle for the back would be an exciting one to watch, maybe. But he seems to hold that position very neatly, and he's obviously comfortable with it as well.
Yeah, there's certain riders who don't really get stressed until they have to, so they ride at the back. I like to, when I race, I like to ride at the back, for as long as I could, just because the last part of the race, there's so much pressure on you to maintain a position and follow the moves that you can't really keep that level of intensity and concentration up. So yeah, I get why Ethan Hayter sits at the back. I think it's interesting that his other teammates are right on the front, and trust him to make his own way up, so they don't have to go back and get him, because he has the skills to navigate back up to the front when he has to. I don't think it really depends on that kind of Steve Cummings character being in the team car and allowing them to do that. I think there's certain riders who that's the way they race, and as long as you get the result, it doesn't really matter. I can't say I'm a big fan of, we see the riders and teams lined up, in the kind of team formation with 80 k's to go, and they're all you see the kind of blocks of colours across the road. I always look at that and think, well, why didn't you just sit back a bit and wait till this moment's over, and then, like Ethan Hayter's going to suddenly appear at the front when you have to? That shows a bit more intelligence, but I think it really does depend on who's in the team car, shouting at you through the radio.
Lotto Destiny have moved up, still wearing, and I suspect they will do for some time, those black armbands to remember the incredibly sad passing of Tyler Decker last week, because he was signed and ready to step up to the team that we're seeing in front of us right now from their under-23 team, Tyler Decker, and they continue to wear those black armbands as well, which is, I say, nice to see. It's poignant to see, shall we say, for them. And that was Cedric Bullens moving up, Florian Vermeersch as well for Lotto Destiny. Having a little look around as well, Bullens, just to see who else was there at the front, who else was moving up. Christophe Laporte, we saw, just sat in behind them. We got down to that minute there, Pippa, and it's almost like we discussed, didn't we? Oh, could this be too soon to catch them? It went back up to a minute and a half there as well, and now it seems to be hovering between a minute and a minute and a half all the time. I guess we're into a second sort of holding pattern here for these poor two riders who are at the moment being left to fry a little bit. It's the first time I've used that expression today, but they are now dangling and being held there with under 100k to go now, 96.
Yeah, I get the impression that the two in front were almost scooped up in that acceleration onto the small road, and the pelotons backed off again because they don't really want to catch them straight away. Because why would they? Because there's just going to be another acceleration. So they are being left out there to cook for slightly longer than probably they expected to, given that gap disappeared quite rapidly with that acceleration.
Well, the breakaway are into a slightly stiffer climb as well that will climb them up into the next forest they're coming into too. Luke Plapp has brought up with him a few more of the Ineos Grenadiers now. I'm just trying to see who's at the back of that. Pavel Sivakov it is, the Frenchman. Still relatively recently, newly licensed Frenchman, of course, as he used to be a Russian rider but grew up in the south of France. Pavel Sivakov, and as we touched on at the beginning of our coverage today, this is a Pavel Sivakov who has been quite open about his disappointment about not being at the Vuelta. As Pippa mentioned, of course, he is moving on to another team next year as well, moving away from Ineos Grenadiers, as are quite a lot of their talent at the end of this year. That team's one of the teams who's still yet to make obvious moves towards next year too. Luke Plapp, I believe, is a big part of the future of Ineos Grenadiers. Here we see him in that very distinctive Australian national champions jersey at the front. He will be incredibly useful to them in the coming years, you'd have thought as well. That's going to be interesting to watch, isn't it, Pippa, between now and the end of the year, to get an obvious focus on where Ineos Grenadiers are going. I don't know about you, but I've quite liked the Team Sky Mark III this year in a much more open Ineos Grenadiers team, where they're alongside the likes of a Jumbo-Visma who've learnt from everything they've previously done and then done it all 5% better, you could argue, in terms of recruitment and the way they've applied themselves. But to my mind, it's a much more interesting team this year.
It's certainly got a broader spread of talent than just concentrating on Grand Tours and the longer stage races. Even though they're still winning those races, they're not dominating in the way they used to. And with the kind of it looks like there's been a big kind of clear out of riders who are not happy with the way that Ineos has been kind of going this year, and decided to kind of jump ship to like Sivakov to go elsewhere. And we still haven't really got an idea of what Ineos are going to be as a team. You know, if they're going to be turned into a one day kind of specialist, classic specialist, or they're going to go back to concentrating on the Grand Tours. But in the latter case of just doing Giro, Tour de France and the Vuelta, they haven't got the best talent signed up. So all those the guys, Pogacar, the Vingegos, and they're all committed to other teams for years. So in that case, Ineos are left with the prospect of looking for younger talent, but they haven't been quite quick enough for a lot of those guys that are coming up through the juniors and under 23s and signing the best riders. So they'll get some of them, but not always the best ones, because obviously the best young riders from the younger years are going to choose what they think is going to be the best teams for them in terms of development, and lately that's been Jumbo-Visma and UAE. So they're kind of caught in this dilemma of they were the best team in terms of results that they got at the biggest races, but now they aren't. So it's almost a fulfilling prophecy of them kind of slipping back into not mediocrity, but not the dominant team that they were.
Yeah, I'm not saying this will make a massive difference, and I'm not entirely sure this is factually exact, but I do believe Dave Brailsford is coming back into having more direct involvement with the team again, having been away working on the football project that he's been working on. I wonder if that might have, I don't know how much bearing that might have on recruitment, but I don't know if you've heard that, Pippa. I think it's relatively widely known knowledge, but it might be that might be an interesting shuffle. Change, maybe. They've got new sport directors in as well. I mean, Zach Dempster is their sports director for this race, appointed sports director. So it's good to see, different names spreading themselves across the different versions of this Ineos Grenadiers team, but the Brailsford name would be an interesting one if he is to be back a bit more hands on the tiller, maybe, with the team as a whole.
Well, in that case, so Dave Brailsford is the the main responsible for the kind of recruitment of the people who then go out and look at the riders. So for Dave Brailsford, his focus is on the guys under the workers underneath him. What are they doing? Who are they? How much pressure is he putting on them? So, and I think if he turns up at the races and he becomes more of a day-to-day figure in the team, then that keeps the pressure on the kind of lower the levels of management below him to actually do their job better than they're doing it at the moment. Not that I'm saying that they're not doing a good job, they're just not doing the job that we expect to see them doing as they were doing when they were Team Sky. So for Dave Brailsford to turn up, it will be a more hands-on experience for them. He'll be asking them questions of why aren't we doing this, and why aren't we seen to be at the same level as a team like Jumbo-Visma.
Yeah, I've got to wonder how much money comes into it as well. The budgets of all the teams we're discussing here are enormous. I mean, enormous compared to, when you consider them compared to your day, I guess, Pippa, as well. But even then beyond that, it's a totally different ballpark. Not just the budgets of the teams, but also how much some of these top riders are now being paid as well. Particularly some of the youngsters, in their early 20s. It's not quite football-esque just yet, but at some of the levels it is. You would have thought in an endurance pursuit like this, an all-consuming life focus as a pro bike rider, it's got to be slightly distracting to suddenly come into that amount of money. Would be for me. I can tell you, I'll be loving it.
They're probably the riders probably aren't going to last as long, So your level of hunger, if you want to call it that, it's not going to be the same. And I think for the intensity of the races now, from the start of the year to the end, it's a lot higher. So you'll probably be burned out slightly quicker. You get physically, you kind of get worn out a little bit, but it's the hard part about racing is, as you get older, is the kind of the mental part of it, is that you don't really want to keep having that level of concentration, that level of stress and pressure. So that wears on you, and then you don't fight as much because you always think, oh, I can wait till this next time. And those are the differences that happen as you get older. You think that it's not the right time to go in a move, and you miss those moves because the younger guys will go in all those moves, whereas as you get older you think, well, this isn't just the right time, and you kind of hesitate. Whereas when you're young, there is no hesitation, you just throw yourself at the horizon. And that happens from an earlier age, just because of the way that society is going, that you've a lot more information available to you. So the coaching and nutrition and all that stuff, so the number of staff in the teams has got higher. So instead of having somebody doing two jobs, you've got just one person doing that job on their own. So you have an expert instead of somebody who just knows a little bit about it.
These are the words of Pippa York, former British road race champion, King of the Mountains in the Tour de France, King of the Mountains in the Giro, amongst 3 Tour de France stages, no less. I'm looking up to her on the screen just in case she's shaking her head or nodding, but no, I'm bang on with my facts. There's many more to it than that. But my name's Jez Cox, and together we are bringing you the 87th edition of the Bretagne Classic. In fact, it's the 91st edition if you were to go back to 1904, when this race started out as an amateur event, and it's rolled through various amateur versions before its first pro version in 1946. No surprise why it took until 1946 for that to happen, but it's continued as a pro race ever since there, and focused very much on this very familiar dip and rise, surrounded by millions of very nice looking motorhomes on the Boulevard des Championnats du Monde, the road which was used for the same finishing line when it was back in the World Road Race Championships back in the year 2000. That's where we're headed. They'll go through it once before taking in that final 12-kilometre loop. The two riders who have now just exactly 60 seconds, unfortunately for them, are 22-year-old Aaron van der Beeken and the 31-year-old Alessandro Tonelli, the Italian for Green Project Bardiani CSF Faisane. Those two have been out there since very, very early on. They were the first two to go, in actual fact, together. A few more tried to get across them, didn't happen, all closed down, and then Alpecin de Koenig shut everything down, blocked the road, happy with the two who were away, and then chased for about 70-80k by themselves. And actually, I haven't pointed this out, Pippa, maybe I should. They're not at the front anymore, are they? So they did all that pace setting, just gradual pace setting. So there's my next question for you. Why? Because they did use a bit of energy in there. They strung it down a bit. They blocked the road initially, so they were the ones that were happiest with it. Then they did that little bit of chasing to bring it down to sort of two gaps. Is it convenient for them now? They just switch off and go, right, rest of you, we've done it now, we get on with it. Or don't tell me they're all knackered.
Well, I don't think they're knackered. I think they've just let the other guys take over for a bit. I can't see them, not being back in the front. I think the other riders have just kind of forced their way to the other teams have decided they want to ride on the front on some of these narrower parts, and Alpecin have been kind of caught out of position slightly and not that bothered because the pace hasn't went up that much, and we're still on about 41 kilometers an hour average. So the middle speed that the organisation has said is going to happen. Because I was thinking there, just looking at those shots, it could have been 100 kilometers ago. So when we first started, came on air, we were riding through a forest on a kind of small roads, and it was up and down and a left and a right and nice countryside. And here we are, we've done 160 kilometers, and it's exactly the same kind of scenery as it was, 3 hours ago. And the only accelerations like we see now are when a corner's coming, or there's a slight narrow in the road, or the feed came and there's you have to pay a little bit more attention in case there's a fall or something like that, and or that big acceleration into that corner because there was a corner, and maybe there's going to be some road furniture out in it. Those are the only accelerations we've seen that's been different from those moments where we're kind of riding gently through a forest or a nice bit of scenery.
Pippa, be careful here. You're in danger of people reading into what you're saying that it's been boring. As we know,
no.
It has not been boring at all. It's been beautiful. It's been very picturesque, and things are about to kick off big time because we're now 46 seconds for these two. Probably unlikely to go above a minute again, which probably means that in about 20 minutes time they'll have 3.5 minutes again. Let's see. There's a nice crowd out enjoying this. As you say, this race is such a regular feature. Not coming in this direction though. They're in Gourin. They ride westward out of it. So there's a few twists and turns in here through the town itself. They've had the left-hander. They have a right-hander coming up right in the middle. In fact, the two of them might have just taken that as well. But 30 seconds we're seeing now as well. So there's probably quite a good chance in this kind of up and down terrain as we see a few new names coming to the front now as well. There's maybe an opportunity now for a second breakaway group, do you think, maybe to form? It might not necessarily be with the A-star names either.
It's got that feel about it that something's going to happen. So we're getting close to get 80 kilometers to go, and see Julien Alaphilippe made his way to the front. He doesn't usually come to the front just because there's a dodgy corner coming. So there's a fight for something's going to happen on this next part, or everybody's fighting because they expect something to happen.
Yeah, and on that last rise before we came into the village as well, we saw Arnaud Delis. Arnaud Delis has just moved up to the back of those two Lotto Destiny riders. Florian Vermeer is the second of those, and I think Cedric Bullen's still holding the front. But some of you will have noticed it. Arnaud Delis rode up on the grass on the left-hand side of our screen, right-hand side of the peloton, gave a little nod to Cedric Bullen, and then slotted himself in. He is third wheel there, and he has Jasper de Bus just behind him. This is a Jasper de Bus who's in good form as well. He was in excellent form at the Renewy Tour. Here we go. Hayter has picked up his musette, but he's taking a lot. He does do this though. He does. You can't argue that where he is right now, he's taking a lot of wind by himself as well, isn't he? He doesn't seem too bothered though, Pippa.
I'm just laughing to that. He's at the back and he's got his. So he's one of the team's favourites, and
Yeah.
He ought to be paying attention now, and he's at the back. There's been a big acceleration at the front, and he's went back into picked up a musette. What a waste of energy that is. So I don't know what the director of sports said to him about that. But the amount of energy he's going to waste. Carrying going back at the wrong time just because he hasn't paid attention there.
It is true, though, what you said earlier, Pippa. He does have the ability. He could be back at the front of this peloton within 5 or 6 minutes.
Yes.
That's how quickly he seems to move his way through. So it's not like he doesn't appear to have trouble moving up. I don't know whether... I've never really heard him speak about it, and someone will shout, yes, he did. He said it in that interview. He probably has, talking about why he rides like this. But it's not just this race. It's all very
races.
Common.
Yeah. It's all the races. You see him... I remember seeing the Tour of Britain a couple of years ago, always down the back. Looked like there's going to be a bit of side wind, and he's down the back and he's kind of messing about. Just the way he rides, and you can see that acceleration for Tonelli and Van der Beek, and that gap's just disappeared under that pressure.
Yeah, they've fist bumped and they know it's day over. So let's press the reset button, and I'm absolutely certain things are going to kick off now. And it might not be the end game. This might serve as up our next breakaway that then becomes a stepping stone for the final one. This is what happened last year. We had a breakaway group form that was then bridged across to by Wout van Aert and others in order to set up the final end game on that finishing circuit into Plouay. But now we'll watch to see who fancies taking this up. I think any attacks now are going to be much more closely marked than they were in the very early stages, Pippa, surely.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. So it's not going to be those riders who are right on the front because they've caused the acceleration, so they've taken all the wind. It's going to be the riders about 3-4 lines back who, if they get an opportunity, that they can attack from there because they haven't been in the wind, and the guys in the front can't react straight away. So we've got all the kind of big, strong teammates on the front who've fought for position to take their leader into that steep section. And
might be getting our answer there. Sorry, Pip. We might be getting our answer there about Jonathan Milan, by the way, just while we've just seen that shot. Definitely getting a little bit distance, getting out of the saddle and cranking it over to get back on again on that little rise. So that might be an early answer about whether we should be thinking about Jonathan Milan for this finish. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, go ahead. It's fine.
I think it's Well, we'll see. We'll watch the back, but.
I'm just kind of, so if you look at the lineup on the front, they're all the solid teammates who are going to be taking the wind. So I was just wondering what Tiesj Benoot was down there on the left. It might have been a Tiesj Benoot special from 80 kilometres out, but not just yet.
Why not?
But why not at this time? Because those riders on the front, they've made that effort for the last 5 kilometres to fight for position, and they're not going to be reactive in the same way that somebody who's fresh.
That looks like a lovely fête down there at the Château de Tronjoli. Looks like it might not just be a fête, there's some kind of performance on, and dare I say it, knowing the French, that looks like a brocante down at the bottom. Oh, there's a performance happening as well, we're interrupting. You can commentate on this bit, Pippa. I'm trying to work out what's going on. If I tried to say anything that I think is going on, I'd definitely be offending people. Just watch it.
There's some kind of
looks nice though.
Competition going on for sure, because there's obviously it looks like a dance platform, and there's people judging opposite, so it's not quite strictly come dancing, but it's it's getting there.
They're missing the action here though. It's just gone past them. What were they thinking of? This is a World Tour race. Did look like fun though. Anyway, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. That's one of the things I probably love about France more than anywhere else in the world, that you can stumble across these fantastic and often quite unusual little festivals and things that happen to be going on in the middle of nowhere. And I'm sure you'll know what I'm talking about, Pippa, because you've ridden for French teams, and you'll have travelled all over France as well. But I can remember living and racing in France myself and discovering things, often after races, on the way home or in the little village where the race had finished. And you think, what on earth is this? And my favourite used to be discovering little brocants, little, it's like a jumble sale, but where you sell pretty much anything. But the things that would turn up, absolutely incredible. Like, every one of them would have a stuffed boar's head, on a little kind of mantelpiece thing that you think, should I buy that? I don't know if I'm going to buy that. No, I don't want to return home with that.
And the person selling it didn't want to take it home either.
That's exactly right. Hey, this is one of our narrowest roads we've been on. It's getting dirty. Dare I say it's getting a bit bro, as well. It's getting a bit loose and dusty right at the back here. And Luc Plapp has gone front to back. And these are completely different roads to where we were 15, 20k ago. This one is definitely, you said it was going to get narrower coming southward, and you were absolutely right, Pippa.
Yeah. And it's he's down the back there. So I've noticed that quite often with Luc Plapp. He'll be on the front and he'll pull these teammates into one of these positions, and then suddenly he appears right at the back. So he just goes straight through the peloton from the front to the back, and then if it slows down again, he'll appear back at the front. But now he's down the back with Thibaut Nice. Thibaut Nice won't be too bothered that there's a bit of gravel and a bit of kind of sandiness and muck getting chirped up because cyclocross rider. So he'll be comfortable down there. Look at the back, though. Look at the gap. Sorry, Pippa. You look at the back of the shot there. There's quite a big group drifting off the back there, and I don't think they're coming back on from going to the team cars. There's a couple of splits back there too. This has just reminded me. The front of the race is only 2k away from the only classified gravel sector. And I don't think it's cobbled. I haven't been able to find it accurately on my Google Street View. But I actually think it's a ribbonu sector, yes,
so like a loose gravel sector. We're not quite onto it yet, though. I think it comes in the front of the race at about 2k's time.
It comes at 80 kilometres.
Yeah.
It's called Les Heliers, as you said. And it's marked down as you say, a rebine, so it's a gravel sector, and that's why there's so much pressure at the front of the race, because everybody's fighting to get into it.
This is the back. There are a few gaps down there, none of them unclosable by the looks of it at the moment, but a narrow road just causing a few little splits and separation towards the back end. This is young Ivan Romeo of the Movistar team. I haven't seen much of the boys in blue so far. I see one of them moving up. I think it was Johan Jacobs a bit earlier. We'd expect to see him, if they're going to do any pace setting, it'd be the likes of someone like Johan Jacobs, who's up at the front. They don't really need to on these narrow roads at the moment, because there seem to be other teams who are quite happy to take it on. This is what all this nervousness is about, isn't there? Really fast out of that corner, jumping back on it. It'll be interesting to see what this Ribbonu sector is like.
I imagine they're going to take well, I thought they were going to take a left turn there, because that was the flatter bit, which would only make sense if it's going to be a bit of gravel. Oh, here we go.
Looks like, I think it was Florian Seneschal leading into there, which is kind of appropriate for a guy who's such a good bike handler as well. Back under the trees again, so a little bit difficult to see who's emerging at the front end, but certainly Soudal Quick Step are showing themselves much more evident at the front. There's Seneschal there just drifting back a little bit. Julien Alaphilippe right there too. Florian Vermeers in the middle for Lotto Destiny.
You've got Matteo Trentin on the right for UAE. So the usual suspects of fighting for position and making sure they're in a good position.
Brandon Rivera is the Ineos Grenadiers rider there with the fully unzipped jersey as well. Is Greg Van Avermaet back on the front by the looks of it?
Yeah, that's Greg Van Avermaet.
Here we are. This is us on the gravel. This is the only classified gravel sector of the race. We had one in the end last year as the riders protested about the other 2 or 3 that were taken out, but you would expect this to be a useful point. And Julien Alaphilippe is lifting the pace a bit. He's distancing Tej Benoot, and Alaphilippe here, I don't know whether he knows it, but we know it, he's going clear, and he looks back and knows it for sure. Alaphilippe going again now. This is a clash of the mighty titans of our sport as well, with Greg Van Avermaet chasing him as well in what might be one of his last, potentially his last World Tour one-day race of his career as well. So Greg Van Avermaet fancies a go at this.
Yeah, so Julien Alaphilippe appears at the front, as usual, trying to force something, just to see what happens. And I'm not sure if he's going to continue with it or just to see what happens and see how much of us see who's up for following him and what can develop from this. But you've got Pavel Sivakov sitting there from Ineos, also paying him quite a lot of attention.
I wonder, Pippa, whether this is hard enough, this Ribby, and it might be, by the looks of it, to serve us up that final leading group. At this stage, with 80k to go, it's possible. Sivakov looks comfortable, second wheel for Ineos Grenadiers. He's up alongside Rivera there as well. Trentin, as you say, looking good, tucked in there too.
So Matteo Trentin is not the type of rider who's afraid of 80 kilometres of in the break, and he'll realise that now he's fought for that position to get into there in a decent place. He's going to keep the pressure on just to eliminate a few riders like we see here. So you've got Naessens and Peter Sagan going out the back.
Yeah, that's a shame for Naesen if that's to be where his race is looking like he is drifting, isn't he? He's taking a bit of energy. He might regroup and get back into another group, but former double winner of this race, 7th last year as well. This looks like Alessandro Covi for UAE Team Emirates. There's a man who I'm already starting to think, I might put him down as my favourite. I've mentioned him once already. I think, as I said at the beginning of the day, I'll say it again now, Pippa, in the hope that I'll make myself sound really clever. But he's going to win this race one day. I think Alessandro Covi, it's got his name written all over it. Here comes another attack, though. We'd expected it. It didn't really come other than Julien Alaphilippe on the Ribinu, but it's now coming off the back of it as well. It's Groupama FDG who are having a go. Stefan Kung, by the looks of it, as well.
Yeah,
Stefan Kung in very good form.
And you can see the amount of scrabbling at the back just to try and close those gaps that have been caused just by that section of gravel.
Is there a gap? Yes, there is. This is a leading group of about 7 or so at the moment, and they sense it might be worth going with as well.
That looks like Mick van Dijk closing the gap.
Yes. Sivakov is there. I think that's Sivakov for Ineos Grenadiers. It looks like it's coming back together though. Stefan Kung has dropped further back down that group to see who's there. I think Arnaud Delis has made this group too. There's 2 Lotto Destiny riders there. I think the second of them is Arnaud Delis. One of them looks like it might be Jasper de Bust as well. Coming back together though, Pippa, by the looks of it. That's being brought back by the very familiar rolled shoulders of Tej Benoot. Oh, not closed yet though. Benoot sat up and he's looking for help, and I think it's coming from Groupama FDG, so I don't know whether that rider is aware that Stefan Kung is in there, because he definitely is. That's made, even if that does come back together, that's now a significantly smaller group, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just put enough pressure on the race that there'll be a certain number of riders are eliminated, and as long as they keep the pressure on here, that the energy it's going to cost them to come back is going to be fatal to their chances.
So 160 kilometres our 2 breakaway we're out there for, and we are now watching the second phase of this race where the gravel sector that I wondered, actually it looks almost as if the gravel sector's continued here. It's only a kilometre long, the actual, this is not though part of the Ribinu, I don't think though, Pippa. I think this is just a dusty road.
This is just a resurfacing job where they've chucked down some gravel and put a roller over the top of it.
Yeah, this is kind of highly evocative shots here. I must admit our motorbike isn't, and our leading traffic isn't really helping the riders here, because it's kicked up a right old storm around them. Brilliant shots looking through the forest, possibly not quite as brilliant for the riders who are rolling towards us. They could really do with us not watching them from that camera motorbike right now, because you can see the stones it's kicking up as well.
It's just been what I used to call one of those lazy resurfacing job where they put a bit of wet tar down and chuck gravel on it and then leave the cars to kind of stamp it in.
Now, let's hope it doesn't cause a problem in this race. If they roll through this, it will be forgotten largely later, but if we had a nasty accident, it might not quite be. So 2 riders now out front.
So
I think
Mick van Dijk and Stefan Kung.
Yeah, now that is a strong pairing already from two of the very strongest teams in this race as well. Kung in particular, I'm sure Mick van Dijk will look at Stefan Kung and think, well, if I could have been away with anyone in this field, you're the guy. Let's go for it.
You're big enough for me to hide behind, because Mick van Dijk's one of the tallest riders.
Yeah. I was trying to go across, though. One of the Ineos Grenadiers riders. Wouldn't you know it? You wait and see. It'll be...
Ethan Hayes. No, I think it's
Ethan Hayes.
I think it's Rivera.
Yeah, you're right.
And Covey.
This is far from... Yeah, Covey as well, isn't
Covey.
it? Far from form, this leading group, isn't it? But it's just boiling.
And you had Alaphilippe just made his way onto the back of that group of those other three.
It's still hilly enough at this point as well to be aiding the separation as it's happening in front of us. Look back, of course, because we're in forested terrain, it's difficult to get the aero shot of just how many are now in that group and connecting behind. There is the front of that chase. I think that's Brent van Moer, who's just hanging off the front, the Lotto Destiny rider. Valentin Madouas trying to ride across two. I think he has Sam Oman just tracking him as well. It's far from served up.
So we have these two in the front, so Kung and Mick van Dijk. Then you had a group of about 13, 15 riders, which Valentin Madouas was just trying to come across to. You can see how difficult it is, just up and down and left and right. Bit of gravel on the corners just to slow things down enough to make the hills even more difficult.
Mick van Dijk, one of those two twins who came first to our attention at the Tour de l'Avenir a couple of years ago. The two of them so alike in their physical capacity. At that time, looking like they were developing into being sort of sprinty classics riders, and I guess they probably are going that way to a certain extent, but very, very useful riders for Jumbo-Visma. Super strong. Kung gets a bottle. And Van Dijk, has he come through and done a turn since Kung took over? I wonder if there's an opportunity for Van Dijk here to say, no, it's all about Christophe Laporte. I'm just sitting on, mate, can't help you. No. Let's have a look. Flick of the elbow. Is he coming through?
So Van Dijk
he does come.
Van Dijk's working on the downhills. I don't think he can contribute when Stefan Kung rides uphill that fast, so he takes over on the kind of top and the false flats on the downhills, just to give Stefan Kung enough of a rest till the next uphill.
Well, there's one Soudal Quick-Step rider on the front. It's not Alaphilippe, but we're certain that he's up for this. Oh, I say it's not. Let's see where he is. No, I think that is...
I think it's Mauro Schmidt.
Yes. Van Sevenant is up there too. Next to them attacking. I think this is Van Sevenant, if I'm not mistaken. No, it's Masnada. Fausto Masnada was in there. I think that's him, yeah.
And Valentin Madouas following him.
And that's Sivakov also trying to go across that gap. And as so often happens, it's Tej Benoot who closes the gap, but he just lacks that snap that some of the other riders around him have. They get the jump on him, and then of course he's got the strength to then gradually close it up. Right, together again. This is good for the two out front, Mick van Dijk and Stefan Kung, because this lot are attacking each other, keep closing it down and keep easing. Won't help having two Jumbo-Visma riders, I reckon, at the front, surely, Pippa, because they're now, they've got an opportunity to block a little bit here if they're not careful. Yes. They're talking about it, aren't they?
This is a chance for them to kind of slow it down a little bit, put riders on the front.
That's what you call a close pass. It's pretty close. Van Dijk using the motorbike, being told 18 seconds. Both of them have a little look back as well, just to be sure. But this looks good for these two. But here we are for the second time in 180 kilometres that we've got two riders out front. That's a big tall order to hold off the rest of them for 75k, but it could be a very useful stepping stone. It's just the combination of riders there. If you look at the Groupama FDG team, Pippa, I wonder whether for a day like this Stefan Kung might well have been their best option. Valentin Madouas obviously wants to get involved but can't draw anyone across with him. The two of them are probably their best bets, so they seem to be playing their A card now maybe.
Yeah, so this is in the interest of Stefan Kung to make it as hard from as far out as possible. He's not going to win a sprint from a group of 10, but a group of 3 or 4, he's definitely capable of winning from there. I think they probably rely more on Madouas to be present in that last hour. He's slightly more explosive, whereas Kung will just kind of grind the other riders to death.
Yeah, brutal as it sounds, I think you might be right. This is also Stefan Kung's first race back since those Glasgow World Championships, or Scotland World Championships, I should say. He was world champion, of course, in that mixed team relay, that team time trial mixed relay that Pippa and I were talking about earlier around the streets of Glasgow. In a race in which one of his teammates crashed, of course, but got back up and got back in, Marlon Russa, and the 3 women that were racing after the 3 men. He was 12th in the individual time trial in the end, Stefan Kung. His best result outside of that World Champions jersey in the mixed team relay came in the road race, of course, where he was 5th, which is an incredible result in that field as well. 5th behind Mathieu van der Poel. He had a great ride on the streets of Glasgow, and actually for a super strong time trialist and diesel engine Pippa, that might not necessarily be a result you would predict for a rider like him on a course like that.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't a course that suits his characteristics at all. So he was there just because he's really strong, not because he could get out the saddle on every time he went up one of those steep hills in Glasgow. So he was there purely on that kind of inner strength that he possesses and his ability to sustain that over a number of hours.
I love that. I love your description of it because, you know, we, particularly people who are training for performance in cycling, everyone's numbers focused, and there's a way of categorizing everything, every different level of intensity within your training and racing and stuff. And actually what it just comes down to there is, as you say, he is just strong enough. And there's that unmeasurable mental capacity as well to be able to cope with it too. Attack from Entourage Circus Wanty. This is interesting. We haven't really seen or mentioned anything of them yet today. They have, of course, Biniam Girmay is we presume, their team leader for today. They have the really exciting 20-year-old Madish Michels, the Estonian, who won a stage of that Deutschland Tour that I've been talking about last week. He was very impressive there, winning in high-quality sprint field as well. Michels, I think the name we're going to be mentioning a lot more often too. And they're happy to throw a card into the mix as well, in amongst a bit of watching between, well, the Group Armour riders, Jumbo-Visma, DSM, I think that's John Degenkolb there, if I'm not mistaken, as well, for DSM Firmenich. Now an attack from Israel Premier Tech as well. That's Dylan Turns, right. I wonder whether he would come into play today. It's not exactly a massive attack, though. Sorry, that's Nick Schultz.
Nick Schultz.
That was Nick Schultz there attacking, my apologies. It's obviously a bridgeable gap, this, if it is 18 seconds, particularly, dare I say, if we have a camera motorbike between the groups.
I think he's going to need more than a bit of help from the camera bike for those 2 engines that are in the front at the moment. Yeah,
there's an awful lot of looking around going on behind there. There's a strong sense, I think, that Valentin Madouas, it was him up the road as well, keeps seeing his jersey at or near the front, and he's watching and trying to mark absolutely everything. I think he's got good form, the French national champion today. We've got another group trying to come across as well. All the while, Stefan Kung just gets into time trial mode exactly as you suggested he might, Pippa. Perfect situation for him, and a perfect situation for Jumbo-Visma and Mick van Dijk. He can just sit there, do his, as you say, turns through on the descents, and wherever Kung needs him to, give him a little bit of a rest.
Wherever he's capable of coming past Stephen Kung in this the speed that he'll be riding here.
I have to apologise, I haven't yet picked up who the Entourage Circus Wanty rider is that was coming across. But I had seen up at the front Lilian Calmachon, the French rider, earlier, but it doesn't look like his build either.
It didn't look like Calmachon.
No. This is where we can really do with a nice aerial shot looking down on the group as a whole behind as well. See visually what kind of gap it is. Once it's under 30 seconds, it's so hard to be able to tell how close it is. Well, we've got 3 individuals now trying to go across. The next up is Astana, Kazakhstan. And then I think, just coming around that corner, there'll be one more as well. I think that might be again Dylan Turns again this time. It's certainly an Israel Premier Tech rider. No massive alarm bells ringing though in that peloton, is there? No, of the other world teams, no one panicking. EF not panicking, or at least sitting, watching the others. And we have a Groupama rider on the front. It's a bit of soft tapping, is that, Pippa? I don't know if that's soft tapping, is it?
Oh, just fast enough to kind of encourage everybody to stay on the wheel, but not fast enough to not even maintain the gap. So they're, gaps are going up a couple of seconds here and there every time there's a. That big acceleration doesn't really close the gap. It just knocks the stuffing out of everybody else, and then there's a lull, and they lose another 5 seconds in the lull. So 43.
According to our graphic, that was Lilian Kalmazhan. Well, yeah, going across that gap with Gianni Moscon. There's a name we've not mentioned so far for Astana. In fact, we've not really mentioned Astana, Kazakhstan at all. Actually, this is a kind of race that could suit Gianni Moscon rather well, but he would need to, if he was up to win it.
There's been a crash on the right there.
Oh dear, well spotted.
There's two Lotto riders. Looks like they've fallen into the ditch at the side of the road.
I missed that as it happened, though. They're all right. The world champion Mathieu van der Poel still in the back of this group, but staying near the back. Pippa mentioning earlier that he's looking very relaxed. I guess you could say that one of 2 ways. Either he's so relaxed that he'll operate autonomously and just allow his body to do what we know it's perfectly capable of doing, or he's so relaxed that he misses things and a split happens ahead of him, which is kind of what's happened here to a certain extent, because he's quite a long way down that group.
You could see on the back of that first chase group that Alaphilippe and Masnada were having a bit of a discussion about how did they manage to let that go without one of them being in it. So that typical nervous conversation that Julien Alaphilippe always has at some moment during a race.
So that group is coming back in as well, so it's growing again in numbers. This is, I guess, what we call our main peloton. It is. There are little groups off the back of it. You can see Edvald Bosenhagen, familiar figure of the Total Energies rider, just at the back there, getting on. Former winner of this race, one of 5 former winners of this race in here, including Michael Matthews, the 2020 winner. Another Narsen we've seen drifting off the back, and we're presuming not out of the race, but not in that group. I don't think he's got back in. We'll look out for him anyway. Former double winner Edvald Bosenhagen, I just mentioned, the winner in his Team Sky days back in 2012, and then Benoit Cosnevoit, the most recent winner from 2021. Elia Viviani is also in there. Oh, we have seen him. We've seen him a little bit earlier. The Ineos Grenadier, winner in 2017. These are the 2 we have out front. Mick van Dijk of the Netherlands and Jumbo-Visma, and Stefan Kung, the Swissman for the French team Groupama FDJ. Those timing gaps back to the 2 chasers behind, Lilian Kalmazhan, who we see leading here for Intermarché Circus Wanty, and Gianni Moscon. I don't think any 4 of those names are riders we'd mentioned at the beginning of the day as being big favourites, were they, Pippa? We could have rolled over the name of Stefan Kung as a possible. Not a great surprise to see him up there.
Yeah, it's not a surprise to see Stefan Kung up there, but for like a rider like Gianni Moscon, we haven't really seen him since maybe 2 seasons. Maybe he hasn't been in front of a big bike race. So good to see him kind of return to the level that he was at before.
Yeah, absolutely. I think his potential and his talent, absolutely undoubted. Just looking back, so he rode a pretty anonymous Tour de France, didn't he? Finished the Tour de France as well, yet I don't really remember seeing him too often in the race. Since then, rode the Renewy Tour last week in Belgium, but bearing in mind where he was at just a few years ago, very quiet. Mathieu van der Poel just having a little bit of a bounce with his teammate. Anything could happen in a race like this for him. Even still now, I know we said it earlier, didn't we, that you never quite know what Mathieu van der Poel we're going to see. He could still win this. I'm not saying. I'm just saying. You just don't quite know which way it's going to swing, because there could be something in that extremely relaxed nature So watch Arnaud Delis that was perfect timing, really. I think he just finished doing his business and tagged on to the back end before he had to go out the back as well.
A well-calculated comfort break.
Yeah. And there he is, the stocky, powerfully built Arnaud Delis, who has to be, well, he is, there's no doubt about it, one of the most up-and-coming, exciting classics riders and sprinters of his era, no doubt about that. And he's had very good form in Brittany too as well, so close to the win on a number of occasions this year, including that fantastic third place in Trobo-Lyon, but so close here last year. I did not mention in my commentary of this race 1 year ago, Pippa, I didn't mention Arnaud Delis until we literally came towards the final dip, and I thought, hang on a minute, there's a lot of, what would it have been then? Lotto Soudal? There's a Lotto Soudal ride. Delis, where's he come from? And of course he popped up and took fourth, but could quite easily have won that as well. If it comes down to a sprint finish and he is there, it's going to be alarm bells ringing. He's got to be one of the big favourites, surely. Here's a question that we need to drill down: is Jasper Philipsen still in this group?
I haven't seen him, but you know, the group's doubled in size at least, so he could be in there. It really does depend on where he started going into that gravel section. If he was well placed, he'd be part of that big group that came back with Van der Poel. If not, then his day's over. But we see, you know, so we've got Ethan Hayter, who started the gravel in the last three, and he's made the split. So if you're in any kind of form, you're going to come back.
Again, once again, this shot game is a really good indication of why this is the third hilliest men's one-day World Tour race of the year. Look at that. It's like this all the way as well. It's often only when you get the shots looking through the pack from the back here at road level on this narrow road, you get a sense of why there is in excess of 4,000 metres of climbing. Watch Hayter in the middle there. The only rider around him, just tapping away in the middle of that group as well. He's got a very efficient style, but we've seen it already. You can't argue with the fact that he does catch a fair bit of wind by drifting on and off the back. He must do, mustn't he, as well? But he is, as we know, very, very strong.
You get the feeling that UAE aren't happy with this. The called up of Kobe was the only one who was covering that move when Kung and Van Dijk went away. So it looks like they're going to commit some resources to at least stabilise the gap.
Yeah, because that's a decent gap, Pippa. Already, 127 to Kung and Van Dijk. That's tasty at this stage of the race.
And they're not the kind of riders that you can allow a 2-minute gap for, you know, with 40 kilometres to go. You're going to use up half a team to get to take them back.
Yeah, well, especially considering that one of them is a Jumbo Visma rider as well, and that is, you know, they've got so much strength in that team as well. Wow. Well, yeah, here we go. As you suggested it might be, it's down to UAE Team Emirates to really pick this one up too. They have got one of the strongest teams here as well. Not necessarily in terms of potential winners. If we talk about Trentin as having the finish to win, he definitely does, doesn't he? And Covey does. Of that team, Trentin and Covey could win from a leading group, couldn't they, in that sprint? But the others, you've got some really strong workhorses like Brandon McNulty and Mark Hershey, who, well, would be capable if they worked combined together, you would think, bringing back something like this. But then it's Stefan Kung, you consider fifth at those World Championships. That staying power, as you described, Pippa, that ability to resist, could be the perfect move.
It could be.
And as we still see teammates being put up here, Olivier Legac here, just being slotted into that UAE line. I mean, get out of the way, mate. We know what your game is. We know what you're doing. He slotted himself right in the middle of those UAE riders. I love seeing it, Pippa, when it's so barefaced as that. I mean, it's so obvious. It's not. You don't try and hide it. You can see there, can't you, that Tim Van Dijk has definitely been down. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Lost a whole load of his jersey too.
Yeah, there's bound to have been a crash somewhere in that gravel section. You know, further back, there'd have been chaos.
We can see the amount of movement in the group there. Around this tight right-hander as well. Very narrow roads. Riders cutting across the grass.
I think that's Ben Healy. Ben Healy looked like he had some kind of... So it looked like there that Ben Healy just had a problem coming into that corner. He foot out and he's on the grass, but he was on the radio before it, so it looked like he was either calling up for more resources from his team, or he needs the car for something.
I think Pippa, he might not have got off the radio in time, because like most of these radios, he's got a push to talk button, hasn't he, of course, on his chest, and he had his hand on it, was definitely talking into it, going into that right-hander with one hand on the brakes. I just wonder whether he might have wanted to finish his message quickly before then grabbing the handlebars. That is not the kind of corner to do that into. That's tricky. This looks like Rafa Majka now, the very recognisable climbing style of Rafa Majka, and back to the world champion, Mathieu van der Poel, in his first road outing, not including that Dutch criterium that he rode a week after those world champs. His first road outing in that world champions jersey. Breaking news, the biggest news of the day, of course, he is in black shorts, hanging on to the back. He's not looking like he wants to get dropped, but he's not in a great place right now when he's behind Ethan Hayter.
I don't think he enjoyed that burst out the saddle.
There is Ben Healy.
There's Ben Healy. Definitely waiting for the car for something.
Yeah. Now there's Arnaud Delis also doing likewise. Things have completely changed, haven't they, Pippa? These are exactly the narrow roads you were talking about coming towards the finish too.
So there we can see that the EF riders are waiting up on Ben Healy, so he's obviously their designated rider for the day. You can see how much pressure there is that Van der Poel's not closing that 3 metre gap very easily.
No. And the gap has gone, hasn't it, at the moment? It's not a massive gap, but he's going to need to work to close it. Matteo Fabro just sitting on Mathieu van der Poel's wheel. In fact, Fabro might give him a little bit of help in just finally closing that gap back to Hayter. I wonder if on a day... Here's a tactic for you, Pippa. We've talked a bit about Hayter, because we've been seeing lots of shots from the back. If you were smaller than him, say you were Fabro there, so you're a little bit smaller than Hayter. Unfortunately, van der Poel's a bit too tall. Just sit on Ethan Hayter's wheel all day and just follow him. Just follow him at the back. One man protection, you just sit and chill.
Well, the thing about that is that there are riders that you know that are going to close a gap. You know, they're strong enough to, you see them lose 5 metres in an acceleration, then you know that they're going to close that gap over the next 500 metres. So you just stay behind them. And there are other riders you know that will close the 5 metre gap in a burst of energy, you know, over 20 metres, and you'll be left with 5 metres. So that there's certain riders you can allow to close gaps, and you know it's not going to hurt you because they're going to do it nice and slow. And there's other riders who are quite explosive, and they close the gap instantly, and suddenly you're in the wind with it before you realise it. So you tend to go around them and just, you know, close the gap before it becomes 5 metres. You know, so you close it when it's just one bike length to close.
We're getting closer and closer. We've got about 25k to go until we're on the outskirts of Plouay and entering the pre-finishing circuit. There's another little loop we do that goes northward before we enter the final circuit. We go across the finish line with 12 kilometres to go. That classic Plouay finishing circuit. I have to say, I think we're quite lucky so far. There haven't been any more offs than we've seen, Pippa. Of course, there may well have been some we haven't seen, but these are particularly narrow roads. It's a good thing it's dry. It's very dusty. We've been across the only ribby sector, the only gravel sector of the race so far, but even here we see, I think that's Maro Schmidt making his way onto the grass at the edge, likewise the other side too. The only moving up you can really do at this point is on that grass.
Yeah, you see the amount of nervousness at every corner, that there's riders slowing down, speeding up on the grass, in the gravel, and it's the only way you're going to get to the front. But the problem with that is that you stick your bike on the grass and you don't know if there's going to be a ditch. So it looks like another problem here for Tosh van der Sande, number 7, going back. And Ben Healy's obviously changed his bike. He's coming back up with following a teammate. So whatever his problem was, he looks like he's changed his bike. He's heading back towards the front. That's Jonas Ruch that Ben Healy's following. But he's gonna have a bit of difficulty to move back up. There's a bit of pressure at the front, and he might have to use his cyclocross skills to get all the way to the front. So it looks now we've got two teams chasing. We've had Soudal Quickstep and UAE committed riders to take back the break.
This is also a snaky enough descent here, isn't it? To string things out a little bit more. The bunching up we've been seeing for the last, 25, 30k that's been going on, taking up the whole width of this narrow road is, for the moment, over because the pace is right up as well, isn't it? But look at the gap. It's still continuing to go out. 152. Yeah. This is starting to get a little bit more dangerous as well, Pippa, isn't it? With that gap to... I'm thinking specifically Stefan Kung. I'm still seeing... I don't know about you, but I still see Mick van Dijker as a placement card, someone who's been put out there to do his job. But Kung is a big threat.
Kung is not the type of rider that you're going to give 2 minutes to and think that he's going to come tumbling back on his own.
Problem there for one of the Tudor Pro cycling riders. It was definitely their kit. Looked like he's getting his chain back on, so that could have been a mechanical, but I haven't seen what's happened there. This is Olivier Legac as well, who's just slotting himself in there, the Groupama FDG rider, doing a great job for Stefan Kung. He's spoiling a little bit at the front end.
And Ethan Hayes.
Yeah. Sorry, Pepper. Bob Youngle's just going off the back there, so that's another strong man dropping from that group for a Hansgrohe.
And Ethan Hayter still giving out the tickets on the back.
Ding, ding, ding. Yes, well, he's still there. That's what we know he's very, very capable of doing. We wouldn't be mentioning it if it was a rider who was struggling. He's not struggling. It's a tactical decision to be there, or positional decision to be there. Looks like Arnaud Delis again has moved up. He's got two teammates there, Florian Vermeers and Brent Van Moer. Big, strong teammates as well. Mark Hirschi has looked good today. He's looked good these last few weeks as well, the Swiss champion. And then we have, looking down as well, Biniam Girmay there for Entourage Circus Wanty. Bahrain moving up as well with Jack Haig. We've still got that fascinating combination of strong climbers and powerful classics rouleurs all mashed together at the front of this Bretagne Classic. If you have just fairly recently joined us for this, the last 56 kilometres, my name's Jez Cox. I have Pippa York with me. Well, we're together, commentating together for the first time. But this is a race that Pippa has actually ridden in the past, so she has intimate experience of this part of Brittany specifically, despite the fact that the organisers of the Bretagne Classic have tried to make this into a race which encompasses all the best things of the best Breton races, such as Trobreau-Léon, the Tour de Finistère, Route Adélie and others, Grand Prix Morbihan, races like that, most of which have uphill finishes too. And this race probably, as we watch Arnaud Delis just being brought back in, I'm not sure whether that was a feed or something, Pippa. Did you see what happened to him?
I think he had a bike change. I don't see any... It's hard to see if he's still got the transponder. He's still got a frame number. But he definitely had a problem the same time as Ben Healy did.
Yeah, coming out that right-hander. Right, he's back in. That's interesting. Gap coming down ever so slightly to the front. And those, you've got to feel a little bit for those two in between, because I've just got a feeling this pushing might catch Lilian Carmageon and Gianni Moscon. But they are doing a good ride, those two. It's a shame, because it looked like they were going to go straight across. But they're 50 seconds. No, sorry, they're 1 minute 10, as we can see, down on Van Dijker and Kung. I'm not sure there's that many riders in this field that could do what Stefan Kung is doing now. And we've got to give a bit of credit to Mick van Dijker as well, but the fact that we've got three Jumbo-Visma riders just sitting right there at the front as well indicates that I don't think Mick van Dijker was their plan A for today, but it'll do very nicely for the moment.
I think, eventually if Van Dijker starts being in trouble with Stefan Kung, then he'll just sit on. Stefan Kung will be a higher rated rider than Mick van Dijker, so he'd be well within his rights to say, like, I'm not going to work anymore. You knocked this stuff out of me over these 20, 30 kilometres, however long they're going to last out front.
Mick van Dijker now on the front, the 23-year-old from Goes in the Netherlands, came through the Jumbo-Visma development team. and stepped up to their world team last year, but already such a firm favourite in various different iterations of that team. Sensibly, as is being quite often the case with that team, not yet being broken into being a firm fixture in their Grand Tour teams, thankfully, giving an opportunity for him to just develop. And he's ridden a fair few stage races this year already, including the Tour of Norway, Tour de Suisse, Tour of Poland, Renewy Tour, of course, in Belgium last week. So lots of stage racing experience, but not getting absolutely hammered in a Grand Tour. Certainly not this year, anyway.
There's a few
that is a nice thing to see, Pippi. Do you know what I mean? I raise that because we're seeing, my goodness, 19 and 20-year-olds being thrown into Grand Tours at the moment. And whether they're ready for it or not, it is, well, I've never ridden one. You've ridden many. You know what I'm saying? You tell me. It's got to be. Is that a good thing?
It's a shock to the system. In some ways it either makes you or breaks you. You get to about 10 days and you start to realise it becomes serious then. So you might be okay, if you kind of duck, you kind of hide a little bit. You see Ben McCosner back in the car, so he must have had some kind of problem. But I'll get back to what I was saying, so that that first week you can kind of duck and dive, and and especially take a lot of experience from the riders who have ridden Grand Tours before, and learn off them and pick up all the little tricks that the things that you have to do to stay out of the wind as much as possible. But then when you get to about 10 days in, even if you've been hiding, it becomes very difficult. Then you kind of start to go into your reserve slightly. And that it's only when you're really kind of fully developed that you have reserves that enable you to race the final week of a Grand Tour.
Yeah, it is.
So that's Moscon and then Kalmachamp taken back.
So now we have just those two leaders out there, Nick van Dijken and Stefan Kung, 1.5 minutes ahead of a peloton, which is now being led by Maro Schmidt, Swissman, for that pretty multinational Soudal Quick-Step team. The question is, I guess, for all of us, who is he working for? Is it Julian Alaphilippe, who looks sparky today? He's been shaking his legs out left, right and centre. He attacked on the Ribenu, which is, I guess, straight in the Julian Alaphilippe rulebook, that, isn't it? It's the most impressive place to attack. It looks wicked. I loved your story, Pippa, about getting the comb and coiffeur set out before the interview, and it's so bang on. I love him. I think he's brilliant.
It's so Julian Alaphilippe. I thought, has he just got the mirror and the comb out? And I watched him and I thought, yeah, he has, because I was part of the written press, so we were waiting for him to do the stuff with the TV people, because there's a pecking order. So visual first and then written. So he was doing the visual people. So for the main French channels, Eurosport, GCN as well. And then he was going to come and talk to us, on the other side of the kind of compound. And I thought he's got a styling, what I called a styling pack. I thought, I haven't seen that before. Okay.
I love it.
Yeah.
He didn't have one of those little combs for his eyebrows, did he?
No,
comb for your eyebrow?
No. I didn't.
I can see that though.
I didn't study it that much, but I thought, yeah, he's got a mirror out, Yeah.
Good lad.
But I think we now there's 3 teams on the front, so we have UAE, Movistar, and Soudal Quick-Step who are going to ride, so that you can see the gaps come down 30 seconds already to Stefan Kung and Mick van Dijk.
Yeah, and we remind people, 30 kilometres to go. So 20k, about 20, let's call it 20 kilometres time. We'll be into the edges of Plouay, taking in that first little loop, which sets them up for getting towards the finish line. They go back on themselves, go north again a little bit, take in a nasty little hill, actually. That's one of the over 10 percenters that step up to the final 12-kilometre finishing circuit, that classic, exactly the same Plouay circuit as last year, with the Bos de Rostevel, Bos du Lezo and the Bos du Kersuik, which is the final one that comes with the last 3k. Then it's 3k all downhill to the very broad, wide, almost a road, like a motorway road almost, down to that dip, all barriered, and the rise to the finish, the classic Plouay finish that's been used over the last 3 days of the 4 days of Plouay races. This is the final race, of course, the 87th Bretagne Classic. And it's been in glorious sunshine throughout since we set off. The riders departing just after 10:30 local time in Plouay itself, in the Morbihan department in the northwest of France. They've ridden northward up into Finistère, up to the high point, the howling wolves of the natural park of the Amérique. Well, one howling wolf, we just didn't hear it, but it was there somewhere, probably watching from some rocky outcrop. Then they started southward. The wind has played absolutely no part in this race today, but the gravel sector definitely did, marking the end of our original two-rider breakaway, Julian Alaphilippe attack, and then just coming out of it, this new move we have right now that has 1:20 with Van Dijken and Stefan Kung. And Soudal Quickstep are well up for this today. I posed that question, Pippa, without actually asking you properly. Who do you think they're working for? Is it Alaphilippe, do you think? Murray Schmidt's doing a lot.
I mean, who have they got that's fast?
Sénéchal, maybe? We've seen Sénéchal doing work, though. This is the kind of race where, actually, a Florian Sénéchal in really good form, he's certainly, you would think, a top 10 finisher, but we've seen him doing work already, Sénéchal.
So he's been on the front, and then we've seen Alaphilippe, being perky as he usually is. But, looking through their list of riders, they don't really have a sprinter that's going to win from a small group other than Alaphilippe, and Julien Alaphilippe hasn't been that, hasn't been at the level that he was at a couple of years ago. So, is he likely to win that kind of sprint from a group of 10 or 15? We haven't seen it lately.
No. One rider I can definitely see, and I'm seeing more and more of now in there, is Biniam Gamay, the Entourage Circus 1-2 rider. Of course, we've seen his teammate, Lilian Calmajan, trying to go across the gap. He's back in the fold now as well. But Biniam Gamay riding closer to the front, the Eritrean, one of 3 Eritrean riders in this field. Not fourth, where was he? 6th last year. He was in that leading group last year. Has to be said, he was on a better year last year. He had that incredible year last year, didn't he? As his big sort of senior level breakthrough after taking that was it silver medal in Belgium in the under-23 road race? It was either silver. I think it was silver.
Yeah, it was silver. Yeah.
He's had a much more difficult year this year, Biniam Gamay, hasn't he?
Well, it's as happens for a lot of riders. Now that he's a major race winner, and he has a kind of target on his back, so he has a lot less freedom, and opportunities don't come as easily because he's a marked rider now.
Yeah. This is his first. He rode San Sebastian after the Tour de France, so this is him kind of making a comeback after the Tour de France, where he was 6th on the final stage into Paris. Took a 3rd place into Bordeaux as well on those 2 sprint stages. And this is now riders drifting off the back. That looks like Rafa Majka job done. Was that Simon Geschke we just saw going through our shot there?
I think it was. Majka and Geschke. Ethan Hayter still giving out the tickets on the back.
We don't even need to say that.
It's just so predictable.
Yeah, but it is. It's incredibly well. Hang on a minute. I'm just trying to work out. Has he ever been the world champion in the elimination race on the track? I need to find that out. I need to look into his track stats. I bet he has, because he seems to be very good at holding that back position and then just moving up wherever he needs to. I'm going to look that up. I need to look at this track results.
And there's riders who find a certain level of motivation from that type of thing. They kind of they drift past riders who are going out the bike and thinking, "Oh, I'm going better than I thought I was." And the way he looked over at that the rider who was just getting dropped there, he just I'm actually not that bad.
He's been, I forget that. He's been national champion in the Omnium. I'm looking for any specific elimination. Yeah, but it would be in the Omnium, wouldn't it, the elimination race? So, I'll have to watch. I'll have to look that up. If you know of any specific standout elimination race achievements for Ethan Hayter, please do tell me. You can hit it to me over at Jezcox, Jezcox, because looking as he does all the time on the road, like he's a nailed on elimination race favourite. Shots, as always, focusing on the back end. Here we keep going back to this is Patrick Gamper, the Austrian rider for Ora Hansgrohe, looking like he might be day done. It's been a hot day out there, Pippa, hasn't it, as well? We're seeing bottles going up all the time. 25, touching on 26 degrees, not much breeze either, and the amount of up and down they're doing all the time, they're not getting long descents to cool off either. It's hard work out there, and that's good to see, because it has to be said, for the main peloton, once our first two riders had gone, that first nearly an hour was not hard at all. I think even I could have stayed in there, and I'm extremely old. I'm pretty knackered.
I'm not sure if it might have looked easy, sitting, sitting down while your legs aren't going round. But I think they averaged 41 kilometres an hour for that first hour.
Yeah, there is a good point.
And it wasn't exactly flat either, so
true.
It looks easy when you're sitting comfortably.
Yeah, all right. No, can you stop now? Hearing me. Well, there's a lot of riders now out of the race. This is probably about, being very generous, 2/3 of that peloton left. But they are having their work cut out to drill down this gap. This is Will Barter, the American rider for the oldest team at the highest level of cycling, Movistar, who go way back, right way back through the Benesto days, of course, back to the Reynolds days. And what were they before that, Pippa? I can't remember. There was something before Reynolds, weren't they? Was it?
I can't quite remember, yeah. Reynolds is the one that kind of stands out. But they were a team before Reynolds, yeah.
Well-earned drink for Stefan Kung on this slight descent in behind Nick van Dijken.
And there's not many places on this route that you can actually feed and drink. Oh,
big crash. Oh, wow. Right on the dusty edge of the road there as well. That's quite near the front. Alexei Luksenko is the
Ben Healy
Astana rider. Oh yeah, Ben Healy, you're right, well spotted. Ben Healy lying in the grass at the edge of the road. That doesn't look good. There's an Arkea Samsic man down there. I'm not sure that isn't Warren Barguil, maybe on his back. Have a look. Dres de Puerta is on the ground there, covered in mud too. Healy not getting up in a hurry either, is he? I think that might be Warren Barguil, because there's quite a lot of... we'll see it again now, Pippa.
I think it's the Intermarché rider who goes down first. No, it's not. It's an Arkea Samsic.
Oh dear. That was a nasty one. And it's just that dusty, loose stuff at the edge, isn't it? One of the Israel Premier Tech riders in there as well. Yeah, it is Barguil who's down on the floor. Warren Barguil was right at the front of that, so it was him, and I think then Ben Healy probably took the soft option, the better option of going, not that he had any choice, but going straight past Barguil and onto the grass, and the softer landing. He might get back in, but...
And the Israel rider was Corbin Strong, who got caught up in that as well.
Well, there's a rider that we picked as being a potential rider to watch, the 23-year-old Kiwi in this race for Israel Premier Tech. That's a shame for Corbin Strong. He did seem to be getting himself back up, didn't he? So he might get back in, but it's not like the pace has eased up on the front, because this is all about trying to bring back those two. That's the worst time to have a crash like that. Not that there's any good time either. This is where, I guess, in roads like this, Pippa, it's a distinct advantage for Mick van Dijken and Stefan Kung. They've got clear space around them through these narrow, twisting roads. They haven't got riders overlapping their wheels. It's just the two of them, very little traffic around them, and they can just calmly get on with it. It's got to be an advantage in this kind of terrain.
It has, and now back in the peloton, every one of these corners is going to be a hesitation. Especially if you heard that, if you were near to the fall and you just avoided it by being on the right side of the peloton.
So Will Barter on the front here for Movistar. I think I can probably speak for Pippa York here in saying that we both think it might be about Alex Arambaru, who we know is in very good form. I certainly saw that form up close last week in Germany at the Deutschland Tour, where he looked really good, particularly in uphill sprint finishes as well. Arambaru. Question is, should it stay like this? Is he quick enough to beat a Christophe Laporte or Biniam Girmay? Well, we don't know where Mathieu van der Poel is. We think he might be off the back, but I'm not sure. He might have got back in.
I think he probably got caught up in that crash there, with, you know, so all those riders who were kind of dangling at the back, the Ethan Hayters of this world, they'd have lost 30 seconds or so. You can see this group, there's what, 50 riders there, maybe 60?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right, but that is significantly smaller. Again, I want the camera just to... Yeah, let's have a look back. Who's chasing back on? 3s and 4s, bigger group. Ooh, yeah.
Looks like two Israel riders on the front there. A DSM.
Yeah, that's a battle, isn't it, to try and get back in there, and there's gaps opening up in amongst it as well on this rise. I think they're going to do it, though, by the looks of it.
Yeah, Van der Poel's in that group about halfway down.
Yeah.
You can just see him behind Peter Sagan.
Alaphilippe is there too, as well, just in front of them, I think. It looks like his style anyway. Yeah. So some big names caught out by that. No great surprise to see it happening, though, where it did either. With that loose road all around them. I think Clement Venturini is the other one in there. He's a really interesting rider for a top 10 in a race like this with a sprint like his too. There is the man, Mathieu van der Poel. Back in. He's putting a lot of kilojoules into this today for a guy who's chilled out, if he is chilled out about it. Here's Jasper Philipsen. I was wondering where he was. So, where is he then, Pippa? I don't know how far off the back this is.
I think we can definitely say he's in the convoy somewhere.
What makes you think that?
But whoops.
Yeah, it looks like he's having some kind of running repair by the looks of it. So he could have been in that crash then, I guess. Yeah, change of shoe or a change of shoe. Not just a cleat, the whole shoe by the looks of it. Fascinating. So I guess for your biggest riders, you would have a spare set of shoes back in that car behind, hoping they fit him properly. But new left shoe, hopefully the cleat's in the right place for him. So I don't know whether he was involved with that crash. Jasper Philipsen, the fastest man in this field. I think we're probably all agreed on that. And we've got new attacks afresh at the front of that chasing peloton. So Pippa, I think now, so we're seeing the 55 seconds is back to this group. The 141, I'll work out what that's to, whether that's to the group behind that. It must be.
It must be.
Yeah, because the gap was about 130. Now it's 54 seconds, so under a minute. But they need to get on with it, because there's a lot of looking around going on. I don't know whether they think that next group is about to catch them, but if our timing at the top left of the screen is accurate, it certainly isn't. And it's UAE Team Emirates again who are happy to stir things up at the front end. They intend to be involved with the front of this race. The problem is they've got a Swiss engine out front in Stefan Kung who's just getting on with it, calmly laying it down out front, and it's been so effective since he kicked off the back of that singular gravel sector.
And it's not the type of roads where you can organise a whole team on the front to take them back. So it's almost individual efforts behind. So you get one rider pull for a kilometre or two and then replaced by another rider, and it's not really an efficient way to close the gap.
We're not far away from rejoining the route that we rode northward on earlier. They go through about 2 or 3 more villages and then turn right, and they're actually retracing then the road they rode out on, would have been this morning, their time, having set off at 10:30. Things have calmed down again. And there's a dangerous moment when that gap is still a minute. Sitting at a minute, let's call it like that. I can't believe for 1 second in these narrow roads with all the overlapping that's been going on at the front of that peloton that they're measuring this out based on how much of a gap they have, because it is still quite close. We're ignoring now the time gap behind, so I think that was inaccurate, what we saw at the top left of the screen there, in terms of a second group being behind. This is our main peloton, chasing Mick van Dijk and Stefan Kung. I wonder whether we might look back, Pippa, on this in an hour's time and just see these two as being what we thought they might have been, maybe when they took off, as being that stepping stone, as being that two-rider marker out front, a very convenient group to be held there. Might not be like that, but while it's a minute, you could argue it, I guess, with 40k to go.
I think it's probably one of those probing moves just for their teammates. If they'd given them 2 minutes at this stage in the race, then it would be a lot more serious. But now with a minute, it's still quite controllable for the teams behind. As long as we don't keep going back onto these little tiny roads where you can really only put 1 or 2 riders on the front, then it's still manageable as a gap to close.
Mauro Schmidt and Mauri von Sevenant are the two Soudal Quick-Step riders at the front there, both doing a bit of work and grabbing a bottle at the same time. That was a quick feed by von Sevenant, who's actually managed to pick up, I think, 2 different bottles from 2 different team carers there as well, which is a good move. Yet another feed zone to negotiate. These narrow roads making it so difficult for feeding, and yet showing the skill of these pro bike riders every time, just managing to grab something in amongst it. We haven't seen too many things dropped. Pippa, I'm going to say it. Mathieu van der Poel has lived incredibly dangerously all the way through this today, but he's still there. And I did say at the beginning of the day, did I not? And I'm often wrong. In fact, I'm usually wrong. Mathieu van der Poel could still go on and win this through his very relaxed style, and might just find himself in the right position and go, oh, okay, then I'll give it a little go. Because if you were to come to that dip, so far it's been looking like we're not going to see him in that dip and rise, that classic Fluet dip and rise. But if he goes through that when the bell's being rung, we need to think much more seriously about those rainbow bands winning this one, because he's still there.
I'm not sure. He didn't look that motivated. He didn't look that fresh. His head was going down now and again, which is never a good sign for a rider. They're kind of getting to the end of the resources. I'd like the fairy tale to see him winning the rainbow bands. But given given his commitment so far to the cause, I don't see it. I think if he's still there, he's more likely to commit to Jasper Philipsen. That's the Phillips.
Should we read anything into the fact that no one's gone back to help Jasper Philipsen at that point there, or is it messy in amongst the cars to have 2 riders anyway?
I think on that size of road, the less riders the better with you. You're just jumping from car to car if you're coming back, so it's probably safer just to leave him to do that on his own.
Mauro Schmidt's doing a really good bit of work here. We've got, effectively, if we count Mick van Dijk as a satellite rider who's out there spoiling things, and he might not end up being that way, but we've got one Swissman chasing another. Stefan Kung being chased down by Mauro Schmidt. 2 very strong riders, but at the moment, I've got to admit, Stefan Kung is doing a very, very good job.
Yeah, out of this pairing, the Stefan Kung's going to be much more efficient than Mick van Dijk, and eventually it'll come to the case that Mick van Dijk probably doesn't really want to contribute anymore, and he'll just leave Stefan Kung to do most of the work.
Just about to enter, I think it's Meslon. Yes, it is. The small village of Meslon before they go through yet another forest, rolling around the edge of it, and they go eastward. That's the point at which they join the way they rode out this morning. And then very quickly, we're going to be finding our way back into the edges of the Plouay circuit. In about 8 kilometres time, we're going to be into the circuit and then heading towards the finish line. So Jasper Philipsen with the 222 on his back is back in. He is now getting some help from one of his teammates, by the look of it.
From Tristabon.
Yeah, but there's an ideal rider to thread him back through as well, the former Belgian champion. Tristabon. I thought he also was starting to think about retiring, but he has such wonderful characteristics as both a team worker and an attacking rider with a very fine sprint himself as well, the race Devant. So he will try and thread Jasper Philipsen back in. But it's a good sign that Philipsen is at least still in there. The fact that he's had a shoe change, a whole shoe change, indicates this is certainly not a training race for him. They're serious about this, and so they should be too. Without doubt, the best sprinter in the world right now. And we look back, bearing in mind, I haven't, if you've joined us fairly recently, I haven't rolled through the history of this race really, but this is the 87th edition of it, the 91st edition of it since it was started out as an amateur race back in 1904. And recent winners' names give you an indication as to the kind of rider who tends to come out on top in a race like this. Wout van Aert was the winner last year in a sprint finish from the leading group ahead of Axel Laurence and Alexander Kamp. Alexander Kamp is here. Not seen him or mentioned him so far though. He's riding for Tudor Pro Cycling. He is their leader. We haven't seen too much of the Tudor boys just yet in the black and red, but we'll watch out for them. Benoit Cosnefroy was the winner the year before that, so he's much more a kind of lightweight, punchy, fast-finishing classics rider. Michael Matthews, Sepp van Marke, Oliver Naassen, Elia Viviani, Naassen again in 2016, Alexander Kristoff 2015, Sylvain Chavanel 2014, more of an all-rounder again and a classics rider rather than a pure sprinter. Pippo Pozzato was the winner in 2013, again uphill sprint specialist. Edvald Bosenhagen is here, he was the winner in 2012. At that time you probably would have considered him a bunch sprinter, but good all-rounder, very good all-rounder of course, the amount he won in 2012. Gregor Bol, the Slovenian rider, 2011. Matt Goss, Simon Gerrans. But some fascinating names you go back down over the years. Vincenzo Nibali, last British rider. Pippo, without looking, last British rider. Oh, let's have a think about it. Pippo, I'll give you a clue, and you might know who the last British rider was to win this race.
I think I looked it up. Was it Jez Hunt?
It was Jez Hunt, yeah, back in 2002. One of the biggest wins of his career, actually. A British rider.
I think he was. What team was he at? Banesto?
Maybe he won. Let me go back and. I think
no, he wasn't.
He was a Sky rider, wasn't he?
Was it Sky?
No, so it would have been. I think it might have been Banesto. 2002. Right, his stats page I'm looking at here is woefully unfilled out for a rider who has such a good palmarès as him and rode for some of the biggest teams. I think 2002, I think it could well have been. Banesto was the first pro team that he rode for. I'm not sure he wasn't only there for a couple of years, off the top of my head. But
or was he US Postal?
I don't think by then. No. Not sure. He might be watching. We'll look that one up. I'll try and drill that one down as best we can. This looks like Fausto Masnada, who's snuck off the front in a little group who are using this gradual incline. They know they're getting closer to Plouay now. They've come a long way south. The howling wolves of the Armorique National Park are well behind them as they ride southward with the wind coming from their left. It's not causing any great problem, but the racing legs are now. They're in Meslan, and it is, as it has been for the last 25-30k or so, Soudal Quickstep who are doing the lion's share of the attacking and the pressing and the pushing to try and enliven things and make stuff happen. Tom Steels is their sports director today. I think so far he can be quite pleased with the way they're riding. Fausto Masnada, though, is not pleased with the effect that his pedalling is having on the group behind him, because it's not splitting, and an awful lot of strong riders just sitting there watching. Alexei Luksenko, the Kazakh champion, has moved up closer to the front, really for the first time I've noticed today. The French champion just coming past him as well, Madouas, right there. So some of the key protagonists now just bubbling up to the front, sensing maybe that 50 seconds might be looking to come down. Will Stefan Kung drift a little bit? Let's see.
It's definitely got that feeling that there's a bit more pressure being applied now from behind to close the gap down. And they're be coming onto the kind of what used to be the bigger circuit around Plouay, so then a lot of riders will know that circuit more.
Mathieu van der Poel there doing that very telling thing he does. He has, I think, slightly, what do you call that, hypermobile elbows, when he locks his arms out and they kind of bend inwards. He only tends to do that when he's getting a little bit tired. And if you watch him there, right in the middle of his shot with the World Champs jersey, of course, just drifting onto the back, he's doing that thing again that you quite often see him doing riding cyclocross when he's going into a corner. Very upright, and arms just locked, but slightly overextending inwards. He's out the saddle now, of course. I should stop watching him and pick him out, but you kind of can't help it in that jersey. If you don't want to be noticed in our commentary, don't go wearing the most beautiful jersey in world cycle sport. I don't know if you agree with me on that, Pippa. Happy for you to disagree with me.
It is quite a distinctive jersey. You know, there's not many of them.
No.
And the riders who do then have the opportunity to wear that jersey have usually earned it in quite a spectacular way. So I think it's quite right that we focus on him for a while.
Yeah, that's Johan Price Petersen, the Danish rider. We've watched a split happening at the front. I haven't mentioned it, unfortunately. I should have done that. Mick van Dijk is going to be fed back into the peloton, leaving. And I guess we could have seen this predictably. Stefan Kung tucked down, trying to escape the wind and trying to escape the riders too, by himself. Could that help him, Pippa? Now there's no option for waiting and looking back and talking to Mick van Dijk. He's just got to get on with it himself.
Well, now he's got no choice but to get on with it, as you said. It's not going to help him at all. You know, now he's out there and he doesn't get any rest at all. And whether that was a tactical play from Jumbo to call Mick van Dijk back, or whether he kind of ran out of resources is hard to say. But it does change the dynamic of what's going to happen behind now, because now Jumbo can provoke the race a little bit more.
Gordon Gregg is attacking again. This is a fine showing by him today in one of his last World Tour races of his career. It could be his last from what we can see on his programme. I'm not seeing any others, as I mentioned already today, any others announced. And now we get an attack from EF Education, easy post over the top as well. This is open season now, despite the gap, the fact that the gap has actually, according to our timing, gone out a little bit to Stefan Kung. In the feeding back of Mick van Dijk, a bunch have swallowed him up, they're chewing on him, and now they're starting to go for the main course because he's dangling, isn't he? 1 minute out there as well. Attacking at the front, Jonas Rutsch, the German rider for EF Education Easy Post, but that's been nullified quickly by a very active Lotto Destiny team who are looking around. Maybe their game isn't just about Arnaud Delis today, because they seem to have an awful lot of riders still in play. We can see Jasper de Boost right there, Brent van Moe I think still there, Florian van Meers as well. Jasper de Boost right in the middle of our shot. Sorry, Pippa.
If they follow the moves now, they've got the perfect excuse of not working, because they're riding for Arnaud Delis, so they can, if they get in a escape, they can sit on.
Looking at Pavel Sivakov, just in front of him, Elia Viviani, former winner of this race. So Viviani right up there with those former European champion stripes on his sleeves. Gosh, that was a narrow pinch point through there. I just took an in-breath as I saw that, what do you call it, plastic hoarding at the side of the road. We could do without any more issues like that, thankfully. These are slightly dangerous moments, though, and they're certainly very nervous moments for the peloton in a tactical sense, because they are coming into the bigger Plouay circuit that Pippa mentioned earlier. Pippa and I we put it out there already, probably both quite longing for some more laps of this Plouay circuit coming towards the finish, but we've not got it. We're just going to have one complete lap. The bell will ring as they go across the line, and that's them out there. EF Education Easy Post again chucking more riders in there as well. Let's see if they can go across this gap. I'm surprised there aren't more riders jumping on this as well at this stage, but they know we're right teetering on the edge of the end game of this race.
Is it Jonas Rutsch again?
It will be. It was him who just gave it a dig just now. It was nullified very quickly.
Yeah, Jonas Rutsch.
Yeah, he's rolled the dice twice. Maybe the first time he sensed he was being marked as he went. Just backed off a little bit and went again, the German.
So everybody now realises in the peloton that even though Stefan Kung has a minute, that it's actually the peloton that are racing for the win, because they're going to eat up Stefan Kung on his own. He's eventually going to run out of resources out front. You know, the succession of little uphills and little downhills is going to wear him down quite quickly.
The riders have already ridden along this road today, because when we saw those early shots very early on in our broadcast today, when Alpecin de Koenig were blocking the road, allowing the two riders to go clear. Alessandro Tonelli of Green Project Bardiani and Aaron van der Beken of Bingo Wally Bruxelles. The Alpecin de Koenig shut the road, and it was on this very section of road going northward that all happened on their way out. We're now coming back in the opposite direction. We've got a completely different race happening, of course. They weren't with us at that time, but those two stayed away for about 160 kilometres, in fact, before they were caught, and now we have a very, very different race unfolding. If you'd told me that at this stage of the race, though, Pippa, Stefan Kung would be out front by himself, that is one of the Soudal Quick-Step riders attacking. Is that Julian Alaphilippe again?
So
does it look it might be? He's looking around in a very Alaphilippe style. Well, I don't know about that. We know he's got the snap to jump across a gap like that, but almost as soon as he jumped, he's looking around for company. I don't know whether he wants help or whether he's actually not quite got the legs. A strange one, isn't it? Straight back in the fold. And that's the exposed bottom of Tim van Dijk coming past him, and Alaphilippe jumping on the back. But it has caused problems. Look at that.
Yeah, so even though it looked laboured, it obviously hurt everybody.
Back onto the big wide road that you talked about, Pippa, and Pavel Sivakov still in the mix and looking good. He's obviously got excellent form. It was really clear in Germany last week that he had great form. He just, unfortunately, and this is probably the worst race of all for this to be the case, doesn't have that finishing sprint. He was in the lead group that served up the win in Germany last week that Ilan van Wilder took the win from. He was right up there amongst the best riders in the race. Was third at the finish that Van Wilder took the win in, and then finished fourth on general classification as well. Jonas Rutsch is on a flyer here as well, still hanging out there by himself. They continue southward on this road for about another 8 kilometres before they're into the edge of the big circuit, but they continue riding southward towards the finish line for the first time. This looks like Ewan Kostu, a young Frenchman, 20-year-olds for Arkea Samsic. It is. There's a fair few red jerseys in there, Pippa. I think Arkea Samsic, despite the fact that I think Warren Barguil might now be out of this, certainly he was on the deck. There's a few red jerseys in there. Admittedly, there are a lot of teams in red now, if we count Ineos Grenadiers in that, and a bit of the old Lotto Destiny and Arkea Samsic. I think there are at least 2, if not 3 Arkea riders in there.
And now we're coming to one of those notable hills again from last year, the Côte de Martin, from last year was one of the main points where everything kicked off, and it's looking at the graphic, it's 9-10%, so could be a significant moment back in the peloton.
Yeah, we've got just over a kilometre to the bottom of the Côte de Martin. And the roads do widen in places. Obviously, the road through the finishing straight is probably the widest of all of them, but they narrow as well once they go northward and back up into the forest. They're about to come through the Forêt de Pontcallec, which is the home of Breton clog making, or at least it was at the turn of the 20th century. There is apparently something of a clog making trade which survives, but it's really a tourist trap.
You've been saving that statistic
no.
up.
Well, I think I may have. I don't know whether I threw it in earlier, but you know I like to hold these things. The very special facts, Pippa, I hold back until the very end. So the clog making fact, it's right there. And
it does tie in. It does tie into this being a kind of semi-classic race of So it kind of got that Dutch feel to it with a bit of clog making.
Well, I use maybe a Carlton Kirby style joke and say that at the moment Stefan Kung is looking a shoe-in to this win. I should be clear, that's one of my jokes, which is why it's so bad. At the back of that group, there he is again, Mathieu van der Poel, in company of Paul Penouet. There he is in the middle, along with Arnaud Delis, one of the most exciting young sprinters coming through, I would say, the Frenchman, Penouet. Decent uphill sprinter, but a good all-rounder. Alexei Lutsenko now, Lipsit, the Kazakh champion on the front, looking to bring back Jonas Rutsch. He's on a good ride here, the German. Astana on a day where I wondered whether we were going to mention them at all. We've seen Gianni Moscon going in the breakaway. It didn't quite work to get across to the Kung group. But now we see Alexei Lutsenko going, the Kazakh champion. And there's a rider who is being marked by Mark Hershey. Hey, we've got some big players on the move here, haven't we, Pippa?
Yeah, Pavel Sipakov. He's been paying attention as well.
This is that climb, the Malta that you mentioned. Sivakov getting dropped by Hershey as well. Hershey now going clear by himself. We did say, didn't we, that his form is coming, Mark Hershey, into this race. At the moment, no one reacting over the top of Pavel Sivakov either. And it might just be that Sivakov winds this back in, but Tej Banut looking a bit twitchy on the outside, watching the gap unfold. I think he's going to go. Yes, yeah, he is.
He goes. And this is
interesting because the gap is coming down to Kung all the while this is happening, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the point last year where Wout van Aert rode away from everybody on this climb. He tried to ride across. I think there's a break of 2-3 riders, and he tried to ride across on his own. So obviously for Jumbo, they know this is one of the important parts of this kind of final hour.
Absolutely. We've just seen Christophe Laporte going out the back with Mathieu van der Poel as well. So if it stays like that, that will be those two gone. But let's see. Benoit Cosnefroy is on the back of this group as well. This is a big group of favourites here. Jakob Fuglsang is there, one of the elder statesmen of this peloton, 38 years of age, the Dane, but still going very strongly. He rolls to the front of this group now as well.
Yeah, and from Lotto Destiny, you've got Florian Vermeersch.
I think Jonas Ruch is still in front of this group. This is former winner of the race, Benoit Cosnefroy, from the 2021 edition, where he was the winner, going through to the front and using, as you were right to point out, Pippa, this Marta climb as a really pivotal point, because we've got a lot of riders being distanced off the back here as well. And another big attack coming, again by the looks of it, from Jakob Fuglsang. Maybe freed up by the fact that Corbin Strong is, we think, no longer here. I can see Jasper Philipsen still sitting back there, you know. In that group, Pippa, he's definitely in that leading group, right near the back of it with a 2-2-2 on his back.
And Ethan Hayter was there as well, so a predictable move. Ethan Hayter just paying attention into the final. But there's roughly 25 riders in this front group trying to break away.
Well, once again, it's Tej Banut who's covering these moves very steadily, in a very measured way. He looks round though, and it's shut down. I think this looks like Felix Großschartner to me. We've seen Mark Hershey lift it the last time on that last rise, that pivotal climb. We're now on the plateau between this and the next one as well, the little dip in the middle. You'll forgive us while we ignore Stefan Kung for the moment. We're closing in on him, I think, in amongst all this attacking. I think the Cofidis rider, just coming back in there, might be Guillaume Martin. We've not mentioned him all race, have we, Pippa? But I think that looked like the style of Guillaume Martin, just on the drops closing up as well. Arnaud Delis is there, alongside Tej Banut. Sorry, I do apologise. He's not there in that shot. That's Jasper de Bus. Where is he?
Because Laurent Madouas.
Yeah. Poor old Tej Banut is having to close all these as well. I say having to, he's choosing to.
And he's the only rider left from Jumbo-Visma in that front group of about 25-30 riders.
That is slightly, to my mind, I've always thought that's Tej Banut's weakness, is that he's so steady, he's so incredibly strong, but so steady as well. He's not got quite the snap of some of the other riders around him, so he's always having to keep closing gaps because those pushes seem to just always open up a gap on him. And here we see him again in the background, closing up. There's gaps all the way down that group on this slightly faster part of the descent too. We have 12k to go until we go through the finish line for the first time, or the last time. 1 lap to go, 25k to go, as you can see there from the sign. Valentin Madouas looked good throughout this, the French champion. Freewheeling, coasting at the moment with Mark Hirschi alongside him.
So that
does look like Felix Großschartner, who's testing them, you sense, because he keeps looking back as well. Johan Kostju is the 20-year-old Arkea Samsic rider, just sitting about 5 or 6 wheels back in the red jersey. Right, let's start looking for the fast finishers, shall we, people? Where is Binyam Girmay? I haven't seen him for a while. I think the Swedish champion up there is Jakob Eriksson of Tudor Pro Cycling. He might be the only Tudor Pro Cycling rider left in this leading group, because I haven't seen too many of the black jerseys. This is Fausto Masnada going again. It's the second or third time he's done this now. Tej Benoot, so strong, just immediately bumped the back of those wheels in front of him, looking over his shoulder. After everything we've seen Jumbo-Visma do today, Pippa, as you say, he's pretty isolated. Looking for more yellow jerseys down there.
There's a few more of them made it back, but they're not looking as dominant as they were at the start of the race.
Soudal Quickstep have been the animators from the main pack, haven't they? They've been the ones doing a lot of the attacking. Alaphilippe himself, Masnada, on 7 that we've seen have a go. Sénéchal was doing a lot of work early on as well. They've been good value for money, the Soudal Quickstep riders. They deserve to get something out of this, I'd say. And that is Guillaume Martin of Cofidis, who's closed that gap. We haven't mentioned him all day, have we? Yet we probably should.
He does tend to hide very well and then just appear when he has to.
And that looks like Michael Matthews as well.
Michael Matthews.
It is 171 Jaco Alula. So Matthews, we've also barely mentioned him, and yet bubbling up just at the right time, and our graphic confirms it. Bling Matthews is right there, winner of this race back in 2020. So he knows his way along the Boulevard des Championnats du Monde. This finish line in Plouay, he knows it very well. He's in good position. He's one of the fastest finishers in there, particularly if we now think, or do we still think Jasper Phillips is still in there? He did appear to be, didn't he? But he was rather close to the back.
I think it's normal that Jasper Phillips was hanging on the back of that amount of action that was going on.
I think it's safe to say that Stefan Kung has maintained his form well since those World Championships, despite becoming a world champion there in the team time trial mixed relay. Doesn't look like he's had too much celebration after that and time off, because this is a pretty decent feat. I wouldn't mind seeing his power files from this persistent effort out front. Things have shut down a little bit now, though, and I wonder whether they are now thinking about that final circuit and the end game, and the fact that they seem to have, if that's accurate, seem to have Kung pegged at somewhere around about 30 seconds. If they carry on like this, though, it'll go out to a minute again. Sam Oman, I think, for Jumbo-Visma. Now the next rider to go. The next Jumbo-Visma rider to try and join Stefan Kung out front. Two riders from Lotto Destiny, looking through the cloudy picture underneath the trees.
Looks like Florian Vermeersch again.
The rest of the peloton, well, the rest of the peloton there seemed quite content to sit and watch this happen. And we've not seen too much of so far. Even he, I think, is going to have company from Vermeersch and others just behind him. Constantly changing at the moment, these twists and turns, as they make their way around the northerly sweep of the course, which takes them on to our finishing circuit. With 20 kilometres to go. It's been, you have to say, Pippa, at times it's been a very obvious waiting game being played here, isn't there? At the various different stages of the race as well, not just at this point, but with the breakaway of the first two riders clear, a race of this distance, this deep into the season as well. If this race today was being run with this field in March, do you think we'd have seen a little bit more fireworks earlier as well? If it was March, April.
We may have done, but I think we have to remember they're 235 kilometres into this now. So it's kind of normal to be tired, you know, they're racing for more than 5 hours. So that everybody's going to be kind of, at the end of, a lot of riders are at the end of their tether. So some of them were kind of woken up, like we saw Guillaume Martin suddenly appear on our radar. But most people know that it's a very difficult finishing circuit, and the decisions tend to be made on these last couple of climbs. So you see Jai Hindley and Kuznetsov on the right there. So the kind of climbers will appear now, but it's not usually difficult enough for them to make any kind of big selection.
Benoit Kuznetsov going again. Big dig this. He's detached a group. The last of those to come across to it is Mark Hershey. And those Lotto Destiny riders who were holding the front there now looking around a little bit. It looks like they've got Vermeers in this group though. If I'm not mistaken. There's certainly one Lotto Destiny rider in there. Hershey is the last rider to tag on. Who's the Bora Hansgrohe? Is that Jai Hindley there? The Bora Hansgrohe rider.
Jai Hindley's in second position.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't even think he was in this leading group. Not because he couldn't be, but I just thought I thought we'd seen him drift off earlier. I must have been imagining that. This is a good ride by Hindley.
So there's Valentin Madouas coming across.
Yeah, and I think that might be Mathieu Bergadeau, the last of those Total Energies riders, a team we haven't mentioned too much so far. The Lotto Destiny rider that was there has been dropped from that group. And Stefan Küng, for the first time in, what must it be, about 40k or so, is going to get some company now. But he might just find himself in a very handy leading group. He doesn't need the gel by the looks of it, he just takes the bottle. Classic thing that, of course, isn't it, Pippa? The gel being stuck to the side of the bottle or just screwed into the top of it. He didn't need it by the looks of it.
No, it's an easy way to take an emergency supply if you need it, and if you don't, then it just toss it away as soon as you can. You don't need that extra 100 grams of weight.
I love watching Benoit Kuznetsov, but I do think sometimes he's willing to do a little bit more than he should or than he needs to. I think it's because he sometimes finds himself isolated at the front of races like this. We saw him close the gap to Stefan Küng there, but he was the one who'd attacked. So to my mind, surely he doesn't need to close all the way up to the back wheel of Stefan Küng.
No, he doesn't. I think he's often described as a generous rider, so he does a lot of work on the front when you would think he could just relax a little bit and save it for the last 10 kilometres or so. But it's not in his nature to do that.
No, and I think that might be part of the reason why he seems to be quite a well-liked rider amongst the fans. I certainly always enjoyed watching Benoit Kuznetsov. He's got a big shovel and he's quite happy to use it all the time. But it might be why he has so many second and third places to his name. Jai Hindley here, just dangling off the back of this fast-moving group that's led by Felix Großschartner. Mark Hershey now comes through. There's some big, powerful engines in this leading group, and this, I don't think it is actually, but it could be though, Pippa, couldn't it? This could be it.
This could be it. There's a group with Van Sivenon and Jacques Keg trying to come across just behind with about 5-6 riders. So that would make looks like about 14, 15 riders in the front, and that could be it.
Alex Arambarou is in there, Pippa. I've just seen his race number. Arambarou definitely made it. So
and here comes Tish Benoit.
We have a bit of confirmation on the screen as well. Kuznetsov, Bergadeau. It was Bergadeau who was coming across. Arambarou, as we say, the Spaniard in there for Movistar. Fastest finisher in there, you'd have to say Arambarou, wouldn't you? From that group.
Yeah, he won this race from a sprint before, so got Tish Benoit stuck halfway across.
And Tish Benoit more than capable of getting across, but he is burning a lot of matches.
Jasper de Vos.
And that's Frederick Randall. First time we've mentioned him today. The Dane for Bora Hansgrohe, who's in that second group too. There's two evenly sized groups trying to join up, with Tej Benoot trying to rip across the gap between them. You are watching all around the world the 87th edition of the Bretagne Classic with me, Jez Cox, and Pippa York here. We've been with you for well over 4 hours, edging on towards 5 hours of live coverage in this, the penultimate European round of the Men's World Tour. This is round 17 of 20 one-day World Tour races this year. We're so nearly at the end of the season that it kills me to say that. We've already been talking a bit about cyclocross, Pippa and I, as well, as we watch some of the world cyclocross stars racing here in Brittany. Glorious sunny weather since they started off at 10:30 outside Plouay this morning to ride northward. And now they find themselves coming back to where they started for this final 12-kilometre loop, the classic Plouay final loop of the Bos de Rostavel, the Bos de Lizou and the Bos de Kersuik, the long downhill run, 3 kilometres down into that final dip that rises to a very famous finishing ramp on the wide road on the north of Plouay, which really characterises. I mean, this year is the only thing that links it to last year's race, that finishing circuit. There's that group trying to get on terms with the leading group of, what do you reckon that is, Pippin? 8, 9, 10 riders up at front?
I think it's 10. But 10 riders in front, then 6 behind.
Yeah. Benoit Cosnefroy, Mathieu Bergadeau, Alex Arambarou, Valentin Madois, Stefan Kung, who'd been out there for so long by himself, and by the looks of it, Jasper de Bus there, encouraging others to come through and do more, because he is the Auto Destiny rider that's missed it. Can't see Arnaud Delis anywhere in this mix. He must be in the next group back there. This is much more of a classics and climby classics style lead group, isn't it? It's not the big punchy sprinters. There's no Jasper Philipsen's in here, is there? No,
and there's another 3 climbs to go, so even if they were in the second group, they'd probably be getting under a massive amount of pressure. So this is a Côte de Kersuik.
Yeah, and the groups have merged, and as they've merged, there's a little bit of looking around as well. If you're a Jai Hindley in here, Pippa, and I'll chuck Jai Hindley in as a rider in your mould, as a racer. What does he do now? Surely he's got to look for a moment to attack, because no disrespect to him, he has no hope in a sprint up against the likes of quite a few of the riders in here too.
I think Jai Hindley's problem is that he was under that much pressure on that last false flat that he was kind of dangling off the back, so I don't think he's got the legs at the moment. We're probably going to have to look at Cosnefroy again if anybody's going to attack, or maybe a Jack Haig. Depends how much work they have to do to come across.
Jakob Fuglsang is in here too. Frederick Vandal as well, just behind him there, the Israel Premier Tech rider. This is Mathieu Bergadeau. Probably one of my favourite French riders, Bergadeau. He had a good year this year as well. This is an ideal terrain for the likes of him. He's got a reasonable punch come the finish as well. The problem is Alex Arambarou. Benoit Cosnefroy, if this field was to go into the dip together and come to the finish, you wouldn't be surprised to see, I guess, Cosnefroy and Arambarou battling it out, Pippa, but who else if it were to go down to this in that final rise?
I mean, the only rider who looks kind of sprinterish is Bergadeau. Everybody else is kind of slightly climby one-day rider. There's no big sprinters in this front group.
I tell you who, though, I should have thought of this, Jasper de Bust. Jasper de Bust is a brilliant lead-out rider and has been throughout the latter stages of his career for a good reason. He's got a fast finish on him. Jasper de Bust, he just doesn't get as many opportunities to use it. He had a good result, I'm sure, last week in the Renewy Tour as well, where he had a bit of freedom. When he gets given the freedom like this, Jasper de Bust could be a good pick today if this group were to stay together, or he's to stay at the front end of it. And we know that Mark Hershey can sprint too, of course.
I was just going to say that we're kind of discounting Mark Hershey's competence in a small group finish.
Yeah, they are just coming towards the finish line. They're actually on the finishing circuit now. They've turned onto it. They have a sort of sweeping, what is that, left-hander on the edge of the forest. The clog-making forest that I told you about is the left-hand or western edge of the Forêt de Pontcallec. And once they come through that, the road will widen and they'll see about 2,000 expensive motorhomes and a big wide open space away from the forest. They ride away from the forest. The terrain opens out and that very familiar finishing straight of there's the kilometres to go flag. So in a minute they'll be rounding this corner and seeing the very familiar finishing straight of Houet. It's been used for the last 4 days for all the races that have been happening here. And this is going to be the final 12 kilometres, the end game, looking like it's going to be played out by this 14-rider lead group. Well, we're seeing that Jack Haig is in there. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah,
It's Groschartner definitely is. Have you seen Jack Haig in there?
Yeah, Jack Haig came across in that second group. He was one of the riders that had to close the gap.
Tej Benut has done an awful lot of work. And here we go, going towards the finish line. I think we can hear the words of Daniel Morjard there, cracking out over the speakers. Jai Hindley swings off. Alex Arambaru knows. And there's that famous final rise to the line. Doesn't look much from here. You've ridden it, Pippa, this finish. Stefan Kung going again. Why not? Why not go again? But it's is there enough speed you carry into the bottom of it that you can get the big gear on and roll over it?
You can if you're a sprinter. Everybody else going to be crawl your way to the line thinking it's getting steeper and steeper. It's very deceptive at the finish as you come with all that speed and then you just die a death as you go up.
My gosh, things are close together, aren't they? That second group is being led by Michael Matthews there, and this is our main peloton. It's not much of a gap between those three groups either. As we look at them heading out now onto this 12-kilometre loop, they ride first of all over the Bos de Rostavel, which comes in a couple of kilometres time. They've kind of started already because it slopes very gradual all the way up from here to the top of the Bos de Rostavel. Then they have quite a long net downhill, slightly long descent, which is snaky through the edge of the forest to their left as we look at it right now. Stefan Kung there just sensed a moment and went again.
Yeah, so we've got Groschartner, Hindley and Stefan Kung.
A tiny gap they have over the other 12 or so riders that were with them.
I can't imagine that Stefan Kung is feeling too sprightly at this time after that. Been on his own for so long.
No, you would think not, but I guess in a race like this, the third hilliest men's one-day World Tour race of the whole season across all different continents, they're all going to be pretty toast, I'd have thought, at this stage after all that climbing. And the heat too, let's not forget. It's not roasting hot, but it's been warm all day, enough that earlier on, Pippa, we saw riders putting ice down the back of their necks and that sort of thing. So it's been a tough enough day. It feels like a kind of middle of the Tour de France stage, I'd have thought, a day like this, despite the fact that it's a one-day race. So they're not saving anything. They're in here for a reason. That one single passage of the finish line that's now yet to come.
So you've got the three in front, then we've got Valentin Madouas and Bourguignon just trying to make their way across.
Yeah, Madouas working hard there. It's just the two of them, though. Bourguignon's going to give any help at this moment. Groschartner looks very good today. I thought maybe he was working for Hershey, but he seems to be giving a little bit of free rein today, which is nice to see. Stefan Kung's still in the mix. I could have seen him going out the back of that group once he was caught, Pippa, but none of it. None of it at all. Frederick Vandal it is who's with them, according to that.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it was Jai Hindley, but Jai Hindley is still in that chasing group, so Vandal was one of those who'd rolled up behind it.
Yeah, it is Vandal.
Stefan Kung looking like he is just starting to work a bit harder. Vandal now onto his back wheel. This is the Bos de Rostavel. We go over the top of it in about a kilometre's time. We'll be over the top. Valentin Madouas rocking around. And if anything, Mathieu Bergadeau at this point, you can see how tough it is, just having a little bit better legs as well. So that's 3 and 2, become 5 out front. And there they are from the front shot. We should be able to see behind what has grown to a slightly bigger group back there. I'm not sure that hasn't been fed by some riders from behind. In fact, I think we've got something of a regrouping going on behind them as well. Pippa, I think a much bigger group. I'm not sure how much this lot have got left, because there's some very tired legs in here by the look of it.
This looks very much like last year, where everybody just finished on their hands and knees, and somehow it came back to that sprint of about 30 riders or so, and you can just see this developing in the same kind of manner.
Yeah. Well, it is coming back together. And it's being fed from that group behind. That's probably something like, it could even be 40, 45 riders, maybe more, something like that. It looks like Michael Matthews going off the front as well. He's a very tired-looking Michael Matthews, though. I think he's done a lot to get back in there. And that's Aaron Barrow now, who rolls over the top of him for Movistar. And Aaron Barrow looks decidedly more snappy than Matthews, no doubt about that.
He certainly did. So Matthews attacked just at the right time, but he didn't look like he had the same legs that Aaron Barrow has at the moment. And you can see on all these uphill bits, it's like riding through treacle at the moment. It's almost 250 kilometers of up and down all day. It's starting to take its toll.
Definitely. Aaron Barrow looks the best. If anything, I know he's going slightly downhill here, but as he was working his way into the final part of the Bosta Rostavel there, he looked the best of them, Aaron Barrow. I said that was my on-the-ground intel from Winterberg in Germany last week, that Aaron Barrow was really good, really sharp, sprinting and climbing, and he's definitely brought that to this race as well, the Bretagne Classic. Stefan Kung again being really the one who's driving on this breakaway too. Much as Mathieu Bergadeau got left, Felix Großschartner likewise has done an awful lot of work. I think you're right, Pippa. It does look, doesn't it, like they're there now, and the riders who are pinging across to them might be those who've got something left. We haven't mentioned Tudor Pro Cycling. Well, that is Alexander Kamp riding across. The man who was fourth last year. Third last year, I should say. Kamp is trying to get across to Aaron Barrow. So Kamp is one of those riders who knows he'll have come into this today with the physical capacity and the capabilities to win this, because he's got a very fine sprint finish. I would love to see a sprint between him and Aaron Barrow, actually, because they've got, I'd say they're probably of a similar level, but this race is a great leveler in itself. Let's see, after this kind of distance. They aren't half leaning on Stefan Kung now, but I think that's the way he wants it, because he might not have been getting as much help as he might have by himself. I thought he might have something left after that early move. He flicks the elbow. Bergadeau's going to come through.
So they've got a couple of kilometres downhill before we get to the Bos de Lezo, which has a 12% ramp at the start. That could be fatal to a number of these riders. I wouldn't be surprised to see Stefan Kung go tumbling backwards there if they've committed him to keep this breakaway.
Aaron Barrow, I think, on the radio there as well. Alexander Kamp, who's made a good effort to get across to Aaron Barrow, but I'm not sure it's going to work. Let's see. He's really the only Tudor Pro Cycling rider we've mentioned today, Pippa, as well, isn't he?
Yeah, we haven't seen them at all. I think Aaron Barrow's in two minds here. What does he do? Does he try and get across here on his own, or does he sit up and gamble and go back to the peloton and hope that these riders get taken back? So he's kind of stuck in that kind of no man's land of, damned if he goes forward he could be worn out, and if he goes back and it doesn't, the peloton doesn't close the gap, then he's lost his chance.
Well, we're now on the northern edge of the two pockets of forest that encase the northern part of Plouay itself. We've got to go back out towards Kersuik which is the top of the Bos de Kersuik, the final climb. It rolls downhill all the way through the final kilometre and all the way down into that dip alongside the finish line on the edge of Clouet. There are 2 more climbs to come. The Bos du Lézou, which they're just about to roll into the base of. This high speed is the little downhill run into the bottom of the Bos du Lézou. It's a short one, but as Pippa mentioned, it steepens as well. It's an average gradient of 5.5%, but there's a bit of it at the bottom which goes up towards 10% as well, and I think, as Pippa's mentioned, that could be a drop-off point for any of the riders whose legs are literally about to go. This is Arnaud Delis, right on the front of that chase group as well, desperately trying to bring it back, but that's a big effort to make for someone who also wants to have something left for that finishing sprint. Total Energies and Mathieu Bergadeau at the front. He still looks good, Bergadeau. Grossschartner does too, though, just lifting it into that corner, and in doing so, I don't know whether he intended to attack there, but he's gone.
Yeah, so
Felix Grossschartner is going clear. He looks the best of this group at the moment, anyway.
I think it's everybody looks really, really tired. You know, they're all 10 metres apart. You know, Bergen's looking strong though, riding across to Grossschartner.
Mathieu Bergadeau has been closing gaps and bridging gaps. He hasn't done anything on the offensive just yet himself, whereas Grossschartner has within this group. Well, we saw Madouas attacking from behind earlier. Obviously, most aggressive rider of the race has to now go to Stefan Kung, who's been at it the whole time, but he's now sitting on the wheel of Valentin Madouas. It does look like Frederick Vandal has now been dropped from this group too. We're coming into the last 4K. This is the Bos du Lézou they're on right now, and these are the very, very final stages of the Bretagne Classic West France with me, Jez Cox and Pippa York. We've been here all the way through, the two of us, talking you through some incredible countryside, and wouldn't you know it, we've put that peloton of 160 riders through the shredder, and this is what's come out the other end. It is interesting though to still see Tej Banu rolling away at the front, but he has Jasper de Bust on his wheel. Jasper de Bust probably, well, I think he is the fastest finisher of those who are still in play in that second group anyway. Grossschartner looks good though, Pippa, doesn't he? Really good.
He does. He still looks, he's definitely the strongest in this group. Stefan Kung is the most tenacious. I think he was working a bit for Valentin Madouas there, but Madouas looks like he's really struggling at the moment.
There's a bit of a pause here. Valentin Madouas, as Pippa said, looking like he might be struggling a bit, but just drifting off the back wheel there. Mathieu Bergadeau looks really good. Bergadeau does possess a decent sprint. He might be the fastest of these guys, but Felix Grossschartner is in such good form. I think by the looks of it, he's carried brilliant form from the Deutschland Tour last week, where he was second to Ilan van Wilder. But he also doesn't have a brilliant sprint on him. Bergadeau's pretty handy. This would be the biggest win of Mathieu Bergadeau's career, no doubt about that. He's a really consistent performer in the Coupe de France races, but he has a very fast finisher coming up in Jasper de Bust. I think Jasper de Bust knows it, the Lotto Destiny man. Of everyone still in play there, I would say Mark Hirschi's quick, but Jasper de Bust is, on his day, he's a very fine sprinter. That's why he's trying to get back in there. Where are they, though, as we look over their shoulders, Pippa? Do you think these four are going to survive?
So now it's 2 kilometres downhill, but it's not downhill where you can just freewheel. It's pedaling downhill. 20 seconds is, it could come down to a sprint still. Without any kind of hesitation in the front here, and the Bust group will be back on them.
Maybe Valentin Madouas has got a little something left. We've seen a lot of him. Where on earth Stefan Kung is getting this energy for, I don't know. 1,600 metres to go until they go under the Flamme Rouge and the final roll down the Boulevard des Championnats du Monde. And there's our leading four. That's still a decent gap. We're being told 24 seconds. Visually, as we look at it, it looks really good. But Pippa, I guess they can't afford to mess around, can they?
No, they can't really afford to hesitate at all. I wouldn't be surprised to see Grossschartner winning this because he's so strong. If he lets, normally you would put Stefan Kung on the front to lead out, but Großschartner looked so strong on that last hill that he didn't look round, and he's still got the capacity to get himself in the right position by being last rider as they go towards the sprint.
1,800 metres to go. No doubt about it, all four of these riders in this leading group deserve to be here. They've all been so active. I thought Großschartner was working for Hershey, but Großschartner carrying such good form from that second place at the Deutschland Tour to Ilan van Wilder last week, carrying it into this race and looking really good. Mathieu Bergadeau at times in this race has looked dead on his feet. I'm amazed to see him here. This is a great ride by the Frenchman. Shaking his head. Was that a shake of the head to Großschartner to say he can't come through?
Yes.
They cannot mess around. They're lucky in a way that Madouas has chosen to roll through there. He's actually got a little bit of a gap.
So, Stefan,
is this him? He has got a bit of a gap. There is hesitation behind. If he persists with this...
Yeah, Stefan Kung just intelligently let the wheel go a little bit to force Großschartner into a better... To be in front of him. They all want to start the sprint from last position. Just because you get a run, because it's downhill and then uphill, you get a run from behind, and then Großschartner's in the world.
This is going to be good, Pippa. This is going to be really good. I think Mathieu Bergadeau knows that he's got the best sprint here. The Total Energies man there in the blue shorts, white top. He's tightening his shoes up too. To my money, having watched Bergadeau a lot in the Coupe de France, I think he's got the best sprint here. But nearly 260 kilometres is a wonderful leveller, because anything could happen in this final sprint here. Let's keep an eye though on those behind. Valentin Madouas giving himself some layback room. I think we might see him try and rush this. There he is on the back, the French national champion. He's deliberately leaving a gap so he can rush this at the right moment. Watch him. Here we go. Off the back wheel of Bergadeau, but Bergadeau's already started. Mathieu Bergadeau up the inside, but Valentin Madouas has got a flyer here, the French national champion, hard up against the barriers. Bergadeau's coming though. Has he got enough left to catch Madouas on the line? I think he might have. Mathieu Bergadeau coming up the outside, but Madouas hanging on. Valentin Madouas is going to get this. The French national champion gets his arms in the air in one of the biggest French races of the year. Here's the sprint from behind. Jasper de Bus would normally win this every day of the week, but this is a big, long race. Jasper de Bus is going to lead to the line. Hershey giving it a good go up alongside him as well. We said Hershey was fast, but Jasper de Bus using class and sprinting ability to get another fine finish in the top 10. Valentin Madouas winning the French national title this year and getting one of the biggest French one-day wins in the World Tour. This looks like John Degenkolb leading in our bunch. Degenkolb finishing off well. It looks like Ethan Hayter up alongside him. Michael Matthews too. Well, the fast men back there in that big following group that came in. But a day for the breakaway, a day for the late breakaway, and a rider who looked at times in there, Pippa. Madouas looked absolutely wasted. What a final sprint.
That looked like it hurt a lot. Madouas definitely not the freshest there, but turned out to be the fastest. And as you said, laid off just enough to get a rush that took him past Bergadeau, who theoretically looked like he was going to be the strongest.
Do you want to talk us through this again?
So here we see Madouas, he's laying off, and he's now about 200 meters to go, and he starts just with a little bit more speed. It takes him past Bergadeau, and they never get the wheel, so they're never back in the slipstream. And even though Valentin Madouas starts to die a little bit, it's enough. He won that quite easily. If he'd kept that effort all the way to the line, he could see from 20, 25 meters out that he was going to win. They weren't coming past.
Just looking to see where Stefan Kung finished, because he would richly deserve a place on the podium.
He finished.
We might have got it actually up alongside Großschartner. I think it would be close between those two. The front-on shot looks much closer, of course, but Valentin Madouas with a comfortable, there was nothing comfortable about that performance, but Mathieu Bergadeau knows that was one of his best opportunities to win a World Tour race. He's got the quality. He might not get as many chances quite as good as that, though. And I had missed this, of course, but Valentin Madouas is a Breton as well, because he's from Brest.
He wasn't going to slow down that much.
There's the top 10 confirmed for us. Sally Dujardin, a rider we didn't mention all race, another Total Energies rider there. It's coming in top 10. Elia Viviani, former winner of this race, in 9th. Frederick Wandal holding on for 8th. Tish Benoot, after doing so much work, in 7th. Mark Hershey hanging on for 6th. Jasper de Bus leading in that sprint between Hershey, Benoot and Wandal. Jasper de Bus the best of those sprinters there.